presents this unabridged recording of
Private Rome by James Patterson, read by Adam Sims and Rachel Hanshaw. For everyone who is seeking answers. Chapter 1. I was alone in a room full of strangers. They all knew who I was, but only a handful of them were familiar to me. I guess that's why I was there. A curiosity, a minor celebrity, someone to draw a crowd. Starting a new overseas office was always exciting, and I never missed a launch, but there was more at stake now. My exploits in Delhi, Berlin, Moscow, and elsewhere had given me a degree of notoriety in law enforcement and intelligence circles, and I felt I had a reputation to live up to. Matteo Ricci, the former City of Rome police inspector I'd hired to start the Private Rome office, had been busy promoting me and the detective agency to Rome's rich, powerful, and influential citizens. Matteo, a personal man in his mid-30s with an impressive track record as a cop, had spent the entire evening at my side, introducing me to a succession of potential clients. Roman entrepreneurs, politicians, clergy, journalists, police officers, lawyers, bankers, a blur of faces atop interchangeable tuxedos or glamorous cocktail dresses. I would only be able to put a handful of names to faces, but that wasn't my job. Matteo knew who these people were and would follow up when the office was fully running. "Mr. Morgan," he said, drawing my attention away from the small group I was talking to. It was his way of signaling they'd had their time. "I'd like you to meet Joseph Stadler, Chief Operating Officer of the Vatican Bank." He nodded toward a tall, angular, silver-haired man in a well-tailored tux. "Pleased to meet you, Mr. Morgan," he said, in excellent English, spoken with a strong Swiss accent. "This is my executive assistant, Christian Altmer." The man beside him had a thick crop of blonde hair, and a tan that spoke of too much time wasted on the slopes or at the beach. Altmer oozed easy charm, flashing a smile of pure white, and I disliked him instantly. "Nice to meet you," he said, offering me his hand. "Likewise," I replied, shaking hands with both men. "This is quite a party," Altmer remarked. We were at La Posta Vecchia, a well-known hotel overlooking the Tyrrhenian Sea, some 50 kilometers from the center of Rome. The splendid converted palazzo evoked Renaissance Italy, a time when people studied the achievements of classical antiquity and strove to match or surpass them. The building itself was equal to anything the ancient Romans had left behind. Heavy stone walls, grand terraces overlooking the sea, cobbled pathways running through ornate gardens, ancient beams, polished wooden flooring, painted plaster walls, and in some rooms, sculpted reliefs on walls and ceilings. I just wanted to put out a sign saying we were open for business, but Matteo said Rome prefers a party, I told the bankers. "Come on, when do I get to meet the hero of Moscow?" a woman standing behind Stadler and Altmer asked loudly. She wore a figure-hugging black mini-dress, and her blonde hair was pulled back into a tight bun. "Jack," Matteo said to me with a smile, "this is Esther Cavalli." If Stadler was put out, he didn't show it, but Altmer did, eyeing Esther with a look of disdain. "Perhaps we will get a chance to talk later," Stadler observed to me. "I hope so," I replied, and he and Altmer moved on, allowing the brash blonde to take center stage. "It's like waiting to meet a king," she scoffed. "I only tolerate it for Matteo's sake." He assured me lots of people would be interested in meeting me, and it seems he was right, I replied. "Matteo knows Rome better than most." "Not so well as you do, Esther," he countered. "Esther is one of Italy's best corporate lawyers," he told me. "A grand attorney," he added with a low bow. He was charming without being a creep. Knew when to engage, press a conversation, back off, which suggested a high degree of empathy, one of the many qualities that had impressed me when I'd interviewed him a little over 4 months ago. We'd met each other 3 times before tonight. The first was a formal interview in the Hotel Hassler, The second for a coffee at a little place he knew near Vatican City, where we'd bonded over our mutual passion for boxing and Formula One. Our third encounter had been for dinner in the Hassler's rooftop restaurant, where I'd offered him the job of head of Private Rome, which, judging by the width of his smile for the remainder of the evening, had meant a great deal to him. His track record with Rome police was faultless, and he was athletic and good-looking, which I'd observed made him the target for flirtatious advances from several of the men and women he'd invited here to meet me. "How long do we each get?" Esther asked, glancing over her shoulder at the line of people standing behind her. It was a question I'd been pondering myself. How long would I be expected to continue to make small talk? The line extended through several groups of people I'd already been introduced to, across the large function hall, toward an antechamber by the main door. There must have been another 50 people waiting. "There is no time limit for someone as special as you," Matteo assured Esther. He was naturally smooth, which was another quality he'd need to draw on in his new position. Gearing up the Rome office had proved to be more of a challenge than I'd anticipated. We were still short of people, and were probably about a month away from being fully operational. Matteo still needed a second-in-command, and our principal investigators and support teams were currently going through their training and induction. The launch party was a little premature, in my opinion, but Matteo had wanted it this way. It would take all his natural charm to keep potential customers interested in engaging us until we could actually fulfill their requirements. Esther rolled her eyes and punched him playfully on the shoulder. She was about to reply, but the words went unspoken when a commotion broke out by the doorway. "Release me!" a man shouted. His voice echoed against the stone walls of the antechamber. I noticed an American accent. The 200 or so guests in the main hall fell silent at the sounds of a scuffle breaking out. Moments later, a priest in a black three-piece suit and clerical collar burst into the room, trailed by the private security personnel we'd hired for the party. The priest was in his mid-50s, with curly gray hair. His ruddy cheeks were marked with a map of burst blood vessels and other blemishes that suggested a history of drinking. He scanned the room, eyes wild with fear. When he caught sight of Matteo, shook off the restraining hands of our security guards and ran over to us. I stepped forward to put myself between Esther and the priest, but I needn't have worried. He wasn't a threat, at least not to any of us. He stopped abruptly. Glancing around fearfully, taking in the sight of the partygoers, he cried, "The right hand of God will strike me down. Tonight, here in this place, I will die." Chapter 2. Murmurs of concern rippled through the room as all our guests focused on the priest. Undeterred, he took hold of both Matteo's hands. "I came to ask you for help," he said, glancing around nervously as though all the eyes fixed on him belonged to enemies. "But it's no good. I cannot be saved. I must pay for my sins and pray that God will forgive me when I stand before him. Only he sees all, but the devil sees almost as much." The poor man seemed very distressed, quite possibly in the grip of a mental health crisis. "I've put you at risk," he said suddenly. "I'm a fool. I came here to talk, but by doing so I only endanger you." Matteo shook his head and soothed the priest. "Father Brambilla, let's get you somewhere you'll feel safe, and then you can tell me what's troubling you." He turned to me. "You don't mind, do you, Jack?" "You do what you need to do," I replied. "I'll look after Jack for you," Esther said, taking Matteo's place at my side. He smiled. "You're in good hands, then." Matteo took the distressed priest by the arm and led him away. "Come with me, Father." The priest glanced back at me, raw fear visible in his eyes. For a moment, I thought about following. There were few things in life that could make a man look so afraid. This had to be serious. "Jack, I'd like to introduce Aldo Accardi and his wife Sophia," Esther said, trying to get my attention. I watched Matteo and the priest go through a service door at the far end of the large function room. Once they were out of sight, there seemed to be a collective exhalation of breath, and the party resumed its former momentum. I turned to find a distinguished man in his late 60s and his glamorous, much younger wife waiting to greet me.
Aldo is chief executive of Russo Bank,
Esther went on.
and Sophia runs Happy Paws, a local charity that rehomes abandoned pets.
Very pleased to meet you, Aldo said, offering me his hand. Thank you for coming, I replied, returning the gesture and then shaking Sophia's. I would not have missed it, Aldo responded. I have a friend in Italian intelligence. He's told me about some of your exploits. Is it true you staged a rescue mission in the mountains of the Hindu Kush? I had resigned myself to the fact I would always be an object of curiosity to some people because of my history, but that didn't mean I enjoyed being treated like an exhibit. I'd almost died numerous times while trying to rescue U.S. Special Forces pilot Joshua Floyd, a traumatic experience that would forever be imprinted on me, but which for others was simply a thrilling anecdote. They would never understand the toll it took on me to cast my mind back to those events. I nodded without saying anything.
Those are some of the harshest conditions in the world,
Sophia remarked.
It must have taken much inner strength to endure them, Mr. Morgan.
I didn't need the praise of strangers. I would much rather have been in my Los Angeles home, having dinner with Justine, but this was part of the job of running private. Building a client base was the first step toward establishing a successful office in Italy. It's not something I'd want to do again, I conceded. What pushes you on in such circumstances? Aldo asked. Where do you find the will to survive? I knew the answer. The quest for truth, justice, the love of friends, family, Justine most of all. But I wasn't about to share those parts of myself with strangers. I don't know, I replied. Until you're in a situation where your life depends on... A loud bang cut me off. While the sound startled everyone in the grand room, I recognized instantly what it was. A gunshot. I raced to the doorway on the other side of the hall, weaving through the startled guests. Behind me, a couple of guards sprang into action. I sensed a few people at my heels, but reached the door first and pulled it open to reveal a wide corridor with a number of rooms leading off it and a grand staircase rising to the upper floors. One of the doors halfway along the corridor was ajar, and I rushed toward it. At the door, I slowed down, taking the time to push it further open, alert for any danger inside. No sound or hint of movement came from within the room. I stepped into a grand old library with stacked bookcases lining the walls, and 2 leather-covered couches and a gilded coffee table arranged on top of a huge red Persian rug. The area nearest the door was now a crime scene. The priest Matteo had addressed as Father Brambilla lay face down, blood soaking into the deep fibers of the rug beneath him as it flowed from a bullet wound in his temple. Standing over him, holding a smoking pistol, was my new manager for Italy, the former police inspector I'd hired to head up Private Rome, Matteo Ricci. Chapter 3.
And you found Signor Ricci holding the gun?
Chief Inspector Mia Esposito asked me. I nodded.
For the recording, please,
she said, gesturing at her phone. Yes, I replied. I found Signor Ricci with the gun. It seemed Esposito was leading the investigation into the priest's death. There were several senior Polizia di Stato officers at the party, and more junior ranks outside providing security, so measures had been taken promptly to secure the crime scene, prevent guests from leaving, and ensure Matteo was taken into custody. The situation hadn't come fully under control, though, until Esposito had arrived, striding into the grand function room in gray trousers and a blue shirt, her hair pulled back into a tight ponytail. She deployed her team to interview every single one of the guests, staff, and security personnel, as well as the officers who'd been on duty outside and her superiors who had been inside with us. As the person who discovered Matteo with the victim, she interviewed me herself, and so far had made me recount my story twice. I was familiar with the tactic. It was a fairly basic way of trying to get a witness to reveal inconsistencies or holes in their version of events by comparing one with another, but she could find none in mine as I stuck rigidly to the facts. Matteo had said nothing while 2 uniformed officers from Esposito's team had cuffed him and taken him into custody. I wondered if he knew them as former colleagues. Maybe he couldn't quite believe the way his evening had turned from attending a mundane corporate launch party into a full-blown murder investigation, with himself as the prime suspect. But why would Matteo kill a priest? And even if he'd wanted the man dead, why would a former police inspector with a reputation as a highly effective investigator choose to murder someone at a public event while surrounded by friends and colleagues? A crime of passion, perhaps? Matteo and Father Brambilla seemed to know one another. Matteo's resume said he trained as a priest at a seminary for a time before joining the police force, but there was nothing in the background checks our Rome attorney had conducted to suggest he was in a relationship of any kind, and certainly not with a priest. And what about Father Brambilla's dramatic announcement? He'd prophesied his own death, but if he'd known it was coming, why would he choose to be alone with his killer? Was the priest mentally ill, or had he genuinely known he was in mortal danger? Something here didn't add up.
I think I have everything I need,
Esposito said, switching off her phone's voice recorder. She signaled the officer near the door that led to the main entrance, pointed at me, and nodded. It was the sign all our colleagues were using to tell the man that an interviewee could be released. There were dozens of others currently being questioned, and many more waiting for their turn. "Thank you, Inspector," I replied, heading for the door.
"One more thing, Mr. Morgan,"
Esposito said, and I paused.
"Why do you think he did it?"
"I'm not sure he did," I replied. "Doesn't fit with what I know of him." She nodded.
"I never worked with Inspector Ricci, but I know his reputation. Normally, I would agree, based on what colleagues have said about his character, but the evidence in this case is overwhelming."
I couldn't argue with that, and made for the door. The uniformed officer let me pass, and I walked through the empty stone antechamber to the open double doors, where I caught the scent of the sea on the evening air. There were more police outside, some gathered near a side entrance, about a dozen others holding back journalists in a cordon on the lawn some 50 feet away. A handful of guests were waiting for their cars in a nearby semicircular parking lot, while others were walking down the driveway leading to the main road. I guess they were looking for their chauffeur-driven cars or taxis, moved on by the police whose own vehicles now surrounded the building. It was a chaotic end to the evening, and not at all the one I'd hoped for. I was about to call Justine Smith, my colleague and girlfriend, but the press pack suddenly became agitated, and I saw movement at a side door not far from me. The group of police officers standing nearby expanded like a lung taking in air, and the door opened to reveal Matteo being frog-marched by a couple of cops in uniform. I hurried over. "Matteo," I said, but my voice didn't carry above the hubbub, and his attention was elsewhere.
"Luna!"
he yelled.
"Luna!"
His attention was fixed on a tall, dark-haired woman in a tight black cocktail dress and heels. She stood at the edge of the semicircular driveway, staring at him with pity in her eyes.
"Luna!"
he yelled to her one last time before she kicked off her heels and started across the lawn toward the police cordon. Matteo was hustled toward a waiting police car, and the press pack pushed against the line of cops, shouting questions, taking pictures, calling his name. He looked around fearfully as he was manhandled into the back of the vehicle.
"Jack,"
he said when his eyes met mine.
"I'm innocent. I didn't do it."
I tried to get closer but was held back by one of the officers in his dishonor guard.
"Talk to that woman,"
Matteo called to me.
"Luna Colombo, my former police partner. Speak to her."
An officer slid in beside him, slammed the door shut, and another cop thumped the roof. The car sped away. I hurried around the squad of cops and ran for the lawn to see the woman called Luna still jogging barefoot toward the police cordon. She produced an identity card from a small purse and showed it to one of the officers, who stood aside and allowed her to pass into the crowd of journalists. I tried to follow, but when I raced over to him and pleaded for admission, the same officer only replied in terse Italian and waved me toward the long driveway on the other side of the lawn. I stood on the tips of my toes and tried to pick out the fleeing Luna, but she had already vanished into the trees on the far side of the lawn. She was beyond my reach for now. Matteo had brought me to the hotel, and his keys would undoubtedly be in the back of the police car with him. So I joined the handful of bemused guests walking down the driveway, heading for the main road, where they hoped to find transportation back to the city. Chapter 4. I was almost at the main gates, opening onto Largo della Stazione di Palo, a service road that led to the Strada Statale 1 via Aurelia Highway back to Rome. La Posta Vecchia's manicured grounds lay behind me, half a mile of driveway flanked by lush vegetation. Parked automobiles lined the road near the ivy-covered stone archway that marked the entrance to the grounds, but none was available for hire. When I spoke to the drivers, I discovered they'd all been pre-booked by guests who were still being interviewed. The lights of the hotel didn't reach this far, so all I had to guide my way was a half-moon up above and the occasional passing vehicle leaving the estate. Beyond the stone archway, I could see the road wasn't the sort of place taxis touted for trade. It was a quiet country lane that connected the surrounding properties with the main artery into Rome. I resigned myself to ordering an Uber, which would involve at least a 40-minute wait. I pulled my phone from my jacket pocket and was about to open the app when a figure stepped out of the shadows beneath a tree.
Mr. Morgan?
It was a woman, her silhouette slim, tall, graceful. As she drew nearer, I saw a warm, open face and eyes that were spirited and bright. This was someone who didn't miss much. She wore a long red dress that hugged her figure closely.
Trying to find a ride?
She asked. I nodded. She knew me, but I had no idea who she was. Her outfit suggested she was a guest from the party. Have we met? I asked, certain I would have remembered her. Her English was fluent, but there was the hint of an East African accent beneath a more noticeable Italian one. Ethiopia or Somalia, maybe.
No,
she replied.
We haven't met, but I know who you are by reputation.
And you are? I said, driven to directness since my polite invitation for her to introduce herself had been deflected.
I'd rather not say. Not until I know whether I can trust you.
She could be direct too, it seemed. Trust me with what? I asked.
I have to trust you to tell you.
I wasn't in the mood for riddles. If there's an investigation you'd like us to undertake, you can contact
your country manager,
she asked, cutting me off.
Because I'm pretty sure he passed me a few minutes ago sitting in the back of a police car.
The authorities will get to the bottom of this tragedy, and Matteo will be exonerated. In the meantime, there are other members of my organization who can help you, I said. If that's why you're here.
Who?
She asked.
Who else do you have on the ground in Rome?
I hesitated.
Matteo Ricci did all the hiring, once you'd recruited him. Do you even know who you have working for you?
She pressed me. She'd got right to the heart of my concerns about the new business. I now had so many operations, I couldn't take the same level of interest in them as I had when there had just been the original office in Los Angeles. I increasingly relied on the country managers to do the right thing and follow Private's rigorous training program and corporate ethos. But no matter how tight a ship we ran, we couldn't plan ahead for every eventuality. In this particular case, no amount of training could ever compensate for what seemed to be a basic error of judgment on my part: hiring a killer to run the Rome office. Did Matteo invite you? I asked the woman. Are you a friend or a former colleague of his?
Neither,
she replied.
I never made it inside your party, Mr. Morgan. I'm a gatecrasher.
I studied her more closely, wondering who she really was. She didn't seem dangerous, but she wasn't friendly either.
I'm trying to discover the truth, she went on, following a lead.
Not police. A rival detective? Or a journalist, maybe? I suggested, and her eyes flashed. Our publicity team would have arranged an invitation, Ms.
Nobody. I'm Ms. Nobody. It's not the kind of lead a publicity team can help with. I'm more interested in why a decorated Rome police inspector leaves the force to work as a private investigator.
I only hire the best people, I responded.
Perhaps. But it still feels an odd choice for Inspector Ricci to make, and sudden, too.
If you know something about what happened here tonight—
I don't, she interrupted. That's why I came here. To find out. I wasn't expecting there to be a murder.
Find out what? I tried.
Again, you're asking me to trust you without earning it.
Why wouldn't you trust me?
Because you appear to hire killers, Mr. Morgan.
That stung. In my experience, killers are more likely to lurk in the shadows, I replied pointedly. She scoffed.
Me? A killer? The suggestion is beneath you. Besides, there were plenty of killers and villains at your party. Crooked cops, spies, corrupt politicians, vicious gangsters in suits. Your guest list wasn't just the great and good of Rome. It also included some of the troubled and troublemakers. This is an ancient city, Mr. Morgan. One of the oldest there is. Corruption has flowed through its veins since before the days of Christ.
What corruption? What do you know? I asked. The car turned onto the driveway and drove under the stone arch.
This is my ride,
my mysterious inquisitor said, checking her phone.
We'll speak again, Mr. Morgan.
She moved away from me and flagged down the approaching vehicle. Her red dress seemed to glow in its dazzling headlights. How? What's your number?
I'm not going to tell you who I am, she replied, as the driver slowed to a halt. Not yet, Mr. Morgan. Not until I know I can trust you.
She opened the rear door and slid onto the back seat. Once she was settled, she closed the door and the driver turned the car around and headed back the way he'd come. After the arch, he turned left, toward Rome. I could have kicked myself for failing to suggest to the mystery woman that she should take a chance on me and let me prove how trustworthy I could be on the ride back to the city. Instead, I ambled along the country road, using my phone to summon a car of my own. Chapter 5. My Uber arrived 40 minutes later, and I finally reached the Hotel Hassler on the Piazza della Trinità dei Monti at a little after 1 a.m. The Hassler is located at the top of the Spanish Steps and is one of Rome's most prestigious hotels, its grand white stone facade looming over a small cobbled square. Inside, there are magnificent restaurants and suites offering some of the finest views of the Eternal City. Alessandro Calla, Private's local corporate lawyer, had suggested the hotel because of its proximity to the Centro Storico of Rome, and it was no hardship to stay among the narrow streets, crooked alleyways, and ancient buildings that were reminders of the city's glorious past. The hotel itself was a strange mix of old and new, the solid 7-story imperial-style building housing wood-paneled lounges and glass and steel suites. Gilt, marble, and fine leather mingled with contemporary furniture and abstract art. But somehow, the clash between present and past seemed to work, linked by the common value of luxury that infused every aspect of the place, from the food to the service. A uniformed doorman held the door open and welcomed me by name as I entered the lobby, where a chalk-white marble floor met a curved onyx wall. I headed for the elevators, but paused when my phone rang. I was grateful to see it was Justine returning the calls I'd made while waiting for my car to arrive. "Just," I said, answering.
"Everything okay, Jack?"
she immediately asked. Local news had been told someone had been murdered at La Posta Vecchia, but no further details had been released, so there was no way Justine could have had any idea what had happened. "There's been a death," I revealed, and she stayed quiet. "Matteo Ricci has been arrested for killing a priest at the private launch party."
"Oh, Jack," she gasped. "That's terrible."
"It's not been good," I replied. "The poor priest was shot at close range, and Matteo was found holding the gun, but he claims he's innocent."
"Do you believe him?"
It was a very good question. I don't know. I mean, how well can a person know someone they've only met 4 times? Our interview process is designed to gauge performance, not weed out potential killers. I found him standing over the victim, holding the murder weapon, but something about it doesn't add up. If he wanted the man dead, why shoot him at the party where there was no chance of avoiding capture? Justine murmured agreement. "And there was a woman lurking around the hotel. She claimed to be a journalist but refused to give me her name." Justine sighed.
"So you're not coming home?"
This was meant to be a quick in-and-out trip. 5 days to attend the launch, take care of the last of the paperwork involved in launching the business, and meet the investigators Matteo had chosen to form the core team as they started their training. I began, but Justine didn't let me get any further.
"It's okay,"
she said.
"I know you can't leave a situation like this."
I breathed out a sigh of relief. Justine and I had been together through some turbulent times, but as Private's chief forensic psychologist and profiler, she knew the demands of the job. "I don't know what I've done to deserve you," I remarked.
"You were an angel in a previous life,"
she replied. I laughed. "If you say so. Listen, can you do me a favor and ask Mobot to check out someone called Luna Colombo?" Maureen Mobot Roth was Private's head of technology. She was a world leader in digital security and data collection and management. She was also a renowned white hat hacker, someone who used their understanding of technology for good, though I suspected she was also a notorious black or at least gray hat in her free time, crossing the line into criminality when necessary. Luna was Matteo's partner in Rome Police. Before they took him away, he told me I had to talk to her.
"Sounds like you've got the beginnings of a case," Justine replied. "I'll get right on it. You know what I'm going to tell you."
"Be careful," I guessed.
"That's right."
"I will," I replied. "Love you."
"Love you too. Speak soon."
I hung up and continued toward the elevators. As I left the reception area and passed the lounge bar, I saw the distorted figure of a man reflected in one of the mirrors and turned to see Joseph Stadler. Like me, he still wore his tuxedo. I'd undone my bow tie in the Uber, but his was impeccably taut.
"Mr. Morgan," he said, "I'm sorry to intrude upon you at your hotel at this hour, but I felt it imperative I see you after tonight's terrible tragedy."
"What can I do for you, Mr. Stadler?"
"I wanted to speak to you at La Posta Vecchia, but the police kept us all separated, and I was concerned you might leave Rome quickly after such a blow," he replied. "I know you by reputation, Mr. Morgan. You are the best private investigator there is." He hesitated, perhaps expecting a response, but it was too late for me to pretend to be taken in by easy praise, which from a stranger is sometimes a sign of attempted manipulation. "Anyway," he went on, "Father Brambilla worked for me for many years as part of the church's oversight team. He was a good friend."
"Then I'm sorry for your loss," I remarked. Stadler nodded slowly, tears welling in his eyes.
"Thank you. I cannot believe your associate killed him, Mr. Morgan. If he did, I would like to understand why. If he didn't, I want to know the name of the true murderer and bring him or her to justice. I hope this is not putting you in an awkward position, but I would like to hire you and your agency to investigate the death of Father Ignacio Brambilla."
My mind instinctively turned to potential conflicts, although in reality, I'd already decided to get to the truth myself.
"Please,"
Stadler said.
"Please help me find the person who killed my friend."
His eyes were full of pain, but even such open distress wasn't enough to compel me. "I can't simply accept a commission like this," I replied. "Not without first conducting due diligence and considering any possible conflicts of interest." I'd been stung before when an imposter had engaged me to track down a woman he'd claimed was his daughter. After discovering the ruse, I'd implemented stricter client engagement checks and wasn't about to ignore them, even if Stadler's interests seemed to coincide with my own. "I'll think about it, Mr. Stadler, and take care of the necessary background," I told him.
"You can reach me here," he said, handing me his card. "I would expect nothing less than the utmost professionalism from you, Mr. Morgan. And I could hope for no more, not under such tragic circumstances. I will wait to hear from you. Have a good night."
"You too," I responded, and he bowed slightly and backed away. As he left the hotel, I sent Justine a text message. "Ask Mo to give me background on Joseph Stadler, COO of the Vatican Bank." Justine replied instantly.
"Will do, X."
Exhausted, my mind still churning with questions, I finally made it to one of the elevators and headed up to my suite. Chapter 6. I woke early the following morning. The first fingers of dawn reached between the heavy drapes at the windows of my 6th-floor suite. I could hear faint sounds from the waking city, but neither sound nor light had troubled me. I'd been woken by disjointed dreams of the previous night's events, the troubling memory of a dead man lying at my colleague's feet. It had been a long time since I've been to church, but I'd been raised a Catholic. Despite drifting away from the faith and all the trouble and scandal the institution had faced in recent years, I still had a special respect for the men and women who devoted their lives to God. Whether one was devout or faithless, it was hard not to be moved by a strength of belief that drove people to seek a higher, more profound connection with the divine. I couldn't put my finger on why the church had shrunk into the background of my own life. Maybe my wartime experiences as a pilot had exposed me to horrors that made me question why an omnipotent God was not more vengeful in the face of wrongdoing. Or perhaps I'd sinned so many times myself, killing in the name of necessity, that I was afraid of how I'd be received by the Almighty. Whatever the reason, my faith today felt far less real and immediate than it had as a child. But the sight of a dead priest had stirred it into life. Even someone as lapsed as I was knew it took a special level of evil to kill a man of the cloth. After trying and failing to fall back to sleep, I rose, showered, and put on the only suit I had brought with me, a light blue linen two-piece, which I wore with an open-collar white shirt. It was professional, but cool enough to cope with Rome's scorching July heat. I'd planned to grab breakfast and head for Private's empty new offices on Via Attilio Regolo, near Rome's historic shopping district, but my phone rang as I was putting on my shoes. It was Alessandro Cala, our Rome lawyer. "Alessandro," I said, "you heard?"
"I have," he replied, "and arranged for a criminal defense lawyer to interview Signor Ricci. Her name is Gianna Bianchi, and she is one of the best in Rome. She's going to see him at 8, half an hour's time, at police headquarters on the Via di San Vitale. I thought I should let you know in case you want to sit in."
"Thank you," I said, cradling the phone against my shoulder as I tied my laces. "I'm on my way."
"Good luck," Alessandro responded. "Let me know if I can be of further assistance."
I took a cab from the rank in the square opposite the hotel, and the driver, a young Moroccan, drove me on a circuitous route that navigated the city's one-way system, passing the Villa Borghese Park and the National Gallery, among other landmarks. It was impossible not to be captivated by the beauty and history of Rome. Everywhere I looked, the past reached out and called to me. From the ancient stones and statues that adorned the streets to the historic buildings and churches still in use, it was hard not to picture all the past lives spent in this awe-inspiring place. People caught up in intrigue and drama in what had once been the most powerful city on earth, or ordinary folk just struggling to get by. All of them had felt the warmth of the same sun that shone down on the city today, making its terracotta roofs, stucco and sandstone buildings glow beneath a cloudless blue sky. We arrived at Rome Police Headquarters on Via di San Vitale at 7:50 a.m. I paid the driver and went inside. Constructed of monumental white blocks of stone in the classical style, the grand 4-story building took up almost an entire city block. A large archway cut through the outer facade to reveal the imposing structure was built around a courtyard used for parking. I walked under the arch to find a vaulted reception area to my left. It felt cool, almost chilly in the early morning shade. The lobby was quiet, but as I made my way to the reception desk, a voice called out,
"Mr. Morgan."
I turned to see a woman in a light brown trouser suit rise from a chair in a waiting area off to one side. She had wild black hair, barely restrained in a messy bun, and couldn't have been more than 5'4" in her 3-inch heels.
"I'm Gianna Bianchi,"
she said, swinging a messenger bag over her shoulder as she approached. I shook her hand. "Jack Morgan. Alessandro told me I'd find you here."
"I'm just waiting to be taken inside,"
she told me.
"You were at the party, correct?"
I nodded. I found Matteo and Father Brambilla, the victim.
"I've read the first reports,"
she said, tapping her bag. "Matteo claims innocence." She smiled.
"That's good. It's hard to convince a judge if even the client doesn't believe he's innocent."
A reinforced security door beside the reception desk opened, and a uniformed cop stepped through. "Signora Bianchi," he said, signaling to my companion. She walked over, and I followed. They spoke together in Italian. He looked me up and down before standing back to allow us to pass. We followed him along a maze of corridors until we reached a run of interview rooms. He took us to one at the very end and used a key card to unlock the door. When we stepped inside the whitewashed room, I saw Matteo sitting opposite the police inspector who had brought order to the crime scene the previous night. Mia Esposito, dressed in a black skirt and red blouse, didn't bother standing as we entered.
"Mr. Morgan shouldn't be here,"
she said to Gianna.
"Mr. Morgan is assisting me. If that's a problem, we can go before a judge."
The lawyer stared at Esposito, who caved and nodded at the uniformed officer. He stepped out and closed the door, and Gianna crossed the small room and took a seat next to Matteo. He looked drained, haunted even, his eyes wide and ringed by shadows that looked deep enough to be bruises. Shock and exhaustion had left his handsome face looking drawn. He was still in his tux, but instead of glamour, it added an air of desperation. I leant against the wall and nodded to Matteo, who barely registered my presence.
"We will conduct the interview in Italian,"
Esposito noted,
"for the benefit of the court."
Gianna nodded, and the inspector pressed a button on a desktop device. She was about to begin her preamble when Matteo looked at me and interrupted her.
"Before we get started, I want to speak in English so Mr. Morgan can understand. I want him to know I'm innocent. I did not kill Father Brambilla."
Maybe you could see doubt in my eyes.
"There is knowledge, and then there is faith. Sometimes when all the evidence tells us something, faith compels us to a different truth. I know how it seems, but I did not shoot that man."
"What happened then?" I asked, ignoring an irritated tut from Esposito. Matteo hesitated.
"I don't know."
He paused again.
"I understand how that must sound, but I did not kill Father Brambilla. He was my mentor once, and a friend."
Matteo's voice broke. He looked as though he might cry.
"I could never hurt him."
"Faith is the preserve of the naive," Esposito said.
"Those more experienced in life know that truth is a case of compiling facts and evidence. If you are finished with your little drama, perhaps we can begin in earnest now. Please explain to me, if you can, Signor Ricci, how a man came to be dead at your feet, shot by a bullet from the gun you were holding.
Matteo sagged back in his chair. After a few moments' silence, he nodded. Esposito bent closer to him and began the interview preamble in Italian. Chapter 7. I couldn't understand Matteo's statement, but Inspector Esposito's skepticism transcended language. I recognized Matteo's defensive tone and the irritation in Gianna Bianchi's frequent interruptions. Matteo's account of events clearly wasn't satisfying the abrasive inspector. After an hour, she brought the interview to a close and let us out.
"I didn't do it,"
Matteo called to us as we left the room.
"You have to believe me, Jack."
He seemed so earnest, his tone pleading. If he was guilty, he was an excellent actor, but then years of police work would have exposed him to the most convincing criminals. Proving innocence was not about observing human emotion, it was about interpreting the evidence. Gianna and Esposito spoke together as the inspector led us back through a maze of corridors to the imposing lobby.
"Have a good day, Mr. Morgan,"
Esposito said, as we stepped through the security door into the vaulted space. It was busier now, with people gathered around the reception desk and thronging the waiting area. "You too," I replied, before she retreated into the building and the door swung shut behind her. Gianna muttered a curse, and I looked at her quizzically.
"Signor Ricci does not have a convincing explanation of events,"
she said.
"He claims to have suffered a blackout. Says he has no recollection of how he came to be holding the gun. He admits there was no one else in the room."
"Apart from Father Brambilla," I remarked.
"Exactly. How could the priest kill himself and still hand Signor Ricci the gun? Or is the more plausible explanation that Ricci shot Father Brambilla?"
She hesitated.
"Don't answer that,"
she advised.
"I need to maintain a reasonable belief in his innocence."
"I think he is innocent," I responded.
"How did it happen, then?"
"I don't know," I conceded. "That's what I need to figure out. But unless I've become a terrible judge of character, I believe Matteo's telling the truth."
"I will take heart from your belief, Mr. Morgan. It will help me do my job."
Of course my instincts wouldn't keep Matteo out of prison. I didn't know the man particularly well and couldn't vouch for him, but I knew when someone was telling the truth, and Matteo was either being honest or else he was utterly deluded, and I was pretty sure he wasn't the latter. But my hunches wouldn't cut it. The court would require evidence, and if Esposito was convinced she had her killer, she wouldn't pull at any threads that might prove his innocence. But I could. "Do you think you could see if Luna Colombo is on duty?" I asked Gianna. She used to be Matteo's partner before he left the force. He told me to talk to her. Gianna nodded and went to the reception desk, where she pushed through a small crowd of people and spoke to one of the duty officers. She returned a few moments later.
"They don't normally give out information, but I've made some friends here. Detective Colombo telephoned sick today."
Coincidence or evasion, I wondered. "Thanks," I replied.
"You're going to work the case yourself?"
Gianna asked, as we walked out through the lobby. I nodded. We don't have any local detectives who've completed their training yet. And something doesn't sit right with me. I can't leave Matteo like this.
"Then let me know what you find,"
she said. "I will," I replied, as we stepped into the shadow of the wide stone arch. A warm breeze blew in from the street and carried with it the smell of traffic fumes.
"Good luck, Mr. Morgan,"
Gianna said, turning left. I was about to turn right toward Via Piacenza, but caught sight of a face I recognized on the other side of the street. It was the mysterious woman who had been lurking in the grounds of La Posta Vecchia. I paused to allow a slow-moving car to pass by, then crossed the road to join her. "Waiting for me?" I asked.
"Waiting to see who goes to visit your man,"
she replied. "We could compare notes," I suggested. She was in jeans and a white t-shirt today, looking more like a Ralph Lauren model than a journalist.
"I work alone,"
she replied.
"Besides, you don't have anything to compare. You're new to Rome. I don't think you have anything worth trading."
I scoffed, but her words hit home. I'd been an outsider in Beijing and Moscow, and knew how a lack of local knowledge could hinder an investigation.
Go to the pleasure hall. It's a brothel in Tor Bella Monaca. If you're as good as people say, you might find something there that's worth trading.
She eyed me closely as she walked away. It was clear she still didn't trust me, but she was prepared to test my competence. As she crossed the street, I took out my phone and used it to snap a few surreptitious pictures of her. I'd inhabited the shadowy world of crime and mystery for longer than I cared to remember, and this stranger was making a mistake in calling into question my honesty and ability. But some people need to learn the hard way. Chapter 8. Tor Bella Monaca is a run-down neighborhood to the east of Rome. The creation of idealistic city planners who'd imagined a diverse population living there in crowded harmony. The place was packed with graffiti-covered tenement blocks that flanked litter-strewn streets, peppered with discount liquor stores and cut-price markets. I could see the tenements start to loom into view as we approached the area along Via Casalina, an elevated highway that ran to the south of Tor Bella Monaca. I was only half paying attention to my surroundings, using my time in the back of an old Mercedes E-Class taxi to run a reverse image search on the photos I'd taken of the mysterious woman who'd been waiting for me outside police headquarters. Most of them were unusable, but one yielded a match. A profile picture for an investigative journalist called Fatima Salah, who worked for La Repubblica, one of Italy's leading daily newspapers. I translated her bio, which revealed she was originally a refugee from Somalia, who had come to Italy as a child, undertaking the perilous journey across the Mediterranean with her family. She'd studied journalism at the University of Milan, where she'd been a prize-winning undergraduate and graduate student. She joined La Repubblica out of college and had worked her way up the paper's ranks by breaking difficult stories. She tackled organized crime, political corruption, and terrorism. From this resume, she struck me as tenacious and brave. I checked the time, 9:42 a.m. Too early for a call stateside. It would be approaching 1 a.m. in L.A., so I sent Mobot a secure email, telling her what I'd learned and asking her to run a full background on Fatima Salah, and was only mildly surprised when I received an almost immediate reply saying she'd get right on it. Maureen Roth rarely slept, and yet she somehow managed to outperform the hardened tech heads she had working for her, despite in many cases being almost double their age. "Thanks," I wrote in reply, and she sent me a smiley face emoji straight back. "It is just along there," the cab driver said, nodding to a bright yellow tower block that stood on the corner of the intersection between Via Giovanni Battista Cigola and Viale Santa Rita d'Acacia. "The 5th floor of the building." "You bring many people here?" I asked, as he slowed to a halt by the park opposite the high-rise. "It's a popular place," he replied. €25, please." I gave him 30 and stepped out of the cab into a quiet street. The noise of distant traffic filled the warm air, but there was little to hear nearby, just a couple of radios leaking music and chat through open apartment windows. As the cab turned around, I crossed the road and walked toward the apartment block. I saw 2 drunks sitting on a bench on the other side of some trees that fronted the street. They muttered quietly as they eyed me over their half-empty liquor bottles. Beyond the trees lay a parking lot filled with old cars. I walked along a cracked concrete path toward the entrance to the block, which was set down a run of steps. The glass doors and windows either side had been painted black, making it impossible to see inside, and the apartments that flanked the entrance looked as though they never caught any sunlight, their windows edged with damp. A guy in his early 20s, a little overweight, bearded, wearing a t-shirt, shorts, and trainers, stood in a tiny patch of sun near the bottom of the steps and watched me as I approached. He didn't say or do anything, but I suspected he was a lookout, keeping an eye open for potential troublemakers or cops. "The pleasure hall?" I asked, wondering why Fatima Salah had sent me to such a sleazy neighborhood. The guy looked me up and down and nodded. 5, he said. I went through the main entrance and found the floor tiles and walls of the lobby had been painted bright red. Dirty footsteps covered the floor, and damp stained the walls, making me feel I was inside a smoker's lung. The place stank of urine and neglect. As I hurried to the open elevator, I was greeted by the stench of bleach. I took the tiny car up to the 5th floor. I stepped out into the corridor and heard pounding music. The walls were painted black and peppered with inset LED lights that changed color in time to the beat. There were 20 doors, 10 on each side of the corridor, but only one stood open. It lay to my right, and the music seemed to originate there, so I walked toward it. As I neared it, a big man in a black suit and shirt appeared and blocked the doorway. He sized me up before standing aside to let me pass. I walked into an open-plan seating area where a dozen women in revealing outfits lounged around on couches, armchairs, and oversized cushions. A slim woman in her 40s sat behind a high counter. Her shaved head was bowed over an iPad. She was engrossed in a movie.
"Signore,"
she said, noticing my approach. I couldn't figure out why Fatima had sent me to a brothel until my eye was drawn to movement on the other side of the room. Someone was trying surreptitiously to ease a door closed with their foot. Through the crack, I could see a small sitting room, and reflected in the black screen of a turned-off television, the face of Luna Colombo, Matteo Ricci's former police partner. Chapter 9. I moved through the open-plan room as the door clicked shut. The woman with the shaved head stepped out from behind the counter and blocked my path.
"Scusi, signore,"
she said. "I need to talk to that lady," I responded, trying to pass.
"This is not a place for talking, sir,"
she said.
"Alonso."
The guy at the door lumbered toward me, his face twisting into a scowl.
"Help the signor out. He has come to the wrong place,"
the woman said. The mass of flesh that was Alonso grabbed my shoulder, but I ducked and slipped clear of his grasp. I sidestepped the woman blocking my path and ran toward the closed door. Alonso came after me, but I moved aside suddenly, caught his arm, and used his momentum to accelerate him at it. He crashed into it, cracking the lock from the frame, falling into the room as the door swung open. He stumbled to his knees, and the woman behind me gasped and cried out as I rushed forward and punched Alonso in the face, knocking him down. He fell back, groaning, clutching his face, and I punched him again, knocking him out cold. The woman with the shaved head cursed, and when I glanced over my shoulder, I saw her moving toward the counter. I looked around the grubby side room. The couch heaped with pillows and blankets, a television, and some used dishes. It looked as though Luna had slept here, but what would a cop be doing in a place like this? There was no sign of her, but the window on the other side of the room was open, the curtain flapping in the breeze. I heard more cursing and glanced behind me to see the shaven-headed woman aiming a taser directly at me. I stepped clear just in time, and the wired barbs shot into the air beside me. Alonso was stirring. He fumbled for my feet, but I didn't give either of my assailants a second chance. I ran across the room, yanked the curtain back, and saw a fire escape on the other side of the window. I caught a flash of movement below and realized it was Luna, about 2 flights down, racing for the bottom. I tried to jump through the window, but felt a hand grab my arm. I whirled round and saw a dazed Alonso back on his feet, trying to hold me back. I kicked him in the shin, and as he buckled, swung a right cross that knocked him out again. He tumbled to the floor, and I leapt through the window and raced down the metal steps. The fire escape zigzagged down the rear of the building, connecting all the apartments on this side. I raced down, taking the steps 2 or 3 at a time, and quickly closed the gap between me and Luna to a single story. She reached the ground and sprinted around the corner. I followed moments later, my legs aching, my lungs burning, heart thundering. I heard an engine start and rounded the corner to see Luna behind the wheel of an old BMW 3 Series, parked in the small lot beside the building. The car shot forward, and the tires screeched as Luna swung a hard turn to navigate her way along the snaking route that would take her out of the lot. Old rusty cars filled most of the spaces, so her options for shortcuts were limited. I knew if she reached the road, I would have no chance of catching her. I raced forward, aiming for the exit point. I stooped to grab a loose chunk of paving block from the edge of the cracked path. As Luna turned in my direction and sped toward the road, I hurled the missile at the car. It hit the windshield, smashing the glass, turning it crushed ice white. Luna swerved instinctively and crashed into a couple of parked cars. As I ran over, I saw her roll onto the back seat and escape through one of the rear doors. She was unsteady on her feet and managed only a couple of faltering steps before I caught up. I grabbed her by the arm and pulled her back. She spun round and tried to punch me in the mouth, but I blocked the blow and pushed her against the BMW. "It's over," I told her. "Enough." Chapter 10. Fury still blazed in her eyes, so I repeated myself. "It's over." Her heightened emotion dwindled, and she slumped a little, acknowledging defeat or an injury picked up in the car crash. "Are you okay?" I asked. Luna nodded.
"We need to get off the street."
She glanced around nervously. The man who'd been keeping lookout by the main entrance to the tower block was crossing the courtyard toward us. Luna caught his eye and waved him back.
"Va bene. È un vecchio amico,"
she yelled. And to me,
"I told him you're an old friend."
I looked at the man and gave him a reassuring wave. He hesitated, but backed away.
"Come on,"
Luna said. She took a step and faltered.
"I think I hit my head."
"Sorry," I said. "It was the only way I could think of to stop you. Do you need a doctor?" She shook her head.
"No doctors."
"Why?" I asked. "What's going on?" She steadied herself against the BMW and focused on the row of cars opposite us.
"The Fiat Coupe. We can take that."
There was a 25-year-old black Fiat Coupe, parked in a line of ancient mid-range performance cars. "We can't just steal," I began, but she cut me off.
"Not steal, borrow," she said. "These all belong to the pleasure hall. You drive."
She walked to the car and opened the passenger door. I found the driver's door unlocked and slid behind the wheel. The black leather interior was trimmed with chrome, and the Pininfarina signature on the dash signaled that the small sports car had borrowed its interior styling from Ferrari.
"The key is in the visor,"
Luna said as she closed her door. I lowered the driver's shade, and the ignition key dropped into my hand. "What about thieves?"
"Thieves?"
she scoffed.
"We don't worry about them here."
I puzzled over her reply as I started the engine. Fiats were notorious for poor electrics, but this one had been well cared for, and the engine growled to life on the first try. I drove out of the space, wove around the wreckage of Luna's crashed BMW, and pulled out of the lot. "Sorry about your car."
"It's not mine," she replied. "It's like this one, and most of the others back there. Borrowed."
"Who from? Who owns the pleasure hall?" She didn't reply. "Where am I going?" I asked. She shrugged.
"You spoilt my day."
"Your day spent hiding in a brothel?" She remained impassive. "What was a cop doing in a place like that?" I pressed her.
"I'm not allowed a personal life?"
"According to your colleagues, you called in sick, and you tried to escape, so this is about more than an unconventional personal life." I took a left onto Via Acquaroni and joined the traffic heading south toward the highway. We were in the heart of Tor Bella Monica now, and our surroundings were noticeably run down. "Even the most generous mind would think you were hiding," I remarked. She gave a hollow laugh.
"Why would I be hiding?"
"That's exactly what I want to know," I said. "Matteo told me to talk to you. You used to be his partner, right?" She pursed her lips and kept her eyes fixed on the road. "Why? What did he want you to tell me?" I wondered. She glared at me.
"Let me out,"
she said. "I don't think so. I think I'm going to take you in, sit you down with Mia Esposito, the detective in charge, and see if she can figure it out." I sensed anger and frustration radiating from Luna, but her resolve crumbled.
"How do I know Matteo wants me to trust you?"
You don't, I replied. But I can take you to police headquarters if you want to ask him yourself. She pondered the situation and reached a decision.
Filippo Lombardi, she said. He was a Rome prosecutor who died in a car crash a couple of months ago. Matteo and I were working the investigation together. I thought Lombardi had been driven off the road, but Matteo said it was an accident. He said he'd been visited by a man who'd convinced him there was no need to investigate Lombardi's death. A priest.
A priest? I asked, sensing a connection. Brambilla?
I don't know,
Luna replied.
Perhaps.
And? I asked.
And?
She repeated.
That's all I know.
I studied her, trying to gauge if she was being truthful.
I know that look, she said. Why would I tell half the story? Filippo Lombardi died out near Poli, in the hills. I thought there was another vehicle involved. Matteo convinced me I was wrong.
So someone might have killed Brambilla to cover up the earlier murder? I suggested.
Or else Matteo silenced him?
She responded. You think your former partner is capable of murder? And even if it was him, why are you running? He's in custody.
I've been a police officer long enough to know we can all kill, given a strong motive, she replied. And you're the only one in this car who thinks I was running.
I couldn't disagree. But I also couldn't believe her former partner, my country manager, was a murderer. But detective work was about evidence, not belief. And so far the evidence against Matteo was overwhelming.
Have I earned my freedom? Luna asked. Or do you intend to keep me hostage?
You're free, I replied. But if you think this has something to do with your earlier investigation, you should inform your colleagues. I pressed the brake pedal as we approached the intersection with Via Amaretta.
Welcome to Rome, Mr. Morgan,
Luna said.
Spend enough time here, and you will learn how the city works.
Was she alluding to corruption? Almost certainly. Show me where Lombardi died, I said. She sighed and nodded.
Meet me at La Rustica Mall at 2 tomorrow afternoon. The west entrance. I'll take you where you want to go.
She opened her door.
Ciao,
she said, stepping onto the sidewalk. She swung the door closed, and I watched her head east along Via Amaretta, past the graffiti-scrawled shutters of a shop in the ground floor of an abandoned apartment block. The toot of a horn focused my attention on the road. I noticed the traffic had moved on. I stepped on the accelerator and caught up to the slow line ahead, wondering why Matteo would have subverted an investigation into the death of a city prosecutor. Chapter 11. Luna was right, of course. I was a newcomer, an outsider, with no idea how Rome worked, but it was clear there were complex, deep networks here, linking law with crime, politics with corruption, and the street with the corridors of ultimate power. Such networks could be found in every city, but Rome was so old, I could easily imagine some of the links here going back hundreds of years. And then there was the church, standing in the very center of the city with such power, it was its own state. The Holy Roman Church, the beating heart of Catholicism, preyed on my mind, not just because Father Brambilla was a priest, or because I had been approached by a senior member of the Vatican Bank, but because my current proximity to the Holy See had reminded me how far I had strayed from the faith of my childhood. I don't think I felt guilt, more disappointment that somewhere along the way, my belief in something greater had faltered. That I had not only lost faith in my church, but in the goodness of the world around me, as I'd been exposed to more of its cruelties and evil. My mind churning, I returned the Fiat Coupe to the parking lot outside the pleasure hall. There was a gang of men gathered around the crashed BMW who eyed me coldly while I parked the Fiat at the edge of the lot, but they made no attempt to approach me. Had Luna spoken to them? What was her connection to this place? And why did she have more faith in the criminal underworld than in her fellow cops? I regretted letting her go without getting answers to those questions. but our best thoughts often come to us after the opportunity to implement them had passed. I walked along Via Giovanni Battista Cigola and finally reached Via di Tor Bella Monica, where there was a steady flow of traffic heading for the highway to the south. I finally managed to hail a cab and told the driver to take me to the Hassler. Once in my room, I checked my messages on private secure email server and found one from Mobot asking me to call her.
"Jack,"
she said when she picked up.
"How are things over there?"
"Interesting," I replied. "Matteo Ricci swears he's innocent but can't explain what happened. You got anything on his former partner, Luna Colombo?"
"Not yet. I'm still working on it,"
Mobot said.
"But I've got the background on Fatima Salah. I'll send you the full file, but she's vanilla. What you see is what you get. Child refugee, came to Italy with her family, and built a life for herself as an investigative journalist. Brave, thorough, and more importantly, honest. No red flags at all."
"Good to know," I replied.
"How long do you think you'll be out there?"
"Until this gets done," I said.
"We've been talking about coming over to help."
"Don't. I'm okay."
"But the Rome office isn't even up and running,"
she protested.
"You're on your own."
"I'll let you know if I need help. There's no point disrupting our other operations. What's happening here is disruption enough. Stay focused on the day-to-day."
"Yes, boss,"
she snapped back. "I didn't mean it like that."
"I know,"
she said, her tone softening.
"You're too stubborn. But you're also right, which is infuriating. Keep in touch."
"Will do," I said, before hanging up. Outside, the bells of a nearby church were tolling, divine sound rising above the mundane noises of the city. It was beautiful, and I could understand why churches had seemed magical places in the days before recorded music. Where else would ordinary people have heard such beautiful sounds? I crossed my room and picked up a card from my desk. I dialed the cell phone number printed on the front, and my call was answered after a couple of rings. "Si?" "Mr. Stadler, it's Jack Morgan." "Mr. Morgan, good to hear from you. Have you reached the decision?" "Yes," I replied. "I was going to be investigating the death of Father Brambilla anyway. I might as well be paid for my efforts, and I suspected the chief operating officer of the Vatican Bank would be a useful client. With his political and business connections, Joseph Stadler could probably open many doors around the city that would remain close to me if I went it alone." "I'll take the case," I told him. "I'll find out what really happened to Father Brambilla." Chapter 12. Justine and I kept a video link open while she put together a profile of someone who was blackmailing one of our New York office's corporate clients. I spent the evening reviewing Fatima Salah's background in journalism, and every now and again Justine and I would break off from work to chat. It wasn't the same as being together physically, but it would have to suffice. Finally, when it got late and the world outside fell silent, I said goodnight. The following morning, I dressed and had breakfast on the hotel terrace overlooking the city. It was a clear, crisp morning, and the promise of a scorching day ahead grew with each passing moment. Rome seemed alive and was already humming with the buzz of scooters, vehicle horns, and the rumble of traffic. The air around me was rich with the promise of fresh brewed coffee and pastries. When I finished my espresso, I caught a cab in front of the hotel, and the driver took me to police headquarters on Via di San Vitale. We arrived shortly before 8:30 a.m., and Gianna Bianchi was already there. I'd requested the meeting the previous night, after puzzling over my encounter with Luna Colombo. "Thanks for coming, Miss Bianchi," I said, approaching the lawyer, who was dressed today in a thin knee-length orange shift dress. It wouldn't have looked out of place at the beach, but was practical in the Roman summer.
"It's no problem," she replied. "And please call me Gianna."
The day was only getting started, and I was already feeling the heat. I took off my light blue jacket and draped it over my arm.
"It's going to be as hot as an oven today," she remarked. "Why do you want to see Signor Ricci again?"
I spoke to his former police partner, and our conversation raised some questions.
"Shall we go inside?"
Gianna asked. I nodded, and we headed into the building. 10 minutes after presenting ourselves at the reception desk, we were seated in an interview room, waiting for Matteo. I'd been in many such rooms, but they never lost their ability to remind me of the precious nature of freedom and how easily it could be lost. I was able to walk out of this place, but one mistake, one simple error, and I might find myself on the wrong side of the table, trapped at the whim of a cop or judge. Any of us might, which was part of the reason I was in this business. Justice should concern us all, because we can all be touched by injustice. It only takes some bad luck. The sound of the door opening interrupted my reflection, and I turned to see Matteo brought into the room by a uniformed officer, who led him to the chair opposite us and cuffed his wrists to an iron staple fixed to the tabletop.
"Morning, Signor Ricci,"
Gianna said as the officer withdrew.
"I need to get out of here,"
Matteo said abruptly. Shadows ringed his eyes, which were bloodshot and watering.
"The men they're holding me with know I used to be a cop." "The circumstances of your arrest preclude bail," Gianna replied. "I'm sorry. The only way you'll be released is if we can clear your name."
Matteo cursed under his breath. "We're working on getting you out," I assured him. "I found Luna. It wasn't easy, but I found her." Matteo gave me his attention, but his face was a mask of hopelessness. "Why would a cop go to ground?" I asked. He said nothing. "Was Brambilla the one who warned you off the investigation into Filippo Lombardi's death?" His eyes dropped, and he focused on the tabletop. Was he ashamed, or just trying to protect a secret?
"The prosecutor Lombardi,"
Gianna took up the questioning.
"He died in a car crash. You said it was an accident, was it?"
Matteo did not meet her eye. "Was it Brambilla who persuaded you to drop the case?" I pressed him. He hesitated.
"Yes,"
he said at last. "Why?" I asked.
"Lombardi had driven his car off a hillside near Poli. Father Brambilla told me there was nothing for anyone at the bottom of that ravine but pain. He said he was speaking as my old mentor and friend, looking out for me."
"And you didn't think it was odd?" I remarked. "A priest warning you off an official investigation?"
"Not if he was my friend,"
Matteo replied.
"This is Rome, Mr. Morgan. There are many webs connecting us all."
"And is it possible Father Brambilla was caught up in a web of crime?" Matteo didn't respond. I was about to press him for an answer when he suddenly looked me in the eye and said,
"I think he might have been."
He slumped in his chair as though defeated.
"I shouldn't have let him talk me out of it,"
he said.
"But I'd already decided to leave the police, and I didn't want to put myself or Luna in danger. I didn't think about his motives at the time. Father Brambilla was a priest. I couldn't believe he would do anything wrong."
"What about now?" I asked. Matteo sighed.
"Now I'm not so sure. He might have been an emissary sent by the people who killed Lombardi, because they knew I would listen to my old friend and mentor."
Chapter 13. After we left police headquarters, Gianna and I went our separate ways, and I took a taxi to Piazza Adriana, the grand star-shaped park surrounding Castel Sant'Angelo, an awe-inspiring second-century castle in the heart of Rome. I asked the cab driver to drop me off at the western edge of the park, where I walked along the magnificent Via della Conciliazione toward Vatican City. The wide cobbled street was flanked by sandstone buildings in the imperial style. Some had been plastered and painted terracotta red or pastel hues. Others had been constructed with their imposing stonework visible. None of them could compete with the dome of the Basilica di San Pietro, St. Peter's as it was known in the English-speaking world, which stood at the end of the street, perfectly centered to create a picture postcard scene. As I covered the 4 blocks from the park to St. Peter's Square, the grand buildings to either side of the basilica came into view. The bone-white, semicircular colonnades that stood in front of the papal residence to the north, and large papal audience hall to the south. Some say the ancient Romans realized belief was more powerful than any army. That if you can convince a person you hold the keys to their redemption in the afterlife, they will subjugate themselves to your will without the need to resort to threats or further persuasion. And so, the eternal city waxed ever splendid and impregnable. Conquering without an army, imperious without empire, powerful without temporal responsibility. Vatican City isn't just an architectural marvel. It is the embodiment in marble, stone, and gold of the importance people set on the preservation of their souls. St. Peter's Square was crowded with tourists and pilgrims, and here and there priests and nuns crossing the cobblestones from building to building. There was a time I would have felt awed to find myself in the Holy See by my proximity to the heart of faith. Now, I was simply conflicted. I longed to believe all the things I'd been taught as a child, but afterward I'd experienced so much horror, it was difficult for me to cling to abstract ideals like justice and goodness. I crossed the gray sets that had been worn to a high shine by the passage of so many worshippers over the years, and headed for the Porta Angelica, a gate located behind the North Colonnade. I showed my passport to gain access through one of the lesser-used routes into Vatican City, away from the crowds. I was nodded through a metal detector by a uniformed member of the Vatican police force, who checked my credentials under the watchful gaze of 4 of his colleagues. These men were sartorially a far cry from the city-state's more famous ceremonial Swiss Guard, dressed in blue trousers, dark T-shirts, and baseball caps, holstered Berettas at their hips. I found the headquarters of the Vatican Bank not far from the North Colonnade, in a semicircular red brick building that protruded from the Apostolic Palace and fronted Via Sant'Anna, one of the side streets that connected Vatican City with Rome. It was an unassuming place for an institution that controlled hundreds of billions of dollars in assets around the world, but such anonymity was likely deliberate. The faithful did not need to be reminded of the temporal riches of the Church. It would only encourage dissatisfaction and disgruntlement. Unremarkable from the outside, the 3-story building that housed the bank sang its opulence the moment I stepped through the smoked glass door into a lobby constructed from marble with hardwood trim and gilt fixtures. Oil paintings by old masters hung from the walls, and on the ceiling was a fresco depicting a heavenly scene that might have been a warm-up for the Sistine Chapel. A couple of security guards in tan-colored suits stood by barriers that blocked the way to the elevators, and a lone receptionist in a white blouse and black skirt sat behind a long hardwood counter. "See?" she greeted me. "I have an appointment with Joseph Stadler," I replied. I'd arranged to come in at 11 a.m. during the call in which I'd accepted his commission to investigate Father Brembilla's death. I checked my watch. 10:57 a.m. "Please have a seat," the receptionist replied, and I walked to a seating area near the windows. A huge oil painting of the Passion hung on a wall above a black leather corner unit. I didn't sit, but instead eyed the artistry of the piece. Fine brushwork had captured a photorealistic depiction of Christ's last moments, and the glee and horror of the onlooking crowd. It was a magnificent chronicle of a great crime, arguably the greatest of all. "Mr. Morgan?" a man greeted me some minutes later. I turned to see Christian Altmer, the executive assistant I'd met at the launch party. He flashed me his dazzling smile. "Good to see you again," he said. "Mr. Stadler is ready for you." I followed Altmer beyond the security gates, and we bypassed the elevators and went through another door that took us into a glass-walled walkway connecting the red brick building with a much older white stone structure behind it. "The Vatican is beautiful," Altmer noted, his Swiss accent clipping his flawless English. "But it wasn't designed with business in mind." "The bank isn't a business in the strictest sense," I responded. "It only has one client, right?" He shook his head. "The Vatican Bank handles funds and transactions for people all over the world, Mr. Morgan. It is most definitely a business. We pride ourselves on the diversity of our client base." He used a key card to open a door at the end of the corridor. We entered a small lobby that was unlike any business environment I'd ever seen. The walls and ceiling were covered in depictions of cherubs and heavenly scenes, and angels looked down at me from between puffball clouds.
"This way,"
Altmer said. He stepped into a solitary elevator, and I followed him inside, to see him press the only button on the panel. The doors closed, and we rose through the magnificent old building. A chime sounded, and the doors opened to reveal a large open-plan office containing 4 desks. There were 2 women and a man seated at these.
"This is where I work,"
Altmer said, stepping out. He nodded toward the largest unoccupied desk.
"And these are my colleagues. Mr. Stadler is through here."
We walked past the desks toward open double doors and stepped into a huge private office decorated like one of the finest chapels in Rome. Old master paintings covered the walls, and sculptures were positioned around an opulent seating area, small library, and Stadler's huge desk. Large windows ran the length of the wall opposite, offering a commanding view of the Via del Telegrafo, one of Vatican City's elegant side streets. I wondered if the Pope's private office was quite so opulent.
"Mr. Morgan,"
Stadler said, rising from behind his desk.
"Please have a seat."
He crossed the room, shook my hand, and ushered me to a trio of leather-covered Chesterfield couches. We sat opposite each other.
"Can I offer you a drink?"
he asked, as Altmer closed the doors. I shook my head. "No, thank you." The younger man rejoined us and took a seat beside his boss.
"I'm very glad you agreed to take on the investigation, Mr. Morgan,"
Stadler remarked. "You said Father Brambilla was a friend. How did you get to know him?"
"He did some compliance work for the bank. He was a junior oversight officer for a while, one of the church-appointed guardians, making sure we money men stay honest." Altmer scoffed. "It is an unnecessary level of regulation. The prospect of reputational damage to the Vatican brand keeps us honest. And most times, the priests the church sends to watch over us don't have the expertise to know right from wrong when it comes to banking."
"Did Father Brambilla have that expertise?" I asked.
"He was a good man,"
Stadler replied. Altmer's expression suggested he didn't agree, but he remained silent as his boss went on.
"But I don't know how much he understood of the world of high finance."
"May I see what he worked on?" I asked.
"Of course, but these are old affairs," Stadler replied. "Father Brambilla left his compliance role 3 years ago. My connection to him is purely personal now, or rather it was. I'm sorry, this is so difficult to accept."
"I understand," I said. "I'd still like to take a look."
Stadler smiled sadly. "Christian will give you everything you need."
"Of course," Altmer added, though I sensed resentment at the imposition. "Why did he leave?" I asked.
"Who can say?" Stadler replied. "The church moves people around. One day the compliance officer at the bank, the next the shepherd of a flock in the Democratic Republic of Congo."
"Is that what happened to Father Brambilla?" I asked.
Stadler shook his head. "No. He was appointed one of the Holy Father's special envoys to South America. A high honor and a poorly defined role that gave him plenty of personal freedom."
"You think he might have run into difficulties as a result of that?" I suggested.
Stadler shrugged. "I don't know, Mr. Morgan. If he did, he never mentioned it to me. That's why I need you. I want to know why my friend was murdered."
Chapter 14. I didn't like Christian Altmer. There was something off about the guy, as though he wasn't comfortable in his own skin. The easy charm, good looks, and winning smile couldn't conceal that, and I'd learned not to ignore my first instincts. The moment I settled into the back seat of the cab I'd caught on the Via della Giuliana, I sent Mobot a secure email asking for background on Altmer. Stadler seemed more straightforward. a conservative businessman of high standing within his profession who was obviously motivated by concern for a friend. But a successful track record in business didn't make him incapable of errors of judgment when it came to the people he worked with, something that had been brought home to me by Matteo's arrest. It was possible that I'd been mistaken in appointing him head of private Rome, though I still hoped to be able to prove otherwise. I told the cab driver, a cheerful guy in his 30s who hummed along to the Italian ballads blaring from his radio, to take me to La Rustica Mall on the eastern edge of the city. The neighborhood around Vatican City was alive with tourists, and the hot air thick with fumes from the heavy traffic. Rome was busy this scorching July day, but as we drove through the city, the crowds and traffic thinned until we reached a mall that could have been in any suburb in the world. Luna was waiting by the main entrance and jumped in next to me the moment the cab stopped beside her. She seemed skittish and glanced around nervously as the driver complied with my instruction to head east. We joined the slow-moving traffic rolling out of the parking lot. "Thanks for doing this," I said.
"You shouldn't be thanking me," she replied. "You should be getting on a plane and going back to America."
"What are you afraid of?" I asked.
"Rome is full of enemies, old and new."
"Who are your enemies?" She smiled enigmatically, didn't answer. She relaxed a little once we reached the Autostrada 24 Roma a Teramo, a wide highway that stretched northeast of the city. The driver told me it was known locally as the Parks Motorway. We raced along it for about 15 kilometers before taking a curling exit and joining the Via Palense, a narrow single-lane road that snaked through countryside and up into the hills to the east of Rome. "Where are we going?" I asked. Luna leaned forward and said, "C'è una piccola strada a nord di Bullica Chavecone." The driver nodded, and when we neared the town of Pali, took a right turn onto an even narrower road that climbed higher into the hills. Leaves and branches whipped at the car, but when they cleared, I looked to my right and saw a magnificent view of the San Pietro Valley, a disorganized patchwork of forest, olive and citrus groves, farmhouses and small villages, all shining under the midday sun. Luna's nerves eased the further we traveled from Rome, and the higher we went into the hills. I tried to strike up a couple of conversations with her, the first about what a police officer would be doing in a notorious brothel, and the second about who could scare a detective. She didn't respond to either, but continued to smile at me, eyes concealed behind a pair of opaque sunglasses with green tortoiseshell frames that matched her short voile dress. The taxi reached a tiny hillside road, which, according to a sun-bleached sign, ran between Bullica and Chavecone. The earth around us was tinder dry, but the leaves on the trees were green and gave the arid land a sense of vitality that would otherwise have been absent in the brutal heat. "Hasn't been much rain," I remarked.
"We are into the 4th week of a drought,"
Luna replied, speaking for the first time since we'd left the city.
"It's difficult for the farmers."
We climbed higher still, above the patchwork of citrus and olive groves spread out across the hillside. As we rounded a bend, approaching a particularly sudden drop, Luna leant forward and touched the driver on the shoulder.
"Proprio qui, per favore,"
she said, instructing him to stop. He pulled into a narrow turning place on the hillside, and I asked him to wait, but he spoke quickly to Luna.
"He wants to go to Pali for fuel," she translated. "He'll be back in 20 minutes.
I nodded and we got out, watching the man drive away, leaving us in the baking heat of the exposed hillside.
"This way,"
Luna said, heading east, but I didn't need her to guide me. The site of the accident was clear to see. "Are those his tire marks?" I asked. She nodded. There was a pair of thick black lines veering toward the edge of a steep drop, and a gap where bushes and trees had been uprooted, and the view to the valley below exposed. "Looks like he tried to stop," I said. "Like he really didn't want to crash."
"Yes,"
she agreed.
"What else do you see?"
I crouched down and studied the rubber residue on the road surface before standing up and looking around. Quiet road, good visibility all around. There was a clear line of sight in both directions from the sweeping bend, and the elevation meant we could see the road winding up and down for long distances around us. Headlights would have been visible from a great distance at night. "He's in the center of the road to begin with," I said, as we walked between the tire marks. I crouched down again and examined the nearest mark. "There's a kink here, and again further on, as though the car hit something."
"That's what I saw too," Luna said.
"Maybe he was being shunted from behind," I suggested, and she nodded. "You think there was another vehicle?"
"I think he might have been forced off the road."
We walked to the place where the tire tracks ended, the edge of the steep drop, and I craned over and peered down at the valley floor some 200 feet below. My stomach lurched at the thought of Lombardi plummeting to his doom. "I think you're right," I said. Luna was about to respond when gunfire erupted all around us. Chapter 15. The shots came from the hillside above. We were lucky we weren't targeted by a proficient marksman. A volley of bullets chewed the dirt near our feet. I grabbed Luna and pulled her toward a tree by the side of the road as the gunman corrected his flawed aim. He must have been using an automatic rifle, because as we ran, he switched from fairly targeted semi-automatic fire to strafing. The rapid staccato of shots echoed around the wide valley. I pushed Luna behind the trunk of an ancient stone pine, rooted at the very edge of the hillside, and she grabbed a branch to stop herself from tumbling over the steep drop. I joined her as bullets shredded the thick bark of the tree in front of us, and we crouched and moved along a narrow ledge to take cover behind a collapsed stone sheepfold directly beside the tree. A hail of bullets chipped the large boulders that protected us and filled the air with dust. Luna cursed in Italian.
"He must have followed you."
"Or you," I countered. "Who the heck is it?" The gunfire stopped. There was a moment of stillness, disturbed only by the ringing in my ears. I took the opportunity to glance over the stones and saw movement on a ridge about 150 feet above us. The rough hillside was covered in tufty grass, dried to an earth brown, and pocked with patches of gray stone. There was a rocky outcrop on the ridge edged by some bushes, which concealed the shooter. The slope to either side of the ridge was steep, but looked scalable. I ducked back as the gunman snapped a magazine in place and opened fire again. As a hail of bullets struck the stones, I leaned close to Luna and said, "When he runs out of ammo, let him see you." She looked dismayed but nodded agreement. I crouched and swung my legs over the side of the cliff, starting to climb down the root system that stuck out of the hillside. Earth and stones fell away as I clung to the gnarled roots. Above me, the crack and snap of bullets continued. I was soon low enough to be concealed by the lip of the road, starting to traverse a tiny ledge, a vein of rock that stuck out of the hillside. I held onto roots, rock, and where there was nothing else, earth, as I edged around the bend, inch by inch. There was a lull in the gunfire as our assailant reloaded, but it soon resumed. I started sweating in the sweltering heat. My clothes grew damp and dirty as I hauled myself along the hillside. My breathing became labored. My arms and fingers ached from the effort of keeping my balance. When I finally thought I'd be shielded from view by the curve of the road, I clambered up the steep slope to the edge. There was an old metal barrier here. I used it to pull myself up and over. I could see Luna behind the boulders, which were being peppered by bullets, but the shooter was hidden from my sight by the curving terrain, which meant he couldn't see me either. I ran across the road and scrambled up the steep slope on the far side. I covered the 150-foot incline in a minute or so and was gasping and sore by the time I was about level with the gunman. I picked up a large stone and crept along the hillside until I saw the man lying prone behind the scrub that concealed him from the road. The sound of gunfire meant he didn't hear me approach, but when I was a few feet from him, he ran out of ammunition and paused to reload. I froze, but wasn't quick enough. He must have caught my movement, because he turned and his eyes widened when he saw me. He reached for a pistol on the ground beside him, but I leapt forward and swung the stone down onto his skull, knocking him away from the handgun. We grappled and rolled around the outcrop. I was punching him in the ribs while he groaned and tried to defend himself. He got lucky and dazed me with an elbow to my nose. I rolled clear. We both stood and faced each other. The pistol was behind me. I saw him eye it greedily, but I was closer. I ran for the gun, grabbed it, and raised it at him as I swung back. To my shock, he didn't freeze. Instead, he ran across the outcrop, pushed through the vegetation, and hurled himself off. Chapter 16. He cried out as he fell. The terrible sound was cut short by a sickening thud as he hit the ground far below. I ran to the edge and pushed through the surrounding scrub as far as I could until I saw Luna begin to ease her way hesitantly over the boulders. As I leant forward, I saw our assailant's twisted body on the road below, a pool of blood spreading from his head. Movement caught my eye, and I saw our taxi approaching, taking one of the bends further along the valley, about a mile away. I stepped back from the outcrop, hurried along the ridge to the sloping hillside, and scrambled down the steep incline, sending stones and dirt sliding ahead of me. I was gasping and drenched with sweat by the time I joined Luna beside the man's body. She'd crouched down next to him, her fingers pressed against his neck. "He's dead," she stated, though I'd been in doubt. "What happened up there?" There was accusation in her eyes, or maybe I was just projecting my own guilt. I hadn't done anything, though. It was strictly self-defense. Maybe she couldn't suppress the cop in her. "He jumped," I replied. "We were fighting, and when I got the upper hand, he threw himself over the edge." Luna stood and eyed me skeptically, but her attention shifted to something behind me, and I turned to see the cab approaching. The driver's eyes widened as he halted close by. "You take the taxi back to Rome," I said. "I'll call the cops. Keep your name out of it." Luna hesitated. "Go," I urged her. "I can handle this." She nodded and pulled her identification from her purse as she walked toward the cab. "Polizia," she said, holding up her ID. She spoke to the driver through his window. After a brief exchange, she climbed in the back. The cab crawled by the body, the driver unable to take his eyes off the broken corpse. He sped up once past the bloody mess, and I saw Luna give me a final glance before the vehicle disappeared around the bend. I pulled out my phone and dialed emergency services on 112. When my call was answered, I said, "Do you speak English?" "Yes," a man replied. "Of course. Please state the nature of your emergency." "My name is Jack Morgan. I'd like to report an accident." The operator took details of my location and a brief account of what had happened before telling me the police were on their way. With the call made, I approached the body and conducted a quick search. I didn't find any personal possessions other than a cell phone, which I slipped into my pocket. The shooter's left arm was in the pool of blood spreading out from his cracked skull, but his right lay limp against the asphalt. I lifted it and rolled up his shirt sleeve to discover a series of distinctive tattoos. I pulled his sleeve all the way up to his shoulder and used my phone to take photographs of the body art. I could see religious and occult symbols, skulls, crosses, strange fleur-de-lis, but nothing immediately recognizable, so I sent the images to Mobot for analysis. When I had everything I needed, I rolled down the man's sleeve, repositioned his arm, and then took some photos of his body and close-ups of his face, which I also sent to Mobot. I had a feeling the cops would search me, so as I stepped away from the body, I removed the SIM card from his phone and put it in the second slot of my own. I walked to the patch of shade beneath the stone pine next to the sheepfold that had saved our lives, and stayed clear of the trunk and neighboring boulders, which had become a mine of forensic evidence. There were dozens of bullets buried in the pockmarked bark and embedded in the stones. I turned away from the body and gazed at the beautiful Technicolor countryside shining under the glorious Italian sun, and waited for the police to arrive. Chapter 17. 2 hours later, I found myself in the very same interview room where I'd met Matteo earlier that day. Only this time, I was on the wrong side of the table, being held as a suspect, interviewed by Mia Esposito. A uniformed colleague lolled against the wall near the door, while an electronic recorder captured our conversation. I was aware my filthy suit smelt of churned earth and sweat, and desperately wanted to take a shower.
"And you say he jumped?"
Esposito asked. There was no chance of me leaving anytime soon. It seemed she was intent on going over my story one more time. I'd already told her what had happened, leaving out Luna's presence as promised, but otherwise offering the truth, that I'd visited the location to look into the accident that had led to City Prosecutor Filippo Lombardi's death, and when I had arrived, a man had opened fire. I told Esposito I'd been able to climb to the outcrop, had fought the man, and had watched him jump to his death.
"And you didn't push him?"
she asked. I shook my head. He jumped when he realized I'd got his gun.
"But there was no witness,"
Esposito countered.
"Who can say what really happened?"
"You can see the state of the tree," I replied. "And the number of shots fired, there's no doubting what really happened."
"And how did you get there? Remind me."
"I took a taxi," I replied. He didn't want to wait, and I don't remember his number. I didn't want her interviewing the driver and learning Luna had been with me. I paid cash and let him go because I wasn't sure how long I would be.
"I see. And you plan to walk back to Rome?"
"Uber," I said, "or a phone call." Esposito grunted and smiled.
"I don't know who this dead man is, but he should have taught you a valuable lesson, Mr. Morgan. Rome is no place for innocence, and it is even worse for the guilty. You are shining a light into the shadows, revealing things other people want hidden. My advice would be to forget whatever it is you are doing here and go home."
I nodded slowly. "Does that mean I'm free to leave?" She hesitated and glanced at her colleague.
"Yes,"
she said at last.
"I see no reason to doubt your account. You're free to go."
20 minutes later, I walked out of police headquarters, reunited with my possessions, and breathed in warm evening air scented with rich aromas of food coming from restaurant kitchens dotted around the neighborhood. I was glad to be out. I walked away from the imposing building, took out my phone and dialed a number while looking for a cab.
"Jack,"
Justine said when she answered.
"Where have you been? I must have left half a dozen messages."
My phone vibrated as notifications arrived. "I'm just getting them now," I replied. "My phone's been off. I was arrested." She gasped. "It's okay, I'm out now. Some guy tried to shoot me and Luna Colombo, Matteo's former partner."
"Geez, Jack, are you all right?"
"Nothing a shower and an old-fashioned won't fix," I told her. "I've sent Mobot some photos of the shooter's tattoos. I need to know straight away if she identifies them. And I'm gonna need the details of someone local who can analyze a sim."
"You're borderline obsessive, Jack Morgan," she responded. "You get shot at, and your mind is still locked on the case."
"The detective in charge thinks I should go home."
"I think you should too,"
Justine said.
"Come back to me, Jack. Let someone else take care of this."
"I can't," I replied. "I've taken on the chief operating officer at the Vatican Bank as a client. He wants to know the truth about Father Brambilla's death."
"Don't we have someone in Rome who can handle it?"
she countered. "Matteo is still in the process of staffing up. The people he's hired haven't started properly yet, or had their private training. I'm all there is." She sighed.
"I don't like you getting shot at."
"Me neither. I don't know what Matteo was into, but I might have made a mistake hiring him. I feel a little responsible for this mess and want to fix it. I underestimated the extent of corruption in Rome. Innocent or guilty, I have to find out the truth about him," I said. "I will come home as soon as it's done."
"Be
careful," I interrupted. "I know, I will. And I'll call you later. Love you."
"Love you, you infuriating obsessive,"
she replied, before hanging up. I pocketed my phone and made a beeline for a cab that had responded to my hail. "Hassler Hotel," I said. jumping in the back. Chapter 18. The taxi took me to Via Bocca di Leone, and I walked 2 blocks through the luxury shopping district, passing busy sidewalk cafes, to the Spanish Steps, where tourists thronged in the evening sun. Its glow caught the tops of the old buildings, and shadows gathered in the narrow alleyways beside them as the day neared its end. I climbed the ancient stone steps, picking my way past people taking selfies and photos of the church at the top, the city laid out at the base. The doorman at the Hassler nodded a greeting as I went inside. I saw his eyes flick up and down my filthy suit, but his training meant he knew better than to remark on my dishevelment. Hotel staff saw all sorts of oddities, and a higher star rating often correlated with more outrageous guests. My dirty clothing would not be the strangest thing this man had ever seen. I walked into the cool marble-lined lobby, looking forward to a shower, but the moment I stepped inside, I knew such simple pleasures would have to wait. Fatima was seated on a chair from which she could see everyone who entered. She saw me the moment I came in. Her impassive expression gave nothing away. I still had no idea whether she was friend or foe, but at least my background check had established she was probably honest. I walked over to her. As I drew nearer, she got to her feet.
"You look like you could use a drink,"
she said, leading me into the lobby bar. She didn't seem fazed by my appearance, and we took our seats at a table in the quiet room. A waiter came over immediately. "Iced water, please," I told him.
"Orange juice,"
Fatima added.
"You've had quite the day,"
she said to me while the waiter walked away. She produced an iPad from a satchel she had slung over her shoulder and put the device on the circular table between us. She switched it on and flicked through a series of photographs of Luna and me at the spot where Filippo Lombardi had driven off the road, or more likely been forced off. The photos had been taken with a long lens and showed the gunman attacking us, my ascent, our fight, and his death. Fatima paused at the photo of Luna getting into the cab.
"Why did you conceal her involvement?"
she asked, tapping the image of the detective being driven away. "How did you get these?"
"I followed you, Mr. Morgan."
I wondered just how badly I was slipping not to have noticed a tail. "Why?" I asked. "Why are you following me?"
"You're stirring a hornet's nest," Fatima replied. "That makes you interesting."
"For a story?" I countered. "I know who you are." She smiled.
"It took you longer than I thought it would. Maybe your reputation isn't justified. Or perhaps you're losing your touch. The passing years haven't been easy for you, have they?"
I had no idea whether she was trying to goad me or if she was just upset I discovered her identity. But either way, I didn't rise to the bait. "I think you know a lot more about what's going on here," I said. "If you've got information, you should share it. But if you're mixed up in whatever this is, you need to know I will hold you to account."
"I'm not mixed up in this," Fatima assured me. "And I want to believe you're a good man. I want to trust you. But you keep doing questionable things, like letting a corrupt cop leave a crime scene."
"What makes you think she's corrupt?" I asked. Fatima smiled again.
"You need to do more digging, Mr. Morgan. Find out who your new partner really is."
"She's not my partner."
"Your associate, then."
"Why don't you just tell me?" I asked.
"Like I said, I want to believe I can trust you,"
Fatima replied, getting to her feet.
"Call it the test."
She walked away as the waiter came over with my iced water and her orange juice. "I'll take them both," I told him. "It's been a hot day."
"Shall I charge them to your room, sir?"
he asked, arranging the drinks on the table in front of me. "Yes, please," I replied, watching the journalist leave the bar, wondering just how much she knew and what exactly I'd have to do to get her to trust me. Chapter 19. After I'd had a revitalizing and refreshing shower and changed into jeans and a black t-shirt, I ordered some pesto linguine from the hotel bistro, and ate in the small dining area in my suite during a video call with Justine, Sai, and Mobot, who were in the conference room in Private's LA headquarters.
"That looks good,"
Mobot remarked, nodding in my direction as I took another forkful. I'd opted for a simple meal, but the Hassler Bistro was known for making the simple magnificent. The sauce was rich and flavorsome, and the linguine perfectly cooked. "It is good," I replied. "I'll bring some back." Mobot scoffed. "So, we've got a prosecutor dead in a murder made to look like an accident?" Sai observed. Seymour Cy Kloppenberg was the embodiment of an aging biker, but he was also one of the world's leading experts in forensic analysis and had examined the photos I'd taken of the hillside road where Lombardi had died.
"And the cop investigating the death, our new colleague Matteo, tells his partner to back off the case,"
Justine remarked. I nodded. "Looks that way."
"He's then found holding a smoking gun, standing over the body of the priest he claims told him to back off the investigation, and his ex-partner goes into hiding while a reporter stakes you out,"
Mobot added.
"And when you check out the scene of the earlier crime, some guy tries to punch holes in you with a machine gun."
"You take a look at the guy yet?" I asked, referring to the dead assassin.
"Yeah,"
Mobot replied.
"The ink reeks of organized crime, but there's a bunch of other stuff there. Religious symbolism. I don't recognize any of the designs, but I'm running analysis against image libraries."
"And the phone sim?" I asked.
"I have a friend in Rome, a gray hat called Valentina, who I've collaborated with a couple of times,"
Mobot revealed. "Gray hat?" I asked. Mobot was referring to the kind of hacker who did legal and illegal work. "How gray?"
"Pretty dark gray,"
Mobot replied.
"But her heart is in the right place."
I frowned. She didn't like it.
"How long have you known me, Jack Morgan?" she asked. "You think I would send you to someone you couldn't trust? I'll message you her details. Stop worrying and focus on getting answers off that sim."
I nodded. "Okay. No need to take it personally. I'm just a little wary of strangers right now."
"Because you've been shot at?"
Mobot asked. I smiled. "That might have something to do with it. Can you give me and Justine a minute?" Mobot and Sai exchanged knowing looks.
"So you can do some smooching?"
Mobot teased. "So we can talk," I replied. "Good to catch up, Jack," Sai said, rising. "Speak soon." He and Mobot left the conference room, and Justine drew closer to the camera. "How you doing, honey?" I asked.
"I'd be better if you were here."
"I know, me too. But someone shot at me today, which makes this personal. It also tells me there's probably something to my suspicion that Matteo's innocent. I don't think he murdered that priest."
"Me neither,"
Justine replied.
"It doesn't fit his profile. Speaking of which, Mobot ran background on Christian Altmer, and he isn't as squeaky clean as you might expect of one of God's bankers. I'll send you the file and my psych workup, but keep an eye on him, Jack. He has many of the hallmarks of a sociopath. Trouble in school, jail time for minor offenses in his late teens and early 20s.
"Anything recent?" She shook her head.
He cleaned up his act 10 years ago, finished an economics degree in London, joined the graduate program at an investment bank, and climbed the greasy corporate pole."
"You think people don't change?" I asked.
"Do you?"
In my experience, it was rare for people to undergo genuine transformation, but it could happen. "I'll keep an eye on him," I replied. There was a moment's silence, and I knew she was building up the courage to say something else.
"I don't like you being shot at," she confessed at last. "It's becoming a habit, Jack."
"So is surviving," I replied. "I'm being careful. I'll come back to you in one piece."
"You'd better,"
she said. "I will. I promise." Chapter 20. I woke to find a message from Mobot telling me she'd arranged a meeting with a hacker named Valentina at Ostia, an outlying district of Rome, at midday. I took the opportunity of a free morning to visit the local boutiques that lined the ancient narrow streets, stretching out from the bottom of the Spanish Steps. I desperately wanted to be home with Justine, but I'd made a commitment to Matteo and our new client, Joseph Stadler, and would have to see it through. I added to the small selection of clothes I'd brought with me for a short trip, and by 10:30 a.m. was back in my room with enough shirts, trousers, and suits for an extended stay. I opted for a new navy blue linen suit, a white shirt, and brown shoes, and caught a cab outside the hotel. The driver, a scowling woman in her early 50s, wasn't keen on visiting Ostia, and while we drove through Rome to the coast, told me it was not a good neighborhood. The sun was high, and the foreshortened shadows harsh and stark against the dazzling light. Some of the buildings seemed to sparkle, their white marble shining beneath the bright sky, heightening the beauty of the ancient city. We drove with the windows open, and the car filled with the smells of the city: coffee, pastries, sickly sweet scents of overripe fruit and garbage, and every now and then the aroma of food being prepared for the lunchtime rush. Rome was not a peaceful place. Music blared from open vehicle windows, and horns sounded any time there was a delay in the smooth progress of the traffic, which was often. Ostia was a run-down coastal town, nowadays almost linked to Rome by urban sprawl, and regarded by many as one of the city's suburbs. It had been developed at a time when function had trumped form, the buildings mostly practical but ugly. Uniform blocks of flats, drab modern storefronts, office buildings with mundane and unimaginative facades. The area was characterized in all the wrong ways by graffiti, grime, trash, abandoned vehicles. All spoke to the soul of Ostia, but it probably wasn't the image most locals wanted to promote. We made it to the seafront and stopped outside Café Babe, one of the area's few upmarket haunts, shortly after noon. I paid the driver, crossed the busy boardwalk, and went inside. Café Babe was the kind of distressed wood, exposed wrought ironwork, filament light bulbs joint I could easily imagine visiting in Greenwich Village, New York City, or Clerkenwell in London. But it seemed out of place in this part of Italy. The incongruity didn't seem to bother its clientele, and all 30 tables were occupied by groups of people busily eating and drinking, many of them while also working on laptops. I approached the counter, which featured a glass cabinet displaying perfectly baked pastries. Their sweet smell mingled enticingly with the aroma of coffee.
"Si?"
said the barista, a woman in her 20s. "Double espresso, please," I replied. "And a chocolate twist."
"Of course,"
she said, setting to work on my order. "I'm looking for Valentina," I remarked as she prepared my coffee.
"You shouldn't snack between meals,"
a woman said as she sidled up next to me. She had short brown hair, piercings in her ears, nose, and eyebrows, and tattoos covering her arms. They curled up her neck out of the back of her black t-shirt and down her legs exposed beneath a pair of red shorts. "Valentina?" I guessed.
"Mobat told me to keep an eye out for a square,"
she replied, pointing to my suit.
"At least it's not grey."
She turned to the barista.
"Isabella, bring his order back to us, per favore."
She led me past the counter and through a door that took us further into the building.
"I bought the place 5 years ago,"
Valentina explained.
"I got tired of giving my money to other cafe owners and thought I could do a better job."
She walked me along a corridor to a supply room. Here she stopped by a rack of sugar sacks and pressed a concealed button.
"The volume of internet traffic among the customers provides great cover,"
she said, as the rack and wall behind it slid aside to reveal a hidden room full of screens and computer gear. Isabella entered the room with my coffee and pastry. She seemed unfazed by the sight of the secret computer facility.
"Everyone who works here is in training,"
Valentina remarked.
"Magicians with coffee and computers. Thank you, Isabella."
The barista nodded and withdrew. I carried my coffee into the computer cave. Valentina sealed the room behind us and took a seat at one of half a dozen terminals. All around us there were racks of servers and Faraday cages, shelves laden with sensors, devices I couldn't identify, and stacks of data drives.
"I looked you up, Mr. Morgan,"
Valentina said, as she woke her computer from sleep mode.
"You're a saint. One of the good guys."
"I wouldn't say that," I replied. "I snack between meals." She chuckled.
"Maureen says you have a SIM card to investigate."
I nodded and produced the dead gunman's SIM. Valentina placed it in a reader and opened a program on her computer.
"This isn't much of a challenge,"
she remarked. "I'll be sure to bring you something tougher next time," I responded, and she smiled.
"The suit conceals so much spirit,"
she said, before turning her attention to the screen.
"There is one SMS message. The phone was never used for anything else."
She opened Google Maps.
"Looks like GPS coordinates and a time. 8 p.m.
She pointed at a little red marker on her screen that showed a location. A courtyard in the heart of Rome.
"It's in the Vatican,"
she noted. And I looked at the screen and the overhead view of St. Peter's and wondered why an assassin would be given a location inside the spiritual center of the Eternal City. Chapter 21. I had a time but no date, and it was impossible to tell whether the appointed hour referred to something that had already happened or something that was yet to take place. I didn't have any immediate leads. After a day spent at my hotel reviewing the background files Mobot had sent me on Joseph Stadler, Christian Altmer, and Luna Colombo, I took an evening walk to Vatican City. It's impossible not to picture the history of Rome, its humble beginnings as a farming community, its emergence as a territorial power, unbounded riches flowing into the capital of an empire and leading to a grandeur that became the stuff of legend. The tiny alleyways threading between bars and cafes were once used to run details of intrigues or shield plotters on their way to clandestine meetings. The old churches witnessing countless confessions, the hidden sins of the city long lost within their thick stone walls. The old mansions and villas, monuments to commerce and conquest, and the modern infill in gaps created by World War II. Unsightly post-war office blocks and apartment buildings dotted here and there, evidence of corruption in the city, the infamous nexus of construction, politics, and organized crime that took hold of Rome during the 1970s and 1980s. I walked the streets, intrigued by the history of the place, each corner a detective's dream, full of stories, every building a trove of clues for the inquisitive investigator. All around me were the sounds and smells of a city winding up for the evening. Tourists ambled, photographing the sights, and locals sought out their favorite eateries and bars. The tourists became more numerous as I neared Vatican City, and I joined a steady stream of people heading for a late evening service. Instead of following them toward the Dome of St. Peter's, I walked along the North Colonnade until I reached the pedestrian checkpoint that would allow me into Vatican City. Joseph Stadler had put my name on a list of visitors who could pass as they pleased. Once I was through security, I walked around the back of St. Peter's, past the beautiful gardens in front of St. Mary's Chapel, to the Campo Santo Teutonico, the courtyard garden that occupied the coordinates Valentina had discovered in the dead man's phone. I went to the center of a small, bone-dry lawn and looked around. To the north lay the Great Basilica, to the east the chapel dedicated to St. Mary, to the south a red brick building with high arched windows. It looked institutional, like a school or hospital. To the west was the Museum of St. Peter. I couldn't see any reason for an assassin to come here, other than the fact it was a relatively secluded location. I waited until 8 p.m. to see if there was some temporal reason for this hour being specified, something that happened only at that time. But apart from the sound of bells near and far chiming the passing of the hour, the courtyard remained undisturbed. I lingered a while longer, and at 8:15 p.m., a figure came through the arched entrance to one side of me. As he passed from shadow to light, I saw a priest dressed in a black cassock. He was tall and slim, with salt and pepper hair and the dark eyes and olive complexion that marked him out as Southern Mediterranean. From his hair and lined face, I put his age in the late 40s. He smiled warmly when he saw me.
"Mi scusi, mi dispiace disturbarla,"
he said. "I'm sorry," I responded. "I don't speak Italian."
"American," he said. "I love America. I spent many happy years there in Boston. I was apologizing for disturbing you and intruding on your meditation."
"I wasn't meditating, just sightseeing."
"One doesn't need to be of the faith to recognize a person seeking answers,"
he said gently. I thought about that. Maybe, I conceded. But I wouldn't call my quest for answers meditation. That sounds way too peaceful.
"Meditation can be active," he replied. "It need not be passive. My name is Vito."
He offered me his hand. "Jack."
"Nice to meet you, Jack. Are you Catholic?"
I was. I hesitated. Am still, I suppose, in some ways.
"Faith is like a tide. The ocean is never constant, is she? She comes in and goes out, and in our lives, faith does the same thing, but is always there. Sometimes high, sometimes low, but always giving us what we need."
"And the ocean never runs dry?" I asked.
"Never,"
Father Vito replied.
"It is ever present."
"What brings you here?" I asked. "What is this place?"
"I like quiet. Vatican City is full of hidden places like this, where one can find solitude even while surrounded by millions of souls. But there are few places exactly like this one,"
Father Vito confided.
"The building behind you is a dormitory for visiting priests, and legend has it that long ago this courtyard was where they came to confess sins so grave they had to be hidden from the sight of God. Its official name is Campo Santo Teutonico, the Teutonic Holy Field, but unofficially it is known as Il Giardino della Confessione Segreta, the Garden of Secret Confession."
He gestured at the cherubs and saints in the stained glass windows of the adjacent chapel.
"If you look, you will see all the good and holy have their eyes closed, so they do not see what transpires here."
I looked up and saw he was right.
But such superstitions run counter to the true word of the Lord, which is that all sins can be atoned for. So now this is just a place of quiet meditation.
"In that case, it is I who should apologize for disturbing you, Father Vito," I said.
"It has been a pleasure to talk to you, Jack."
"Thank you for your guidance," I said, turning to leave.
"I hope you find what you are looking for,"
Father Vito called after me. I hoped so too, but even if I learnt the truth about Father Brembilla, there would always be another case, another investigation to consume me. So in one sense I felt I was doomed never to find peace. I didn't quite know what to make of that troubling realization as I passed under the shadow of the archway and left the Garden of Secret Confession. Chapter 22. I walked back to the Hassler, passing through a city in full pursuit of its nighttime pleasures. The bars and restaurants were packed with people who had no idea of the darkness that stalked this world, or if they had any inkling, kept up a strong pretense of ignorance. Laughing, chatting, drinking, and making merry. The smells of coffee and pastries had given way to the rich aroma of baking pizzas, roasting meats, alcohol, and the occasional plume of fruity vapor or cigarette smoke. I hadn't found any answers in the Garden of Secret Confession, but the priest had been right. I had been meditating, or at least musing, trying to feel my way to the truth. It now seemed almost certain Father Brembilla had been killed by Matteo. But though light on explanation, he was adamant he was innocent, which meant I had to find another plausible alternative. There were only two. Brembilla killed himself, or someone else had entered the room and been able to kill the priest without Matteo noticing, then leaving him holding the murder weapon. If that was the case, I was looking for a murderer who was also a magician. I approached the Spanish Steps lost in thought, trying to puzzle my way through the disparate facts placed in my path thus far, when someone stepped from behind the corner of the building on Piazza di Spagna and grabbed me. I wheeled round, ready to fight, but saw Luna.
"I've been watching your hotel,"
she said, nodding up the Spanish Steps toward the Hassler, beautifully lit against the night sky.
"I was waiting for you to come back so we could talk."
"Okay," I replied. "We can go to the bar."
"No,"
she said.
"Not your hotel. Somewhere else. This way."
She pulled me along the cobbled square toward the column of the Immaculate Conception, but before we reached it, took me right into Via Borgognona, a narrow street that was little more than an alleyway.
"Thank you for keeping my name out of things,"
she said. "I don't understand why a police detective is so scared. Tell me what's going on."
"I can't,"
she replied. "We should be on the same side of the law, Inspector Colombo." "Why won't you trust me?" I pressed. She didn't answer. "At least tell me whether the shooter was after you or me."
"I don't know,"
she said, as we hurried past luxury clothes stores and cafes.
"This way."
She turned left onto Via Mario de' Fiori, another narrow, claustrophobic street cutting through this ancient part of the city, and headed toward a bar called Il Pelicano, which had smoked glass windows. Through the open doorway, I saw a large, low-lit space with booths, long shelves behind the counter stocked with liquor from all over the world. Il Pelicano was crowded with locals and tourists, but Luna pushed through and managed to grab a booth from a group that was going. "What do you want to drink?" I asked, but we didn't get a moment to settle.
"We need to leave,"
she said urgently, drawing my attention to 3 men who'd followed us in. They looked out of place, rough brawlers, the kind of men who were friends with the devil.
"They must have been watching your hotel,"
she said. "Who are they?" I asked, sliding out of the booth.
"We need to go now,"
Luna replied.
"Run!"
Chapter 23. We pushed our way through the crowd, heading for the corridor linking the main saloon with the back rooms. I glanced over my shoulder to see the fierce-looking trio, all muscles beneath tightly fitting T-shirts, scowls, and tattoos, barge their way after us. I cleared the way for Luna, ignoring the irritated looks and hostile remarks we received, until we reached the corridor. We ran along the dimly lit, narrow space, the restrooms to our left, a small catering counter to our right, with next to it a storeroom and office. I glanced back to see the trio shoving people out of their way. One man made the mistake of trying to resist and was punched by the lead pursuer, knocking him backwards into the crowd as he fell. The trio reached the mouth of the corridor as Luna and I made it to the fire door. I pushed the bar and barged the door open with my shoulder. An alarm sounded, panicking the already disturbed crowd, and I looked over my shoulder to see people moving as one toward the main entrance, away from the 3 men who were close to us now. I slammed the door shut behind us and scanned the gloomy alleyway for a makeshift barricade, but the dumpsters were all gathered 50 feet away where the alley met Via Frattina, and there was nothing else to hand. Luna ran ahead of me, racing toward the road. The fire door burst open behind us, and I turned to face the 3 fearsome fighters who spilt out. The first, a ferocious skinhead with a nose that had been broken long ago, swung at me. I ducked the punch and delivered a heavy fist to his gut, then caught him with an uppercut as he doubled over. I drove the heel of my palm into the ridge of his nose, breaking it anew, and he went down, his face a bloody mess. His 2 comrades came at me. I lashed out, delivering a heel kick to the shin of the man on my right. The guy on my left was huge but moved slowly. As he threw a punch, I sidestepped, grabbed his arm, and pulled it, so he lost his balance and took some compensating steps forward. I drove my knee into his groin and clapped his ears as he crumpled. The other man came at me, grabbing my shoulders, attempting to hurl me to the ground. I used his momentum and spun myself clear. We faced each other for a moment, while one of his comrades was on his knees, clutching his bloody nose, and the other had one hand pressed to his ear and the other to his groin. I seized the advantage and rushed the standing man, charging him with my shoulder. I caught him with a savage tackle and felt the wind knocked from my lungs as he brought his fist down on my back. I ignored the pain and drove him into the fire door. He slammed into it bodily, and I stood tall and swung a flurry of punches at him, which he tried to block ineffectually. I landed a right cross and his eyes swam, so I followed it up quickly with a couple of jabs and a hook that knocked him down. Luna was at the mouth of the alley now, looking back at me. "Come on!" she yelled. I sprinted away from the incapacitated men, but as I neared Luna, my heart sank. A van pulled up behind her, and she cried out as the panel door slid open to reveal two men in ski masks. They grabbed her before she could run and hauled her inside. "No!" she shouted. I sprinted as fast as I could, driving my heels into the cobblestones, but the van door slammed shut, and the vehicle roared away. I managed to pound the bodywork impotently as it raced off. I took out my phone and activated the camera to grab a series of photos of the speeding van, making sure I got its license plate. When the vehicle finally turned left onto Via Mario de' Fiori, I became very aware of the three injured men behind me, now stirring. I hurried away and dialed 112. "I'd like to report an abduction," I said, when the operator answered. Chapter 24. "What's happened?" Justine asked. My first instinct had been to call her as soon as I was clear of danger. To me, she represented safety, calm amid the storm. "Some men took Luna," I replied, hurrying along Via della Croce. I couldn't go back to my hotel for fear it was being watched, so I was wandering aimlessly, taking a snaking route through the city to minimize the risk of being followed and maximize the chance of spotting a tail. "What do you mean, took her?" Justine asked, audibly shocked. "I mean some men abducted her, put her in a van, and drove away." I burned with frustration at the thought I could have done more to prevent the abduction. "I've informed the cops," I said. "I've got some photos of the van. Tell Mobat it needs to be her top priority." "Let me loop her in," Justine replied. The line went silent, and a few moments later she returned. "I've conferenced in Mo."
Justine gave me the headlines,
said Mobat.
"I'll see what I can do about the van, but your best bet would be to go to Valentina. She'll have access to local databases, dealer records."
"That's a good idea," I replied. "Do you think she could help me with accommodation, too? I don't think it's safe for me to go back to my hotel."
"You can ask,"
Mobat suggested.
"She's well connected."
"Thanks," I said. "Justine, I'll call you as soon as I've found somewhere." I knew she wouldn't rest until I was safe.
"I'll be here."
"Watch yourself," Mobat advised.
"Always," I said, hanging up. I hurried to the end of the street and flagged a cab passing on Via del Corso. The driver, a taciturn old man with spiky gray hair, grumbled when I asked him to take me to Ostia, but I silenced him with the promise of a €50 bonus. We covered the journey through the city in 40 minutes, and I had the silent old man drop me a couple of blocks from Valentina's cafe. I walked the short distance, aware how the neighborhood had changed with the coming of darkness. What had seemed run down before now had an air of menace. A gang of a dozen youths gathered outside a kebab shop, pushing and shoving each other. An emaciated woman hassled the customers going into a discount liquor store, asking for change or food. I could see why the cab driver hadn't reacted well to coming here. It was definitely the sort of place you could be mugged, and I stuck out in my fine suit. But I made it to the cafe without incident. It, too, was different at night. The remote workers were gone, replaced by groups of young men and women talking animatedly over beers. Valentina was with one such group. She excused herself and came over when she saw me.
"Mr. Morgan,"
she said, looking me up and down.
"You run into trouble?"
I followed her gaze and realized my suit was flecked with someone else's blood. I nodded. "I could use a friend."
"What kind of friend?"
"Someone with a place for me to crash. A safe place, low profile," I replied. For a price, of course.
Of course. You should meet my friend Amar.
Valentina led me to the table she'd just left. There were 2 women and a couple of men seated there, all in their late 20s, looking as though they'd stepped off a Milan catwalk, oozing an air of wealth and success that was hardly in keeping with the neighborhood.
Amar,
Valentina said to the man closest to us. He was Syrian or Egyptian, with wide eyes and a warm smile.
This is Jack Morgan. He needs a place to stay.
She turned to me.
Amar is one of Rome's most successful young entrepreneurs. I don't need to brag when Valentina is around,
he said, getting to his feet and taking my hand.
Marhaba. Welcome, Mr. Morgan. I think I can help you. I have an apartment above one of my businesses not far from here. It needs to be redecorated, but it should be more than acceptable for someone who does not want the inconvenience of staying at a hotel.
How much? I asked.
A man in a suit like yours will know the right price to pay, he replied.
I realized he was wearing the same style in black. He smiled as he registered this dawning on me.
One favor delivered,
Valentina said. I need another, I told her, pulling my phone from my pocket. I showed her the photo of the van that had spirited Luna away. I need to know who owns this vehicle. She took a good look at the image.
I'll see what I can do.
Chapter 25. Once he'd finished his beer, Amar Badawi suggested I follow him to my new accommodation. We moved through the rough nighttime streets of Ostia, but weren't troubled by any of the gangs, sex workers, or drug addicts we passed. A few nodded greetings to Amar, and I got the impression he was at least respected, if not feared, in the neighborhood. He told me how he'd immigrated to Italy with his family as a child, how he'd always dreamt of returning to Cairo, but had been kept in Rome by circumstance and opportunity.
The people in my home country are very similar to people here, Amar said. Friendly, expressive, and family always comes first.
I nodded but couldn't comment. My knowledge of Egypt was limited to the due diligence I had done when considering whether to set up a Middle East regional head office there. The people I dealt with had certainly been friendly and helpful, but I'd decided not to proceed and had parked the idea for now.
That's your place,
Amar said, gesturing to an apartment above a brightly lit, gaudy cell phone store on the corner of Via della Paranzella and Via Orazio dello Spiro. His business stood opposite an open square dotted with vacant market stalls. It wasn't a branded dealership and sold new and reconditioned phones, which might explain why Amar was known to so many of the people we'd passed. Old or stolen phones could be traded for cash in this man's shop, and I wondered how many questions he or his staff asked about provenance. Signs in English, Italian, and Arabic proclaimed the store also did repairs and offered an array of accessories, vapes, shisha pipes, and electronic paraphernalia. Products seemed to spill from the entrance like an overflowing laundry basket, and racks and displays clung to the walls and windows of the storefront.
This way,
Amar said, walking me to an archway 2 stores beyond his place. The arch led to an alleyway that ran between 2 terraces. We walked in heavy shadow to a long yard behind the buildings. We climbed exterior metal stairs that took us to a wooden door. He opened both locks and handed me the keys.
Don't lose them, he instructed. And don't leave anything of value inside. There's no alarm, and the neighborhood is, well, let's just say private property is a shades of gray concept around here.
Got it, I replied, following him inside. We entered a small hallway, and he switched on the light.
Kitchen, sitting room, 2 bedrooms, and a bathroom, Amar told me. It needs remodeling, but that will have to wait.
Everything was worn but looked perfectly usable, and the place was better than I could have hoped for at such short notice.
The shop is open 24/7, so just ask them to call me if you need anything.
I could hear the vague thump of dance music rising from below. Amar's store sounded like a lively place. Thank you, I said. I owe you. "This is a business transaction, Mr. Morgan. There is no need for thanks," he replied. "If you're all set here, I'm going back to my beer." "I'm good," I assured him. Then he shook my hand and left. I closed the door after him and pulled my phone from my pocket. Justine answered after a single ring.
Are you okay?
"I'm fine," I assured her. "I've got a new place thanks to Mobot's hacker friend."
I hate it when you're away like this. I feel so helpless.
"I'm okay."
This isn't about you,
she told me in a tone I recognized. It was meant to remind me she was an expert profiler.
This is about me needing to be there for you. I'm not, and I can't be. Not all the time. I just have to accept that.
"I'm sorry," I responded. "I can understand." I was cut off by the hum of an incoming call and checked my phone to see who it was. "It's Mobot. Let me patch her in."
"Sure,"
Justine replied. I connected Mobot to our call. "Mo, you're on with me and Justine."
I don't want to intrude, but you need to hear this, Jack. Cy and I have identified the tattoos on the shooter who took his own life. He's a member of Destini Oscuri, the Dark Fates. It's a brutal criminal gang that's engaged in just about everything you can imagine. They operate throughout Rome, but the real power base is in Esquilino, one of the oldest neighborhoods in the city, near the Colosseum. Cy's here with me.
"Hey, Jack," he said. 3 of his tattoos appear to have religious significance. We've identified 2 as articles of faith, but we can't find anything on the 3rd, a Jerusalem cross, which is a traditional symbol of a night crusader. This one has 3 inset fleur-de-lis in each point of the cross. "I'll check it out," I said. "I'm in the right place to find answers on questions about religion."
We've got more,
Mobot revealed.
Your friend Luna Colombo has gone to great lengths to conceal her true identity. Outwardly, she's an honest cop who lives alone in a tiny apartment not far from the Colosseum and devotes her life to her job. But there have been name changes, sealed records, the kinds of things you can only do with connections to power. Fortunately for you, even the darkest shadows can't resist my light.
"Don't boast," Cy cut in.
Why not? It's part of the fun,
Mobot countered.
"And it's no surprise she's been able to do things other people can't,"
she told me.
Luna Colombo's father is Elia Antonelli, one of Rome's most powerful and notorious mobsters.
I reeled at the revelation, but as surprising as it was to learn a respected police inspector had an organized crime boss for a father, things suddenly started to make sense. The pleasure hall was likely one of her father's joints, and her secrecy and unwillingness to trust me or her police colleagues was probably rooted in fear of the truth emerging, or worse, that it had already emerged and marked her out as a target. Had the assassin Mobot and Cy identified as a member of the Dark Fates been trying to kill Luna? "Wow," I responded. "Yeah," Cy said. "A cop with Rome's kingpin for a dad." "Either this wasn't picked up during vetting or they're not strict about family connections here," I suggested.
Or Dad used his influence to get her on the force,
Justine suggested.
Be very helpful to have a cop you can always count on.
"I wonder if Matteo knows," I pondered.
"Hard to say,"
Mobot responded.
"It wasn't easy to find out. I had to pull copies of old birth records. My guess is he'd only know if she had confided in him."
"So, she's connected," I remarked. "But the question is whether that has any bearing on Brembila's murder." "You're going to have to dig," Cy said. "First I've got to find her," I replied. "Was she taken because of our investigation, or because her father is in a beef with someone?" I was puzzling the angles, trying to figure out how to answer all these questions. Mobot's and Cy's revelation had added a whole new layer of complexity. "Let me know if you find anything else," I said.
"Likewise,"
Mobot responded.
"You have a good night, Jack."
"Great work, both of you," I replied. "Night," Cy said, and they hung up.
"I really don't like how this is going,"
Justine observed when we were alone. "I know. I'll be careful. And if the going gets too heavy, I'll ask for the right help." She hesitated. I knew she wasn't happy, but there wasn't much either of us could do except play the cards we had been dealt. "I'll call you as soon as I have news," I said.
"I love you,"
she responded. "Love you too," I said, before hanging up. Chapter 26. The thumping techno music was turned up just after midnight, and its rapid rhythm seemed to rise through the wooden frame of my double bed and set every spring in the mattress dancing. I didn't mind. I was just grateful to have a safe place to stay, somewhere I could crash without fear of attack. I checked local TV and internet news for stories of Luna's abduction. I'd reported the incident to the police and couldn't imagine the loss of an inspector would go unremarked. But there was nothing. As far as the world was concerned, Luna Colombo wasn't worth worrying about. Either that or someone had spiked the report. Given the myriad connections of the key players in this investigation, the possibility wasn't far-fetched. Brambilla was linked to the highest levels of Vatican authority, and Matteo and Luna had ties to organized crime. Matteo through the Filippo Lombardi investigation, and Luna thanks to her father. Any of these interest groups could apply pressure to the police to get them to sit on a missing persons report. I fell into a restless sleep shortly after 1 a.m. Dreams and reality seemed to merge, and fragmentary, disjointed recollections of the past few days filled my mind to a dance beat soundtrack. The thumping grew louder, although I woke to silence. Morning light edged the drapes and filled the room with a warm glow. There was more thumping, and I realized someone was knocking at the door. Groggy and slow, I staggered from bed fully clothed. I peered through the peephole to see a young man with a shaved head. He was casually dressed in shorts, a t-shirt, and slides. I opened the door slowly and kept 1 foot behind it.
"Buongiorno,"
the man said.
"Valentina asked me to give you this."
He handed me a cell phone.
"Ciao,"
he said, hurrying away down the stairs. "Grazie," I called after him, before shutting the door. The phone was on and fully charged. As I made my way into the living room, it rang. "Hello?" I said.
"Mr. Morgan,"
Valentina replied.
"It seems we will have to be even more careful than I imagined. Meet me at Ponte Sant'Angelo at 11.
She didn't wait for a reply, but hung up. Her increased precautions could only mean she had learned something worrying about Luna's abduction, and I was eager to know what it was. I checked my watch to find it was almost 9 a.m. I showered and caught a cab into the center of Rome, where I picked up new clothes. I wore a pair of black jeans, a black t-shirt, and matching sneakers out of the boutique, and left my dirty, bloody blue suit in the changing room. I walked out of the store carrying a couple of replacement suits and some casual clothes in a large bag. I reached Ponte Sant'Angelo 10 minutes early and scanned my surroundings before setting foot on the historic bridge linking the north and south banks of the Tiber, just before a bend in the river. Constructed of stone and marble, the ancient crossing displayed statues of angels above its 5 arches. When I was finally satisfied there was no obvious danger, I walked across and saw Valentina coming the other way. She wore a beautiful yellow shift dress, and to untrained eyes, we might have looked like lovers meeting for a date. When we finally reached the center of the bridge, we were surrounded by crowds of tourists.
"I found out who owns the van used to take the cop,"
she told me.
"It belongs to an orange juice manufacturer located in Poli that is a subsidiary of a chain of companies ultimately owned by Elia Antonelli."
"Why would he abduct his own daughter?" I asked. Valentina was surprised by the revelation.
"His daughter?"
"Yes," I replied. "Mobat told me last night."
"Wow,"
Valentina remarked.
"That I wasn't expecting. I have no idea why he would take his own family, but I do know this is a very dangerous man, and his people are not to be toyed with."
I nodded. "I understand. Where can I find him?"
"Antonelli lives on a big estate near San Vittorino, to the east of Rome," she said, handing me a piece of paper. Here's the address.
"Thank you," I responded.
You have my number if you need anything,
She said.
Only use the phone I sent you. Everything else must be considered compromised.
She turned abruptly and walked away. I watched her go before unfolding the piece of paper she'd given me. As I gazed at the unfamiliar address, I wondered what dangers I would encounter there. Chapter 27. The afternoon sun made everything look perfect. The leaves on the olive trees were a deep green-gray, the sky sapphire blue. Even the brown grass growing long in fallow fields took on an eye-catching golden hue. My taxi was on a quiet single-lane road, winding its way up the valley that led to Casape, the nearest village to Antonelli's vast estate. According to local tourism websites, the village had a population of less than 1,000 people and was close to a number of World Heritage sites. It had a rich history that wove legend with fact, drawing on stories of past kings and princes of Italy and popes of Rome. This was a place with a strong identity and an ancient connection to power. I could understand why a man like Antonelli would choose it as his base. I had the taxi driver cruise by the main entrance, which featured a sandstone guardhouse beside two high cast-iron gates. 10-foot-tall stone walls stretched in either direction and were topped with serrated metal fangs designed to discourage all but the most determined intruders. As we drove on, heading east along the valley, I saw security cameras mounted on posts to either side of the wall, some pointing into the estate, others facing the road. This was a tight operation. I asked the driver, a young Syrian who'd spent the journey telling me in broken English how much he loved Italy, to turn onto a narrow track that wound down the hillside opposite the estate. When we were out of sight of the road, I instructed him to stop and offered him €100 bonus if he'd wait 30 minutes. He accepted gratefully. As I stepped into the afternoon heat and started up the hill, I glanced back to see him recline his seat and turn his radio up. I crossed the deserted road and went through some dry scrub. The estate wall was further back from the road here, hidden by parched trees and bushes. There were cameras, but I didn't care. I wanted them to see me. I walked the line of the wall until I found a gnarly old sycamore tree with a branch that curled over the top. I scaled the tree, climbed along the branch until I'd cleared the wall, and jumped onto the hard earth on the other side. There were more trees and bushes, but I could see them peter out about 100 yards away, so I jogged toward the thinning tree line. As I picked my way over roots through dappled sun and shade, I saw long rows of olive trees planted on the other side of the forest. The trees' crooked branches, outlined against the crystal-clear sky, looked so old they might have stood there for centuries. It seemed Antonelli owned an ancient piece of heaven. When I reached a break in the trees, I saw his home, high above the olive groves, a massive sandstone farmhouse with a red-tile roof. I started toward it, but only managed to get halfway across the strip of grass separating the shelter belt from the olive trees when an open-top Jeep roared over a rise to my left, and a man standing on the rear seat wielding an assault rifle yelled something at me before taking aim. I didn't need a translator to know I was meant to freeze. I complied and raised my hands. The off-roader rumbled to a halt beside me. There were 3 other men in the vehicle. 2 of them jumped out and manhandled me onto the flatbed, where I was forced onto a bench seat with one of them either side of me. The guy with the gun spoke to the driver, and the Jeep swung a U-turn before heading up the hill toward the farmhouse. I looked at my captors, all hard men in matching gray camo T-shirts and khaki pants. My bold intrusion had given me an insight into Antonelli's security. These were clearly ex-military, well-trained and professional. There was no chest-beating or bravado, just a calm, quiet assertion of their power over me. We stopped in a graveled yard that was full of luxury cars. A couple of Range Rovers, a Ferrari, a Mercedes SLS, and a Lamborghini were all parked in front of a large garage. I was pulled from the Jeep and marched around onto a broad terrace running behind the huge old house. The view of the valley, dotted with ancient villas and covered by olive and citrus groves, was magnificent. but my eyes didn't linger on the vista. Instead, they were drawn to Elia Antonelli, a middle-aged man with neatly trimmed gray hair. He wore a white tailored shirt and beige slacks. He studied me, calmly and confidently, while I tried to conceal my surprise on recognizing his companion. Seated next to him, informally dressed in a short green summer shift, was Rome Police Inspector Luna Colombo, his daughter. She had the decency to look sheepish as she met my gaze. "Benvenuto, Mr. Morgan," Antonelli said. "We're just about to eat. Won't you join us?" Chapter 28. Luna spoke some angry words in Italian to him, and Antonelli shrugged. "My daughter refused to accept my offer of protection, so I was forced to take direct action to bring her here," he explained. "She says I must apologize to you, and of course she is right. I should not have involved you in our family squabble." Antonelli spoke to my captors. They backed away to take sentry positions in the shade of the terrace, standing close by the wide French doors. "Please, Mr. Morgan, have a seat." Antonelli gestured to the chair opposite his. The table was laden with antipasti, artisan breads, bottles of water, and one of rosé wine in a cooler. Solid silver cutlery gleamed against the pressed, starched tablecloth, and crystal glassware sparkled in the sunshine. A manservant in a white shirt and matching trousers moved a huge parasol to cast the table into shade.
"Please do join us, Jack,"
Luna said.
"My father isn't entirely monstrous."
I took the chair being offered and settled into my seat. "Bread? Olives?" Antonelli said. "The flour is milled here on the estate, and the olives are from the trees you can see on the hillside. You will not find finer anywhere in the world." He didn't wait for an answer, but spooned huge green olives and their oil onto my porcelain plate. I poured some balsamic vinegar around them and took a crust of bread from the basket. "You will doubtless have done your research," Antonelli went on, "and reached an opinion of me and my nature. Your research will be incomplete, and your opinions improperly formed." I soaked up some oil and vinegar with the bread and took a bite. "For example, do you think a villain could make such beautiful olive oil?" he asked. "It is the finest you have tasted, is it not?" "It's very good," I replied, following the mouthful with an olive. "These two." "Very good? This is what you would say to an artist?" Antonelli scoffed. "It is excellent, Mr. Morgan. Perfection, even."
"My father is very proud of his produce,"
Luna said. "Of course," Antonelli interjected. "It comes from the earth, and good earth is tended by good people. It cannot be otherwise. The fruits of evil taste as such." "My research would suggest bitter fruit in that case," I replied. "Which is why I said your research would be incomplete," Antonelli responded. "A caricature. Take my daughter, for example. You will most likely have assumed she keeps our connection secret to advance my interests." Luna shook her head slowly. "In truth, she is ashamed of me," Antonelli revealed. "She hides our connection so it does not hinder her advancement. She does not approve of who I am or what I do." I glanced at Luna, who gave me a sheepish nod. "Of course, she is not so stupid that she does not know my places of business are the safest locations for her to hide." Antonelli confirmed what I'd suspected, that the brothel in the tower block was one of his. "But she is stubborn like her father, and will not listen when I say there are things happening that require greater security." "What things?" I asked. "Rome is a city built on power," Antonelli replied. "The pursuit of it awakens an addiction that can drive people crazy. And every so often someone has, an overdose that makes them crave more and more. Their hunger for power becomes insatiable, and they try to take too much. More than is good for them." Who is trying to take it this time? I asked, biting another mouthful of bread.
We don't know,
Luna replied.
but we're sure it has something to do with the Lombardi murder and Father Brambilla's death.
Whoever it is, they made a grave mistake, Antonelli said.
Luna is the youngest of my children. Her mother was not my wife. She was my last love, taken from me 10 years ago in the most recent power struggle. One of my rivals tried to kill me, but only succeeded in taking Luna's mother from us. He paid, of course, but I will not see my daughter suffer the same fate as her mother.
You think this has something to do with you? I asked.
In Rome, all things are connected, Antonelli said. The people who have targeted you and Luna obviously consider you a threat. Perhaps they think you both know something.
About what? I asked.
About the reason Filippo Lombardi was killed.
Chapter 29. Did you know him? I asked. Antonelli tilted his head and studied me.
Is that what you really mean to find out?
He was sharp, but I guess one didn't rise to the height of power in Rome without an ability to read people. Was he corrupt? I asked.
I didn't know the man, but from what I understand, he was the opposite of corrupt,
Antonelli replied, ignoring his plateful of mozzarella and soft ripe tomatoes, which he'd spread on his steak bread.
Perhaps that was his problem. The stick that won't bend is sometimes broken. We found nothing,
Luna nodded.
In the time we were looking into Lombardi, we didn't turn up anything to suggest he was dishonest. And I asked around. People said he was a decent man.
A jewel, Antonelli remarked.
An honest prosecutor is a diamond to be cherished.
I gave him a surprised look.
Not by people like me, of course,
he added,
but by the public. How would the world be if everyone was dishonest? My daughter might be surprised to hear me talk like this. We don't often discuss our work. Because you know what I think of what you call work, she responded. Our lives are kept separate, for her protection and mine, Antonelli said. If Lombardi was an honest prosecutor, that might have been enough to get him killed.
So someone had him driven off the road because of what he knew? I suggested. Antonelli shrugged.
Perhaps.
And now they're worried your daughter and I might know it too. He shrugged again. And Brambilla? I pressed. What about him? How is Matteo Ricci involved?
Who knows? Antonelli said. Your job is to find out answers, Mr. Morgan. Mine is to grow olives. But if the priest knew a secret, that might explain his death. And my daughter's former partner could be discredited so that no one would believe anything he said. Or perhaps made into an easier target. People die in jail all the time.
I shuddered, and the sweet tomato and mozzarella in my mouth turned sour at the thought Matteo might be in imminent danger. I'd assumed incarceration was the worst he'd face, but Elia Antonelli had opened my eyes to a new dimension of danger. Luna said something in Italian.
You can protect him, surely,
she added for my benefit.
I will do what I can for you, my dear Luna, but even my protection is not infallible, Antonelli replied. Perfection is the sole preserve of God.
Or artisan olive growers, I quipped, and Antonelli smiled. I wondered how a mobster could talk of perfection in such an imperfect world. How could he, an instrument of evil, still hold faith in a religion rooted in the concepts of virtue and sin? Sitting in the man's company, eating the fruits of his land, seeing the way he looked lovingly at his daughter, it was clear he did not consider himself a bad guy.
I trade in power, Antonelli said. The things I do to retain or grow that power are as necessary as war waged by government or state-sanctioned execution for capital crimes. Power does not concern itself with right or wrong. Morality is not the issue here. only the individual standing in the sphere of influence.
So Antonelli's worldview was amoral at best. My business was justice, and without some appreciation of the difference between right and wrong, I could not function, at least not happily. "What else can you tell me about Lombardi?" I asked. Antonelli shook his head.
"You now know as much as I do."
"And Father Brambilla?"
"I don't know anything about the priest. I've given you all I can. My advice would be to stay out of the game. Leave Rome to the Romans and go home, Mr. Morgan."
"I can't do that," I told him. "I don't believe in the legitimacy of power for its own sake. I believe in good, in right and wrong, and I gave my word I'd learn the truth about what happened here." Antonelli looked thoughtful.
"Maintaining a sense of personal honor involves the use of power, Mr. Morgan. I admire you. I wouldn't want to be you, but I admire you."
I stood. "Thank you for lunch, Signor Antonelli."
"One of my men will drive you back to the city."
"That's okay," I replied. "Hopefully I still have a cab waiting."
"We sent him on his way," Antonelli advised. "Politely, of course, and with a generous tip." "I'll walk you to the car,"
Luna said, rising.
"Remember what I told you, Mr. Morgan," Antonelli added. "Someone in this city is overdosing on power, throwing the balance of Rome into turmoil. Like all addicts, power seekers are dangerous. They will stop at nothing to secure their fix, and they will let nothing stand against them. Not even an honorable man."
"I'll bear that in mind, Signor Antonelli," I said, walking away. Chapter 30. Luna and I walked side by side along the terrace to the end of the house.
"I'm sorry I couldn't tell you the truth," she said, "but I have spent a lifetime hiding the secret. My father imagines he is some kind of hero, a Robin Hood, when in fact he is a gangster who is bad news for Italy and for Rome."
I was surprised to hear her talk in such unequivocal terms.
"What?"
she asked belligerently.
"Tell me I'm wrong."
"I don't think you're wrong. It's just that those closest to us often lose the ability to see things clearly."
"As detectives, we have to remain clear-sighted, no?"
I nodded my head. "Yes, we do."
Matteo grew confused, wasn't clear about the focus of his job. He was supposed to pursue the truth above all else,
she told me as we followed a path beside the house. I could see the driveway full of cars ahead of us.
"I know he works for you now, and I should probably be more discreet, but he had no business pulling us off the Lombardi investigation."
"I agree," I said, wondering what that meant for Matteo's long-term prospects with private. But that wasn't the issue I had to worry about right now. His contract included a termination clause for arrest and prosecution on any criminal matter. If he was found guilty, the clause would trigger automatically. But if innocent, I would have to think about what to do with him and whether he could remain as head of the Rome office. We reached the front of the house, and I saw two heavy-set guys in suits standing beside a Mercedes GLA that hadn't been in the driveway when I'd been brought in.
"They will take you back to the city," Luna said. "They're good men, some of my father's best."
"Good?" I asked.
"Proficient, then, if good carries too many moral implications," Luna said.
I paused as we reached the edge of the white gravel driveway. "What about you? Are you good?" She held my gaze and glared with suppressed fury. "Will you help your partner?" I pressed.
"I am a prisoner here," she replied. "My father's men are under strict instructions not to let me leave."
"There are other ways to help," I remarked, producing my phone. These tattoos were concealed under the dead man's sleeves. I found the photos of the shooter who'd attacked us by the scene of Lombardi's death. She studied the intricate occult tattoos. "I didn't show these to your father in case it was one of his men who died, but I'm showing you now." I presented her with the photos of the tattoos. If you know what these are and what they represent, now is your chance to do good. I knew what the tattoos symbolized, but wasn't going to reveal anything, so I could see just how deeply she believed in doing the right thing.
These belong to a gang known as Destini Oscuri, the Dark Fates,
she said.
It's a street gang, vicious and brutal. They operate from a bar called the Inferno in Esquilino, one of Rome's oldest and toughest neighborhoods. It is owned by a man called Milan Verde. They say he is the leader of the Dark Fates. There isn't a police officer in Rome who would dare touch him.
What about police inspectors? I asked.
Not many of us either. He is known for his brutality.
Can you tell me the significance of this? I asked, swiping to a photo of the tattoo of the fleur-de-lis inside the Jerusalem cross. Luna shook her head.
That's not one I've seen before. It might be new or signifies some special rank in the gang, maybe.
Thank you, I told her. You've restored a little of my faith.
In humanity?
She asked. In my own judgment. I thought you were a good person. You haven't disappointed me.
A good person wouldn't be here with these men.
She indicated her father's thugs, who shifted impatiently. We can't choose our family, I said, suddenly thinking about my own fractured relationships with my father and brother. Luna nodded. I was about to walk away when she took my hand.
Please, do not go against the fates. They are dangerous, and Milan Verde is a monster.
I go where the truth leads me, I replied. Looking wistful, she nodded.
I understand.
She let go of my hand, and I joined the villainous men who would take me back to Rome. Chapter 31. Silence somehow seems deeper in certain cars. The soundproofing of the Mercedes was exceptional, and my two companions, captors perhaps, didn't utter a word as we drove toward the city. There was no radio, nothing but the muffled rumble of tires on road and the steady hum of the engine, cruising easily as we wound along deserted hillsides. The soft leather upholstery seemed to deaden everything. I couldn't risk holding a conversation in such circumstances, so I used my phone to text Fatima, the journalist who had been so eager for me to learn about Luna's background. I know about the cop. There was a pause, followed by the dots that showed someone was responding. Then,
And?
We should meet, I replied.
Okay.
Where? I asked.
Quadriportico Verana Cemetery, 7 p.m.
Okay. I pocketed my phone. It took us an hour to reach the outskirts of Rome, and the traffic grew heavier with each passing mile, until by the time we were on Via Tiburtina, which curled into the center of Rome behind the main train station, the Mercedes was at a crawl, and my two companions were showing fidgety signs of impatience. You can let me out at the next intersection, I suggested. The driver looked at the man next to him, who shrugged and then nodded at me. We ended up getting caught in an unbreakable stream of traffic. It wasn't until we reached the intersection with Via Nola, to the south of the ancient Castrense amphitheater, that the driver was able to pull to the side of the road and let me out. The Mercedes continued south, while I headed in the opposite direction, toward the old red brick wall that delineated the amphitheater grounds. The heavy traffic limited the prospect of a car tailing me, but I was mindful of the scooters and bikes weaving through the crowded streets and the pedestrians on the sidewalk. It would have been foolish not to assume Elia Antonelli would try to have me watched. I walked a couple of blocks along the wide avenue flanked by elegant terracotta brick apartment blocks constructed in the classical style. When I neared the amphitheater, I passed a large motorcycle showroom set on the ground floor of one of the blocks, and the glare of the sun against the picture windows created a mirror that allowed me to see if anyone was tailing me. I saw nothing. I circled round the amphitheater and walked along Via di Santa Croce in Gerusalemme, a broad street with more of the terracotta apartment blocks to either side. I found a street cafe and took a seat at one of the exterior tables, where I ordered a double espresso and watched the people passing by. When I'd finished my drink, I paid, made use of the cafe's restroom, and left the place via the staff entrance near the kitchen, to the rear of the building. It took me into a courtyard parking lot, flanked by apartment blocks on 3 sides. I walked through the entrance to the courtyard and joined Via Elegnana, a busy road that ran north to south. Satisfied I wasn't being followed, and that I'd been in the cafe long enough to exhaust the batteries of a drone, I gave my surroundings one last check, before concluding that if Elia Antonelli had assigned anyone to follow me, they'd either given up or been thwarted by my precautions. I hurried along the street and found a cab sitting in a line of vehicles waiting at the next set of lights. The driver, a slim middle-aged man with the worry lines of the perpetually stressed, grimaced when I asked him to take me to Quattroportico Verano Cemetery, but he eventually nodded, and I jumped in the back. I realized why he'd grimaced when I got to experience the full weight of Rome's evening traffic on the journey to the cemetery. We crawled through a city choking on the sheer volume of people it hadn't been designed to accommodate. The driver finally pulled over by Piazza San Lorenzo, a square surrounded by the makeshift booths of florists serving the streams of mourners visiting the huge cemetery. I settled the fare and climbed out. I found Fatima waiting for me on the cobblestones near the main gates. When she saw me, she started walking, but rather than heading through the arched gateway into the cemetery, we followed the perimeter wall north, toward the column of San Lorenzo, a tall monument that stood in front of a church of the same name. "I know who Luna Colombo's father is," I said. "I understand why you didn't trust me. I've been consorting with the daughter of a gangster, but Luna says she has nothing to do with his activities." "And you believe her?" Fatima asked. "I'm starting to think I can't believe anyone." "Now you're thinking like a Roman. Honesty and truthfulness are not absolutes here. They are cultural constructs. Rome, particularly in certain sections of society, has always maintained a flawed relationship with the truth, because the city is built on power, and sometimes truth is its enemy." "Trust no one. Is that it?" I asked, and she nodded. "It's a good place to start, but you'll still find yourself trusting people. We like to think the best of others. It is both a strength and a weakness of our species." She paused by the column of San Lorenzo, and I looked up at the statue of the martyr standing atop the red granite plinth. "I might have brought you into an ambush," she said, and I was suddenly alert. But when I looked at those bright, keen eyes in her open, ingenuous face, I received no hint of danger. "I didn't, of course, but it's an example of how easily you can place your trust in people. Just as I'm going to trust you now." She hesitated for a moment before producing a large envelope from the bag slung over her shoulder. "These are reports of the deaths of 8 priests." She handed me the envelope, and I flipped through the contents to see photographs, newspaper articles, and police reports. "You've earned my trust by seeing Luna for what she really is." "I don't knowingly collaborate with criminals," I assured her. "I'm honest. Maybe too honest." She nodded. "Good. Let's hope it stays that way. This is what I've been investigating. I think someone has been murdering priests, but I don't know why." "Was Father Brambilla the most recent victim?" I asked. "I think so." "Anything that connects them?" I asked. "Other than they're all priests?" She shook her head again. "But the only other person I went to with this dossier was Filippo Lombardi, the prosecutor. 3 days before he was killed." My stomach churned. "I think he started making inquiries into what happened to these men of the church," Fatima said. "I think the inquiry got him killed, which is sad because I know he was a good man." "How?" I asked. "If he had not been, he would have passed on my name, and by now I would be dead too." Chapter 32. I left Fatima at the cemetery and caught a cab to Ostia. I had the driver stop a few blocks from Amer's cell phone store, and covered the rest of the journey on foot. The streets were full of people here to experience the nightlife, gangs of youth stalking for easy prey, hollow-eyed addicts lurking in the shadows. The summer night was buzzing with the sounds of busy bars and clubs, and ripe with the smells emanating from the fast food joints. I checked I wasn't being followed before I turned onto Via Orazio dello Spiro, where I saw the phone shop blazing brightly, with its gaudy signs and lights in the windows. I walked past, took out the keys Amar had given me, and went through the archway that split the terrace. I hurried along the alleyway beyond, crossed the yard, and climbed the metal steps to the front door. I made one last check that there were no hostile eyes on me, and went inside. The place was as I'd left it. I took out my phone as I went into the living area and moved one of the chairs to the window so I could keep an eye on the street outside while I made a video call to Justine.
"Jack,"
she said when she answered. She was in her office on the 5th floor of Private's Los Angeles headquarters and sitting in one of the armchairs by the window, so I could make out the sun-soaked city skyline behind her. I missed home, but I missed her more.
"Are you okay?"
"I'm fine," I replied. "I'm in the thick of something here." I shared what I'd learned from Fatima about the dead priests and what Luna had told me about the dark fates. "I need you to check out a guy called Milan Verde. He's the leader of the gang. I'm also going to send you the details of the dead priests. Look for any connection between them and Milan Verde or any of his associates." Private didn't have the NSA's network analysis capabilities, which were so good they could tell whether you'd stayed at the same hotel as someone 3 years ago. But Mobot had developed some pretty sophisticated data mining tools, and even more importantly, had the right contacts to get the information we needed if our own systems drew a blank. If the priests were linked outside the church, or were connected to Milan Verde or his gang, we would find out.
"We'll get right on it," Justine replied. "What are you doing now?"
"I'm going to read this file," I said, brandishing the envelope Fatima had given me. "Probably grab a bite to eat."
"Pizza?"
she asked. "Maybe. What else would a person eat in Rome?" I joked. "Maybe we'll come here for a trip one day. Do a tour of Europe."
"I'd like that," Justine replied. "I'd like that a lot."
She hesitated, and I felt the weight of her unspoken words tug at my heart. She missed me, but she knew this separation was the price of the job. I felt the same way. "This will be over soon," I said, "and then I'll be back home."
"I can't wait," she replied. "I'm going to go brief Mobot. Send me the files. Love you."
"Love you too," I responded, before she hung up. I used my phone to take photos of the dossier Fatima had given me, and once I'd sent everything over to Justine via private secure email server, I settled into my seat and started to read about the dead priests. Chapter 33. 8 priests. 8 good men. At least that's what the dossier told me. I slept poorly that night. Dreams of the helicopter crash in Afghanistan that ended my military career morphed with the heart attacks and accidents that were supposed to have killed these priests. Apart from Brambilla, who had clearly not died from natural causes or by accident, the other men had met early but seemingly not suspicious ends. Only Fatima had picked up a connection. The men had all died in or around Rome in the last 3 months, while on missions from their home diocese overseas. They were travelers visiting the city on what one might reasonably assume was church business, or else pilgrimage. I was still waiting for Mobot to report, but there didn't seem to be any other obvious link between the men, or at least not according to the information Fatima had provided. I woke many times in the night, haunted by the faces of the priests, who merged into the memories of fallen comrades and victims of past crimes I'd investigated. I finally fell into a deep sleep as dawn broke, waking a couple of hours later as tired as if I'd never slept at all. I gathered the photos and papers scattered across my bed and returned them to the envelope. After showering and getting dressed in one of my new lightweight suits, I went downstairs, walked a few blocks in the morning sunshine, and hailed a cab to Vatican City. I picked my way through the crowds of pilgrims and tourists gathered in front of St. Peter's and passed through the security checkpoint by the North Colonnade. I walked along Via Sant'Anna until I reached the Vatican Bank headquarters. "I'd like to see Joseph Stadler," I said to the receptionist. "My name is Jack Morgan. I don't have an appointment." I waited in the luxurious vaulted lobby, admiring the paintings, until Christian Altmer came through the lobby security gates. He wore a navy blue suit and a matching shirt and was as somber as an undertaker. When he saw me, he pinned a fake smile on his face.
"Mr. Morgan,"
he said, offering me his hand.
"Mr. Stadler has a busy day, but he can give you 10 minutes.
"I'm grateful," I replied. I followed him through to the ancient building, and there was no small talk this time. We took the elevator and passed through the outer office, where Stadler's executive team studiously ignored me while Altmer led me into his boss's suite. Stadler was by the window, looking out over Via del Telegrafo, but he turned when we entered and greeted me with a warm smile. "Mr. Morgan, this is a welcome surprise. I'm sorry to intrude, but I need your help with something. Please have a seat. Drink?" "No, thank you. I won't be long," I replied, and stayed standing. I have reason to believe Father Brambilla was one of 8 priests murdered here in Rome. Stadler's eyes widened, and Altmer's mouth gaped in shock. "I believe Filippo Lombardi started looking into these murders," I said, taking care not to reveal Fatima's role in identifying the victims. "I think that may be why he was killed." "Priests?" Stadler asked incredulously. 8 priests? I nodded. "Such a thing would be an outrage against God," he suggested.
"A great crime,"
Altmer agreed. "If I give you their names, can you arrange for church records to provide me with any details of how these men might be connected?" I asked. Stadler nodded emphatically. "Of course. Christian will get you whatever you need." Altmer nodded.
"I am here to help you, Mr. Morgan,"
he said, with all the sincerity of a fairground barker. I pulled a folded sheet of paper from my pocket and gave it to the younger man. "These are the priests. Beside each name is their diocese and the date of their death."
"I will get to work on this immediately,"
he said, before leaving the room. Stadler walked slowly toward his desk and eased himself into his chair, clearly shaken. "I hope you're wrong, Mr. Morgan. I truly do." "So do I," I replied. "So do I." Chapter 34. I left the bank puzzling over the fate of the priests. Altmer said he would phone me if he found anything, and Stadler assured me the Vatican would take steps to protect its own if it discovered someone was targeting members of the clergy. I walked east along the Via Sant'Anna in the shade of the Pope's official residence and heard the sweet sound of a sung mass coming from one of the churches nearby. I didn't know whether it was a service or a choral rehearsal, and it didn't matter, because the joy expressed in the harmonious chant lifted my spirits.
"We meet again,"
a man said, and I looked round to see Father Vito, the priest I'd met in the Garden of Secret Confession. He hurried along the street to catch up and fell in beside me.
"I'm glad to see you again. I sought guidance after our last conversation. You seemed conflicted."
I curled my lip. Most people are conflicted. Was I any more torn than the average person? It seemed to me as though this priest might be fishing for a vulnerable soul.
"Your faith once comforted you,"
Father Vito said.
"It can be a safe haven for you again, if you embrace it."
"Do we deserve comfort if there's hard work to be done?" I asked. "Difficult work? Shouldn't we be troubled by leaving it undone? Shouldn't we feel conflicted, guilty even, about so much left undone in the world?" He put his right hand on my shoulder and gently pulled me to a halt.
"Are you the Christ?"
he asked, and the question surprised me.
"Are you the one to carry all the world's burdens?"
The heresy of the suggestion was quite shocking.
"Yes, It is a ridiculous idea. You are not the savior. You can take comfort in the faith of your forefathers, knowing all is as it is meant to be, and that the great plan is unfolding as it should.
And suffering, injustice, poverty, pain, I responded.
Can you see the end of time? Can you peer into the beyond?
Father Vito asked.
Your conception of the world is limited. Only the Almighty sees and knows all. Only the Almighty can judge what should be and what is necessary for each of us, now and forever.
He held my gaze.
Rest your troubled soul, Mr. Morgan. Find your way back to your faith.
He stepped back before heading west along Via Sant'Anna, returning the way he'd come. I thought about what he had said and wondered how one could find peace in a world full of injustice. I walked the other way toward the gate near the North Colonnade. As I passed by a small fountain set in a yard between two buildings draped in flags, a priest I didn't recognize came hurrying toward me. A lean man in his late 20s, he had short black hair and southern Mediterranean features. He held up his cassock as he jogged to intercept me.
"My name is Carlos Diaz,"
he whispered.
"You are in grave danger. Meet me tonight, 10 at the Basilica di Santa Maria in Montesanto. I will tell you everything."
He hurried away, taking the same route as Father Vito, but glanced back at me intermittently until he disappeared from sight around the corner of Via della Posta. I had no idea whether he was friend or foe, wise man or lunatic, and the only way I would find out was by going to meet him. Chapter 35. My phone vibrated as I walked along the North Colonnade. I saw it was Justine calling.
"I have the background you wanted on Milan Verde,"
she said when I answered. "No hello?" I asked.
"For now, I'm trying to keep it professional," she replied. "Besides, we're beyond the small talk phase. You know I love you."
"I know," I said. "What time is it there?"
2 a.m. But this is important. I'm sending you a file of everything Mobat has been able to pull on Milan Verde. He's bad news. Served with Kolmoshkin, the 9th Paratroopers Assault Regiment, Italian Special Forces. Saw action in Afghanistan and was rumored to be involved in hostage rescues in Iraq and Syria. Left under a cloud when his unit was accused of brutality toward residents of a Syrian village. He's had a couple of arrests since then for gun running, but the charges never stick. AISI, the Italian Internal Information and Security Agency, has a file on him and flags him as a potential leader of the Dark Fates. It's a vicious outfit that's been implicated in gangland murders, political assassinations, and organized crime at the highest level. These are very bad dudes.
"Luna told me they're based out of a bar in Esquilino," I replied.
"You're not thinking of going there?"
"It's a bar," I replied. I wasn't going to lie to Justine. "They won't kill me for having a drink."
"You have no idea what they're going to do,"
she countered, and I couldn't deny the truth of her words. I did not know what their agenda was or how much they knew about me. It was clear a member of the Dark Fates had targeted either me or Luna, so going to the bar might be the equivalent of stepping into a lion enclosure. "I'll be careful," I said.
"I know there's no point reminding you this is a police investigation, and that you could just give the information you have to the detective in charge of the case,"
Justine responded coldly.
"Or you could ask for help and have us fly out to support you."
"You could try if you like," I replied, "but it would just be a waste of breath."
"You're a stubborn man, Jack Morgan, and you're also a good man."
Her tone softened.
"And I wouldn't change that."
"I'll stay out of trouble," I assured her. "Love you."
"You too, even if you give me worry lines,"
she replied before hanging up. I wandered through the crowds milling around St. Peter's Square and left Vatican City, thinking about what lay ahead. If the Dark Fates had targeted me, I would know the instant I set foot in their bar. If Luna had been the target, I might not be known to the other gang members and could possibly gather useful intelligence, maybe even confront Milan Verde himself. I walked along Via dei Corridori, buzzing with traffic, and hailed a taxi. The driver was a cheerful lady who smiled and nodded happily when I asked her to take me to Esquilino. Chapter 36. If neighborhoods were bands, Ostia, where I was staying, was an energetic grunge group. Esquilino, on the other hand, was a dangerous death metal band that had been around since the beginning of time. The streets exuded menace. From the dark crosshatching of graffiti on every surface to the gangs of angry-looking men gathered outside bars, discount liquor stores, and pool halls, glasses in hand, their skin emblazoned with images of skulls and devils. There were bars on any windows within reach from the ground. Modified cars and souped-up motorcycles, engines wailing, endlessly prowled the narrow streets of buildings with flaking stucco. Esquilino was not a safe place. The Inferno, Milan Verde's bar, was the worst of all the low-down drinking joints we passed. Although it was only early afternoon, we arrived on Via Mamiani, a particularly run-down side street, to find the place already clouded by a fog of degeneracy. Groups of heavily inked men in biker vests and T-shirts jostled for space on the sidewalk outside the bar, binging heavily as they traded jokes and stories. It was a weekday, so these were men without regular jobs. And it was mostly men. I could see 2 women among the crowd of about 50, and they were dressed similarly and tattooed in the same way. The cab driver stopped further up the street. Once I'd paid her, I walked back, passing a convenience store and boarded-up cafe, before I reached the corner opposite the Inferno, which, in addition to the dull roar made by its rowdy customers, was filling the neighborhood with fast-paced thrash metal. I crossed the road and pushed through the crowd gathered on the sidewalk, earning myself hostile looks, muttered curses, and one threat I couldn't understand. Inside, the bar lived up to its name. The walls were decorated with heavy metal-style images of hell, devils in biker jackets, riding flaming motorcycles among tormented masses. The place was packed, and the bar heaving with drinkers. I recognized Milan Verde from an intelligence photograph contained in the dossier Mobot had sent via secure email. He looked a couple of years older than the photo, his dark, close-cropped hair now flecked with gray. His piercing eyes were just as soulless, and his scowling face appeared to have picked up a few new scars, including one on the bridge of his nose, where it had clearly been broken. He was sitting with a group of 4 guys and 2 women who looked like roadies for the Devil's favorite band. I saw a flash of recognition when he caught sight of me and felt a pang of anxiety as he nudged the big man sitting next to him. I thought he was coming for me, but it was even worse than that. The big man pushed his way through the crowd to the entrance and locked the front door. He folded his arms and became a sentinel guarding the only obvious way out. The noise made by the patrons dropped slightly as they eyed me and made comments to their companions. They clearly knew who I was and had trapped me in the bar, so now I really had nothing to lose. I approached Verde's booth, and the crowd parted to allow me access to the man who'd likely tried to kill me. He nodded to his companions, and they eased out of their seats, leaving him alone and the bench opposite him unoccupied. I slid onto it and held his gaze as I settled. "You know who I am?" I said. "You're brave and stupid coming here, Mr. Morgan," Milan replied. "Why did one of your men try to kill me?" "I don't have men," he smiled. "I own a bar. You have me confused with someone else." I scoffed. "These guys cleared a place for me because you asked them nicely, I guess?" "That's what friends do," he said. "So why did your friend try to kill me?" I pressed. "My friends aren't criminals, Mr. Morgan." He held up his hands, palms facing me. "We're peaceful people here." As he lowered his hands, he turned his wrists toward me, and I saw the same tattoo that the assassin had worn, the Jerusalem cross with fleur-de-lis inside it. "Nice ink," I said, gesturing to the mysterious pattern. "What does it mean?" "It means this meeting is over," he replied, nodding to his companions waiting nearby. Take Mr. Morgan into the back and teach him Italian manners. For a guy who owns a bar, you sure behave like a gangster, I remarked. And he smiled darkly. Goodbye, Mr. Morgan. Large hands grabbed my arm, and I was hauled out of my seat. Chapter 37. What makes a good fighter? It's a question I've often asked myself. I've seen one man defeat 6, a small guy overcomes someone twice his size, and I've come to the conclusion 2 things mark out a winner. The first is spirit, an indefatigable sense that no matter how much punishment you take, you're going to keep getting up. The second is the ability to create advantages for yourself through surprise, shock, or savagery. I combined all 3 by grabbing Milan's beer bottle as I was hauled up. I smashed it over the head of the man to my right, shattering it with such force he staggered back, dazed. I turned and drove the jagged teeth of the remains of the bottle into the shoulder of the man to my left, and he yelped and jumped clear. I sensed movement behind me and heard a voice yell, "Basta! Stop!" I wheeled round to see a grim-faced skinhead pulling a gun from beneath his t-shirt. I rushed him, clapped his ears, grabbed his wrist, twisted it until I felt something crunch, then pulled the gun from his limp fingers. "Back!" I yelled, turning the weapon on the gangsters encircling me. "Get back!" The crowd fell silent but bristled with menace. Milan looked at once enraged and humiliated, which made him doubly dangerous. I knew I didn't have long. The way to the front door was blocked by the crowd. It would be too risky for me to try and push my way through. I didn't want to kill unless I absolutely had to, and I was pretty sure taking that way out would lead to someone's death, mine or an attacker's. Instead, I moved toward the service door beside the bar, which led to the kitchen. "Back!" I yelled, keeping those nearest me at bay. Thrash metal blared from the speakers, but there was no other sound. The roar of fast-paced music only added to the tension that gripped my stomach. I pushed open the service door and saw a corridor lined with offices and restrooms that ended at a kitchen. On the other side of a long stainless steel preparation counter was a fire exit. I hurried down the corridor, aware that Milan was on his feet now, following me. I moved faster. In the gloomy kitchen, there was a smell of grease and stale fat that turned my stomach. I ran forward and sensed movement from close by my left side. I ducked just in time to avoid one of Milan's thugs, who slashed at me with a carving knife. He overbalanced, and I sent him flying with a swing of the hand that was holding the gun. The weighty pistol cracked the man's skull, and I saw his hate-filled eyes go blank as he fell. The attack broke my rhythm and slowed me, allowing Milan and the others to close the gap between us. I burst into the kitchen, leapt onto the preparation counter, and slid to the other side. As I rolled off, I fired a couple of high and wide shots into the wall above the doorway. Milan and his squad of thugs paused, and that gave me the space and time I needed to reach the fire door safely. I pushed the bar. Nothing happened. The door remained firmly shut. I noticed a padlock and chain holding it in place and fired a brace of shots at the lock, which shattered. Milan and his people were almost on me now. I unwound the chain, pushed open the door, and slammed it shut a second before Milan reached it. I wrapped the chain around the stem of the outer handle and threaded it through an old eyelet that would once have housed a bolt. I pulled the chain tight as the door was forced open a crack and looped the links on themselves to hold it fast. I turned to find myself in an alleyway behind the bar. There were footsteps approaching from left and right. A fire ladder hung down to my left. With no desire to fight my way through Milan's people, I hauled myself onto the bottom rung. I clambered up the rusty old fire escape to the roof of the building. Once safely behind the balustrade, I craned over the edge to see one of Milan's men run down the alleyway and unwind the chain. He opened the fire door for his boss and the crew, who stormed out. I watched them for a moment as Milan barked instructions. Satisfied they hadn't cottoned onto my escape route, I backed away from the balustrade and made my way across the rooftop to safety. Chapter 38. After crossing a city block over the rooftops, I found a safe place to climb down. A fire escape on Via Alfredo Capellini. I jogged toward Termini Station, went through the busy concourse, and hurried east to Via Marsala on the other side of the Grand Terminus, where I caught a cab. There was no sign of Milan or his people, but I sat low in the back and obscured my face with my hand until we were out of Esquilino. I was grateful to put the rundown neighborhood behind me, and if the cab driver thought there was anything unusual about my behavior, he didn't so much as bat an eyelid. People didn't work poorer neighborhoods like Esquilino without learning to take the rough with the smooth. I instructed the driver to head to Ostia. We passed through the heart of Rome before reaching the colorful coastal neighborhood a little over an hour later. I asked the driver to drop me a couple blocks from the cell phone store, and after checking I hadn't been followed, I hurried into the apartment where I showered and changed into a dark gray suit of lightweight cotton. I wore it with a white shirt, open at the collar. Once I'd washed off the sweat and grime from my encounter with Milan Verde and his people, I called Justine. She answered immediately, her face filling my phone screen.
"What's wrong?"
she asked. Was she really that perceptive? "Nothing. Why?" I tried, chancing my luck.
"I know where you were going, and you've just cleaned yourself up, which means you probably ran into trouble," she replied. Never try to outfox a profiler. It wasn't anything I couldn't handle. "I don't like the thought of you being out there alone. I want to come to Rome. Mobot and Sai too," Justine said. "You need an experienced team around you. You shouldn't be facing this alone." "I appreciate the sentiment, but you all have work to do in LA, and I'm okay," I replied. "I really am. You're giving me everything I need from there. You're reacting to perceived danger, but I'm fine." "Don't try to psych me, Jack Morgan," she replied. "You'd be more effective with us at your side." Justine was probably right. I would benefit from having my team around me, and I wanted to be with her, to feel her in my arms. But Private was already devoting resources in the form of my time and energy to this unexpected situation. I didn't want to divert more unless absolutely necessary. "Let's see how things go," I suggested. "Okay," she conceded. Milan Verde is definitely the leader of the Dark Fates, I revealed. He reacted super aggressively when I remarked on the Jerusalem cross tattoo. "Can you ask Mobot to focus on that image? See if she can find out anything about its meaning." "Sure," Justine responded. "I'll call you later. I've got a meeting with a priest and don't want to be late." "A priest?" "Yeah, I'll explain tonight, I promise. Love you," I said. "Love you too," she replied, with more than a hint of resignation in her voice. I knew she wanted us to be together. I did too. I ended the call, grabbed my wallet, phone, and keys, and left the apartment to meet Father Carlos, the mysterious priest who had accosted me earlier. Chapter 39. I arrived at the Basilica di Santa Maria in Monte Santo, which stands at the southern edge of Piazza del Popolo, between Via del Corso and Via del Babuino. The 17th century church has a twin on the opposite side of the Via del Corso. Together, the two domed houses of worship form a beautiful architectural pairing. I'd taken a taxi into the city and had dinner at Il Gabriello, a traditional restaurant famed for its wine and the display of art on its walls. The hubbub of the crowded dining room and the constant flow of serving staff and patrons gave the place a natural rhythm that made it easy for me to spot unwanted company. There was no scope for anyone to linger in the doorway or at the windows. They would have caught my attention like a dead fish floating among a living shoal. When I'd finished my braised ox cheek, I asked for the bill, paid, and went to the men's room, checking the dining room constantly to see if I had a tail. No one came with me. I left the restaurant through a staff entrance by the kitchen and hurried along Via del Babuino toward the Grand Piazza. The nighttime city was illuminated by a kaleidoscope of colored lights, bright yellows, oranges, and reds shining from storefronts and restaurant windows. I'd allowed myself time to loop around the street surrounding the old church to make sure there was no one lying in wait. When I was finally satisfied there was no obvious danger, I walked the ancient cobblestones in front of the church. There were a handful of tourists strolling here and there, taking in the wonderful architecture around the square, but this late in the evening, the area was pretty quiet.
This historic neighborhood was at its best in daylight, when the sun's rays picked out the stunning lines and magnificent colors of the buildings and illuminated the details of sculptures, carvings, statues, and stained glass windows in their full glory. I could see why Father Carlos had chosen the location for our meeting. It was quiet, but not so deserted that two people would be noticed, and far enough away from the Vatican to avoid any chance encounters. I walked up 4 broad stone steps and went through the huge doorway into the church. The devout had access to the interior at all times. I found myself in a large, domed chamber with a floor laid with black squares interspersed with white diamonds. The simple pews were modern and stretched away to either side, facing the altar. There was gilt everywhere, rich paintings of heavenly scenes, and carvings in wood and stone ornamenting the nave and the 3 side chapels to either side of it. The faint smell of incense hung in the air, like a spiritual spice. I couldn't see anyone and moved slowly toward the altar. The sounds of the city barely penetrated the church's thick stone walls. I strained my ears against the quiet, listening for any movement. I checked my watch. It was now after 10 p.m. I advanced, creeping so my footsteps didn't disturb the stillness. I was afraid of what I would find in the gap between the pews. The body of Father Carlos, murdered to prevent him talking to me. I continued, eyes scanning to left and right, holding my breath, heart thumping, fearing the worst. A sudden movement startled me, and I looked ahead to see Father Carlos, hunched over in fear, emerge cautiously from behind the altar.
"Were you followed?"
he asked. I shook my head.
"Are you sure?"
I nodded.
"These are dangerous times,"
he told me, drawing near. "What do you want to talk to me about?" I asked.
"I know who is behind the deaths of the priests and the murder of the prosecutor,"
Father Carlos said. Fear radiated from the young man. His eyes were restless as a gazelle's keeping watch for lions.
"It was Elliot Antonelli, the mafia king. He had all of them killed."
"Why?" I asked, regretting the ease with which I had let Antonelli explain away his involvement in recent events. How could I have misjudged the man so badly? What did this mean for Matteo and his protestations of innocence? But Father Carlos didn't get the chance to answer. There was a commotion at the main entrance, and something slammed against the stone wall nearby, making a sound like a thunder crack. A gang of masked men streamed through the open doorway, brandishing guns as they raced toward us.
"They must be Antonelli's men,"
cried Father Carlos.
"Run!"
Chapter 40. The priest moved surprisingly fast, leading me behind the altar as the masked men yelled at us in Italian. The first shot chipped the stone as we sprinted past it. Father Carlos nodded and urged me on. We sprinted across the floor toward an open door as gunfire chewed the surrounding timber. The priest slammed the door shut behind us and pulled a bookshelf in front of it, sending prayer books and Bibles scattering as it fell on its side.
"This way,"
he said, as the door shook under the assault of our pursuers, who were trying to barge it down. Father Carlos led me toward a line of robes hanging on hooks set in a wood-paneled wall. For a moment I thought he had made a mistake, but he grabbed one of the robes, felt for the hook beneath, and pulled it down. There was a click, and a section of paneling snapped open to reveal a dark tunnel beyond.
"Hurry,"
Father Carlos said, illuminating the tunnel with a torch built into his phone. Gray stone surrounded us and stretched ahead into the distance. I went first, and the priest followed, pausing to shut the secret panel, sealing us in.
"Rome is full of old tunnels from times of persecution and high politics,"
he explained. He was breathless and afraid, but calmed slightly now we were hidden.
"Come on, this will take us to the twin church across the street."
We moved further into the tunnel, and the jittery priest jumped at the crash and splinter of the door being broken down behind us. "Will they know about the secret passage?" I asked. He shrugged.
"Who can say?"
He picked up pace, his formal black shoes clip-clopping against the flagstones. The floor was worn in places, bowed by centuries of footsteps. I wondered when the tunnel had last been used, because it was relatively clean and free from spiderwebs and dust.
"Are you sure you weren't followed?"
the priest asked. "As sure as I can be," I replied. "You?"
"I don't know," he said. "Why would anyone suspect me?"
"How do you know about Antonelli? Is he behind all this?" I asked.
"Shush," said the priest,
slowing as we reached the end of the tunnel. He moved toward the panel that concealed the tunnel mouth and put his ear against it. I held my breath and was almost certain he held his as he listened carefully.
"Nothing,"
he whispered at last. He reached for a catch located in a tiny cubby carved into the stone wall. When he pulled it, there was a click, and the paneling covering the tunnel mouth swung open. He pushed it wider and led me into a much smaller robing room. So small, in fact, we had to dance around each other awkwardly, so he had space to close the secret panel.
"Careful,"
he said, as I opened the heavy door that took us into a church that was an almost exact replica of the one we had just fled. A couple safety lights were on, but most of the interior was shrouded in shadow, and I couldn't help feeling we were being watched from the darkness as we moved between the pews toward the exit. But there was only the silence and stillness of an empty building. We hurried across the black and white tiles and soon reached the main entrance, where Father Carlos unlocked the door. It was huge, 4 inches thick, triple height and width, studded with iron. It swung open ponderously on elaborate hinges.
"I know a place we will be safe,"
said the priest, stepping outside. At that moment, I heard the terrible and familiar crack of pistol fire and saw Father Carlos lurch back as a bullet hit him in the chest. He clutched at his black shirt as a stain began to spread across it. I grabbed him and pulled him inside just in time to avoid a volley of bullets. We'd walked straight into an ambush. Chapter 41. I slammed the door shut and crouched beside Father Carlos, who lay slumped against the wall beside the huge door, clutching his chest. The dim light inside the church exacerbated his loss of color, making him look ethereal, like someone who already belonged to another world. His breathing was rapid and shallow, and he wore the expression of anguish and regret that I'd seen on the faces of others during their last moments.
"Sir,"
he said, between hurried gasps. He clutched at me weakly.
"Proditio mendacium."
His body shook with the force of a convulsion. He was losing a lot of blood. I tried to help by pressing my hand against his wound, but I knew there was nothing I could do for the man. The injury was mortal. His fate was sealed.
"Signor Morgan,"
he rasped.
"Quia precium sanguinis est."
His last words were in Latin. The moment they passed his lips, his eyes glazed and rolled back. It felt as though the effort of delivering a final message in the ancient tongue of the church had cost him his spirit. I drifted far from my faith, but felt the death of a priest should be marked by proper religious ceremony, however simple. I made the sign of the cross over Father Carlos's body and said a Hail Mary for his soul. The Almighty wouldn't decide this man's fate based on my intercession, but at least the universe would know someone lamented his passing. And I truly did. This man had died while bringing me the truth, one of many innocent victims I'd seen cut down in my years as a detective. If he was right and Antonelli was responsible for these killings, the old Roman gangster would pay for what he'd done. I couldn't do anything more for Father Carlos, so I rose to my feet and stepped away from his body. I pressed my ear against the door and listened carefully, straining to hear any sound coming from beyond the ancient, heavy planks. There was nothing, so I pulled the door open and peered round it, slowly and carefully. The portico immediately beyond the door and the surrounding cobblestones were deserted. There was no sign of whoever had shot Father Carlos. They'd clearly been under instructions to kill the priest, but couldn't have known he'd already told me the most important piece of information he possessed. There were a few passers-by on the other side of the piazza, but they showed no sign of having seen or heard anything out of the ordinary, and paid me no attention as I eased my way out of the church. I was tensed, ready for a sudden onslaught, but none came. By the time I reached the stone steps in front of the church, I was moving fast. I hurried down them and sprinted right along Via del Corso, my footsteps echoing off the surrounding buildings as I ran into the night. Chapter 42. I finally stopped running when I reached the Via Tomacelli, which was 8 blocks south of the church. It was approaching 11 p.m., and there were a few diners and revelers meandering along the sidewalks, laughing loudly at jokes, arguing animatedly, or in the case of lovers, holding hands or walking arm in arm. Many swayed with intoxication, but gave me no trouble nor paid me much attention, as I picked my way through the streets to a taxi stand on Piazza di San Silvestro, a beautiful cobbled square lined by luxury jewelry stores, offices, and apartment blocks whose windows were lit like golden lanterns. I took the first cab in line. The driver, a cheerful man in his late 30s, tried to talk in halting English, but soon picked up that I wasn't in the mood for conversation. I was focused on my phone and spent the journey to Ostia trying to get hold of Justine, Mobot, or Sai. I had no luck reaching them. When I finally made it back to the apartment above the cell phone store, I changed out of my suit, which was flecked with the blood of the fallen priest. I put on my black jeans and t-shirt and sat and waited impatiently for one of my colleagues to call. Finally, almost 2 hours after the priest had died in my arms, my phone buzzed and the screen lit up with Justine's name. "Jus," I said, relieved.
"What's happened?"
she asked. "Another priest has been killed. I was with him at the time. I couldn't do anything for him."
"I'm so sorry, Jack."
"I'm fine," I replied, a little too emphatically.
"Jack, you're not fine," she said. "The death of another is always a shock, no matter how many times you've experienced it. Please don't downplay what just happened."
I nodded and stayed silent.
"And you're taking too many risks out there on your own."
"I know what I'm doing."
"No, Jack,"
she responded.
"You're doing what you know. There's a difference. I've talked to Maureen and Seymour."
I always knew it was serious when she used their proper names.
"And we're coming to Rome. I'm not going to let you face this alone."
"Justine," I tried, but she cut me off.
"Would you leave me? If I was the one in Rome, facing what you're facing, would you leave me to deal with it on my own?"
"That's
If you're about to say it's different, you'd better have a good reason. One that doesn't ultimately rest on you being a man and me being a woman."
"Justine," I tried one last time.
"You said we'd review the situation. Well, consider it reviewed. I'm not going to let you face this alone," she reiterated. "Nor are Seymour and Maureen. We've made arrangements for our workloads to be covered here. We'll be on the first available flight."
I knew there was no point resisting any longer. I had zero chance of defeating the concentrated determination of 3 stubborn minds. Before he died, the priest told me Elia Antonelli is behind all of this, I revealed. He said the men who shot him worked for Antonelli.
"Do you believe him?"
Justine asked. It hadn't occurred to me that the priest might have been lying. "I think so," I replied. "I think Father Carlos—" My response was cut short by the sound of a knock at the door. I froze. "Someone's here," I whispered to Justine.
"Get out, Jack,"
she replied. "If it was bad guys, I don't think they'd have bothered knocking," I said, rising from my seat on the couch. "Hello," I called, approaching the door.
"Mr. Morgan, may I please come in?"
I recognized Fatima's voice immediately and opened the door to find her standing at the top of the metal staircase. She was in black slacks and a green halter-neck top and looked as though she was made up for a date. "I have to go," I told Justine. "Let me know when you'll be arriving."
"Will do,"
she said, before I hung up. "Have you been following me?" I asked my visitor.
"What?"
"No," Fatima replied, stepping into the apartment and closing the door behind her.
"Not tonight, anyway. I was out for dinner."
"What do you mean, not tonight?" I asked. "How did you know where to find me?"
"I followed you here after we met at the cemetery. I wanted to see what you did with the information I gave you."
I scoffed. but she waved away my disbelief.
I came because there's something you need to see.
She reached into her purse for her phone, which she turned toward me. The screen was filled with a news website's piece covering Father Carlos's murder.
There's been another priest murdered,
she said. I know. I was there. Her eyes widened in surprise. He said Antonelli is behind the killings, right before he was shot.
That's terrible. Poor man.
I nodded. I couldn't shake the memory of the priest dying in front of me.
But you were unhurt?
She asked. They didn't seem interested in me, thankfully, I said. It's clear they wanted to silence Father Carlos, but they weren't quick enough.
Do you think he was telling the truth?
I nodded.
Does that mean Matteo Ricci is a liar?
She asked. I have no idea, I replied. But I do know I want to talk to him again.
I want to come with you,
she said.
We'll go first thing in the morning.
She turned for the door. Don't I get a say in that? I asked.
Of course not,
she replied with a mischievous smile.
Meet me on the Via di San Vitale at 8 tomorrow.
I nodded. And I'll ask Gianna Bianchi to join us. Chapter 43. I tried to get hold of Justine again once Fatima had left, but there was no reply. After grabbing a gyro from one of the local Turkish takeout stands, I went to bed, exhausted. I hardly slept, and when I did drift off, I was troubled by dreams about the death of Father Carlos. I kept waking with a terrible feeling of guilt. I could and should have done more to protect him. Looking back on my career, I wondered how many more innocents might still be alive if I had just been that little bit faster, stronger, or better. I rose before dawn and went for a run along the coast, relishing the relative peace and quiet, the streets sparsely populated by other early risers, runners, people coming off their night shifts, and workers just beginning their day. I covered 10 kilometers in 40 minutes and returned to the apartment where I showered and dressed in the black t-shirt and jeans I'd worn briefly the previous night. I took a cab from Ostia to police headquarters on the Via di San Vitale and arrived at 7:55 a.m. Fatima was already waiting outside. She wore a dark green maxi summer dress.
Good morning,
she said. Morning, I replied. It didn't feel like a good one to me. Any sign of Gianna? I asked. Fatima shook her head just as the lawyer emerged from the large archway that was at the front of police headquarters. She looked distraught.
Mr. Morgan, I have terrible news, she said. According to the duty officer, Matteo Ricci tried to hang himself last night. He's in Ospedale Fate Bene Fratelli under armed guard.
Chapter 44. Fate Bene Fratelli Hospital was located on Isola Tiberina, a small island in the center of the Tiber near the Marcello Theater. Approached from the tree-lined southern bank of the river across the cobbled Cestio Bridge, the hospital looked like one of the classical terracotta apartment blocks found in the upmarket older parts of Rome. The windows of the 3-story building were surmounted by white stone frames, beveled slightly, giving the building additional character. Gianna had driven us to the hospital in her dark green Audi Q7, weaving skillfully through the city traffic, so we covered the 3-mile journey in under 15 minutes. She spent most of the drive on the phone, speaking to Mia Esposito to ensure we had access to Matteo when we arrived at the hospital. He was in a private room on the 3rd floor, and there were 2 uniformed carabinieri posted outside. Gianna presented her identification, and they allowed us into Matteo's room. There was a window overlooking the river. Matteo had a dressing around his neck and was dozing beneath a sky-blue sheet. He was surrounded by monitors and an IV feed. This shadow was a far cry from the confident, competent man I'd hired to run the Rome office, and I was struggling to understand how he'd unraveled so quickly and comprehensively. He stirred when we approached the bed, and his eyes flickered open. They were bloodshot and sunken, his skin gray. He seemed traumatized by whatever had happened to him. He rasped. More words followed, but his voice was too weak and strained for us to make sense of them. I moved closer and put a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "It's okay," I said. "You're going to be okay." He strained against whatever damage had been done to his vocal cords. I looked at Fatima and Gianna, both wearing pained expression as they felt Matteo's struggle and suffering from across the room.
"Jack,"
he said at length, his voice as raw and rough as a deep-scored gray's.
"I didn't do this."
He gestured to his neck.
"Was sleeping. Someone strangled me, staged hanging."
He fell back exhausted from the effort of communicating, and I looked at Fatima and Gianna. "Did you hear that?" I asked. They shook their heads. "He says someone tried to kill him. Made it look like he tried to kill himself." I turned to Matteo, somewhat relieved to have his explanation, but not entirely sure I could trust it. "I'm glad they underestimated you. Do you know who it was?" He shook his head slowly and covered his face with his hand. "Mask," I suggested, and he nodded. "Do the police know this wasn't your doing?" He shook his head again, wincing with pain. "I know this is difficult, but it's important," I told him. "Why did you tell Luna not to investigate the prosecutor's death? Filippo Lombardi, the car wreck. Why did you listen to Brambilla when he told you to back off?" Matteo shrugged. "Did you know Luna is Elia Antonelli's daughter?" His eyes darted to Gianna and Fatima before he nodded. "Do you think Antonelli and Father Brambilla were connected?" I asked. He hesitated, then nodded again.
"Ignacio, Father Brambilla, told me Antonelli had asked him to warn me off."
I looked at Fatima, who very obviously understood the significance of this immediately. Antonelli was implicated in this whole affair. I felt very foolish for having taken the man at face value. "Why didn't you tell me about the connection to Antonelli?" Matteo's eyes welled up and he forced out a word.
"Shame."
I patted his shoulder. "You rest, Matteo. Get better. I will take care of this." I turned to Gianna and said, "We don't have an operational team yet. Do you have any security agencies you can recommend? I want to put a couple of close protection specialists on this ward to boost the police guard." It was standard operating procedure whenever a private employee's life was in danger. Until I had evidence to the contrary, I had to take Matteo at his word. She nodded.
"I'll phone a company we use."
"I'm worried they'll make another attempt on his life," I said. "It seems Elia Antonelli is busy tying up loose ends." Chapter 45. Fatima and I stayed at the hospital until Marcus and Pietro, two agents from Primo Security, arrived at Gianna's behest to stand watch over Matteo. Pietro, a short, wiry man who looked as though he was pure sinew, posted himself by the ward entrance, while Marcus, a lumbering bear of a figure, sat opposite the cops outside Matteo's room. Gianna smoothed the cop's ruffled feathers, pointing out we had every right to provide our own security to a private employee. Satisfied with the arrangements, I left the hospital with Fatima and we took a taxi to her car, a silver Volkswagen Golf, parked on the Via Piacenza, a block north of police headquarters. I climbed in the passenger seat, and she slid behind the wheel, started the engine, and pulled out of the tight space. She drove along narrow back streets, navigating the maze of one-way roads, and soon we were on Via Bari, heading out of the city.
"Do you believe him?"
Fatima asked. I was puzzled.
"About the attempt on his life,"
she explained.
"Sometimes people feel embarrassed to tell the truth."
I got her meaning. "I think we have to take it at face value. There are multiple linked murders. It makes sense that someone might try to kill Matteo. He's a loose end." She thought for a moment.
"What about us? Are we loose ends?"
I didn't reply. I didn't need to. We both knew the answer. Fatima concentrated on the road ahead, navigating the traffic. The sun was low over the suburbs, tinting everything with its pastel pink light. Soon we were beyond the malls and industrial estates and in the hills and valleys on our way to Casape. The landscape was beautiful, but we made no comment on it and traveled in silence, each wrestling with the puzzle confronting us. There was very little traffic out here as we headed into the hills, following the single-lane road as it wound through olive groves. I thought about Matteo and whether a disgraced cop accused of murder would be sufficiently ashamed to try and take his own life. He'd been caught red-handed, standing over Brambilla with the gun, and if he knew he would be found guilty, then ending things by his own hand might seem the only escape. And when the attempt failed, he might concoct a cover story about someone trying to murder him. But there was also Antonelli and the dead priests. There was Father Carlos, the man of God who'd been murdered in front of me. Matteo was not responsible for his death, and as far as we knew, for those of any of the other priests. He struck me as genuinely distressed, but honest. We rounded a bend, and Fatima overtook a slow-moving tractor pulling a trailer. We drove through the cloud of dust being churned up by the clattering vehicle, and she accelerated onto a clear stretch of road.
Puzzles, she observed.
Yeah, I scoffed.
You can retreat in on yourself, live in your head, trying to put the pieces together.
Tell me about it, I remarked.
The priests who died were all frequent travelers, she said. They ministered to churches in troubled spots. Ukraine, the Philippines, Brazil.
You think they were running money?
Or intel,
she replied.
The Vatican has a long history of involvement in espionage. Organized crime, too.
Antonelli might have been using the priests to funnel money abroad, I suggested, or launder income from illegal activity through the bank. Fatima nodded.
It's been done before. Propaganda Due in the 1970s. It was a secret society that infiltrated and corrupted the highest offices in Italy.
Organized crime would connect Antonelli to the dead priests, I said. But why would a gangster need to involve clergy in his activities?
We'll find out soon enough,
she replied, turning off the country road onto the narrow lane that led to Antonelli's estate. She slowed as we neared the property, both of us alert, watching for signs of danger. Antonelli wouldn't be so civil this time if he knew we were closing in on him, but I was confident he wouldn't harm us, not here. The disappearance of the head of the world's largest detective agency and one of Rome's most famous investigative journalists would be hard to explain, particularly as I'd let Justine know exactly where we were going. If Antonelli wanted to come after us, it wouldn't be on his home ground. When we reached the gates to the estate, I was surprised to see they were open. Fatima didn't slow, but followed the track into the property, past the olive groves, until we came within sight of the large farmhouse where I'd had lunch with Luna and Antonelli. There were no vehicles in the drive, and the shutters were all closed. The property was still and silent, and had the air of being deserted. Fatima pulled to a halt, and I saw an old man with a bolt-action rifle slung over his shoulder walk slowly from behind the house. He wore a flat cap and colorless, threadbare clothes. Squinting into the dying sun, which was behind us, his weathered skin and crinkled features spoke of a lifetime spent outdoors. Fatima talked to him in Italian. I caught the name Antonelli, but not much else. He replied, removing his cap and scratching his head. When he stopped talking, he turned and walked back the way he'd come.
He says they've gone away. He doesn't know where and doesn't know when they will be back, she told me. But he called Antonelli General, which I'm pretty sure means there's going to be trouble.
A mob boss in retreat, or on the defensive, preparing for war. Against whom? And why had he marked out all those priests for death? The answer seemed further away than ever, and I felt a sense of disappointment until Fatima spoke.
I think I might know where they've gone,
she said, turning the car around. She registered my surprise.
What can I say? I'm thorough. Don't worry, it's not far.
Chapter 46.
Antonelli's family were farmers,
Fatima explained as she rejoined the country road. The announcement didn't surprise me, given the way he talked when we'd had lunch. It was getting dark, and twilight made the olive trees seem weirdly human, their gnarly branches reaching out like old men's fingers.
His family owned a lot of land around here. That's why Antonelli has his estate in these hills. He feels an affinity to this place.
How do you know? I asked, marveling at her detective skills. I had operatives at Private who wouldn't be able to deliver such extensive background, and even Mobot's trawl of Antonelli hadn't yielded this level of information.
I make it my business to learn everything I can about the key players in any investigation. You never know how the pieces will come together. I've interviewed dozens of police and underworld contacts about Antonelli, and they all say the same thing. He has a genuine love of the land of his childhood.
I nodded. He'd spoken about the soil and its produce with such pride.
While his love of the land around here might be common knowledge, what few people know is the location of the family's original farm,
Fatima said.
Or the fact that Antonelli was born there and considers it his sanctuary.
How did you... She cut me off.
That source is secret, Mr. Morgan. I hope you will appreciate the need to take proper precautions. To protect my source, not me.
I understand.
The farm is 2 valleys over. Antonelli lived there until he was 12,
Fatima said. She steered us off the road onto another rough track, and we took a jarring ride up and down over a badly rutted surface. Fatima killed the lights as we continued our journey to Antonelli's childhood home. It seemed darker here in the folds of the hills, and the landscape more rugged. The track had reached a vantage point overlooking the valley, from which I could see the lights of a house below us in a sheltering fold of land. I could tell from the uneven lines of the walls that it was old and not as well cared for as Antonelli's principal residence, but even at a distance, one sensed the building's grandeur. This was not the home of a poor farmer, and I wondered whether Antonelli was the family's worst villain or whether he was simply following a long tradition. I was stirred from my thoughts by a sudden, jarring halt. Fatima slammed on the brakes and veered off the track, and when I peered into the darkness ahead, I saw why. The track was rising toward the crest of a hill, and there, silhouetted against the night sky, were 5 men milling around a low stone boundary wall, the outlines of their long assault rifles unmistakable. Chapter 47.
What do we do now?
Fatima asked. My mind raced through a range of options and settled on a simple but bold course of action. Switch on the headlamps, I said, taking my phone from my pocket.
Are you serious?
She asked, glancing nervously at the shapes of the armed men ahead. Trust me, I replied, activating the video recording app on my phone. Fatima hesitated before switching on full beam, lighting the track ahead, illuminating the men clustered against the wall. They were dazzled by the glare. A couple raised their weapons blind, while others shielded their eyes. I lowered my window and pointed my phone at them. You're being recorded, and the footage is being streamed to a secure site on the cloud, I yelled. The last part was a lie, but there was no way they would be able to tell that. Our colleagues know where we are, and that we've come to see Elia Antonelli. If anything happens to us, you will be held responsible. Fatima lowered her window and shouted in Italian. I could tell she was giving the men her own version of my speech, and as their eyes adjusted, they edged back, keen to avoid being caught on camera. Drive on, I advised, and Fatima started the engine and moved slowly along the track. One of the men was on his phone, but we couldn't hear what he was saying. Soon we were past them, and the car gathered speed as we headed toward the lights of the farmhouse a few hundred yards away. We bounced along the bumpy track, churning up dust that obscured the star-filled sky.
That was brave of you,
Fatima remarked. Both of us were brave, I said. I took a calculated risk they would never shoot us on camera. Antonelli is too smart for that. Fatima nodded, but I sensed she wasn't so sure. She slowed as we entered a courtyard enclosed on 2 sides by a large barn and attached farmhouse. There were 6 cars in the yard, and a tall, skinny man in his mid-40s was making a dash for one of them, a gray Mercedes E-Class. When our headlights fell on him, he froze like a jackrabbit stunned by the dazzling glare. He turned away sheepishly, trying to hide his face before hurrying on to his car.
"That's Stefano Trotta," Fatima observed. "He's a junior finance minister."
I shouldn't have been surprised Antonelli had links to government, but I was thrown to have caught an Italian minister of state openly consorting with a man implicated in so many deaths. Trotta jumped in his car and sped past us, heading for the track. As Fatima parked, I saw Antonelli lumber out of the farmhouse, with Luna a couple of paces behind him. "Mr. Morgan, Miss Salah, this is a surprise," he boomed as we stepped out of the car. "We were just having dinner."
"Looks like your guest couldn't wait to leave. I hope we didn't intrude," Fatima countered as we walked over. Antonelli smiled.
"Some people don't like surprises as much as I do, although I am annoyed." "Why's that?" I asked. "If you two can find me, so can my better-resourced competitors." "Don't you mean enemies?" I suggested. He shrugged. "It is what it is. I will have the men increase the frequency of their patrols and hope my competitors are not as effective as you two. Would you like to join Luna and me? There's plenty of food." I glanced at Luna, who nodded and smiled at me. "What do you think?" I asked Fatima. "Hungry?" "Sure," she replied. So we followed Luna and Antonelli inside. Chapter 48. Antonelli led us through his family home. The interior seemed simpler than the house I'd previously visited. This one seemed more comfortable, decorated to be lived in, rather than to impress with conspicuous displays of wealth. We walked through a sitting room filled with old furniture, including a couple of large, well-worn couches that looked perfect for a lazy Sunday afternoon with a novel. We went through a doorway into a stone-flagged dining room that contained an 18-place oak table and chairs. A couple of landscape paintings hung on one wall, and opposite them French doors opened onto a terrace overlooking the hillside. A manservant was already setting another 2 places. As he finished and began to clear away the cutlery and plates from what I guessed must have been Trotta's place, Elia Antonelli gestured to us. "Please, have a seat." He took the chair at the head of the table, and Fatima and I sat at the newly laid places to his right, while Luna returned to her seat to his left. The servant offered us warm rolls from a basket on the serving table. We drizzled olive oil from a tiny silver jug onto our side plates and tore the rolls into pieces for dipping. I sprinkled mine with a little rock salt and glanced at Antonelli as I took a bite. He seemed deflated and distracted tonight, in stark contrast to the larger-than-life personality I'd first encountered. "Are these made from your own wheat?" I asked, finishing my roll, which had tasted delicious and made me hungry for more. "Of course," he replied, growing animated for a moment before slumping slightly in his seat as though remembering his woes. Luna reached across the table and squeezed his hand tenderly.
"What brings you out here, Mr. Morgan?"
she asked me. "Another priest has been murdered in Rome," I replied, watching Antonelli carefully. He glanced at Luna with unmistakable concern as he replied, "Yes, Father Carlos Diaz."
"We heard about that on the news,"
Luna said.
"But you don't know anything about why he was killed?"
Fatima asked. The servant returned with a tray of dishes that he set on a serving table. Everyone fell silent. He served small plates of ravioli, and I thanked him when he set mine down. It smelled rich yet fresh, and the tomato sauce covering the plump parcels looked delicious.
"Why would we know about that?"
Luna asked, after the waiter had withdrawn. "Because the priest died with your father's name on his lips," I replied. "Your name, Signor Antonelli. He told me you were responsible for the murders of all the priests who've died recently, and that you also ordered Filippo Lombardi's death." Antonelli glanced at Luna, his face like thunder. Then his anger dissipated and he looked crestfallen. He turned to face me, and I couldn't help but hope a confession was imminent. It would save us all so much effort and trouble. Instead, Our host broke into a broad grin and laughed. "I'm very sorry about this latest priest, but I certainly didn't kill him." I glanced at Luna and saw she was taken aback by the suggestion that he might be responsible. "This is why you're here, Mr. Morgan? To accuse me of the murder of a man I have no interest in killing?" Antonelli laughed again, only this time it sounded hollow. "You have wasted your time," he said, spearing a forkful of ravioli. "If I wanted to kill a priest, I would not send in a hit squad. Eat, Mr. Morgan, Miss Salah. You will need all your energy." I picked up my food and Fatima did likewise. It tasted wonderful, but my keen appetite of only minutes ago had been blunted by the racing of my mind. "Someone killed this Father Carlos to make it look as though I wanted him dead," Antonelli said. "Instead of paying unannounced visits, you should be trying to identify the real culprits." I tried to find a hint of duplicity in the man's demeanor and tone, but everything about him spoke to his innocence. Of this crime, at least. Someone was playing me, but I couldn't be sure it was him. "Did he say anything else?" Antonelli asked. I nodded. "Proditio, mendacium, quia precium sanguinis est." Antonelli laughed yet again. "You understand the significance of these words?" Fatima was blank-faced, and I shook my head. "It is a reference to Judas Iscariot. Betrayal, lies. This is the price of blood," Antonelli revealed. "The price of blood is a reference to the 30 pieces of silver paid for the betrayal of Christ." I had translated the Latin, but not said it in any wider context. "It tells me Father Carlos knew he had been betrayed," Antonelli continued, "and that the killer, like Judas, was likely a fellow disciple of the Church." Chapter 49. "You're convincing," I said, "but the problem I have is that Father Brambilla told Matteo Ricci you wanted him and Luna warned off the Lombardi investigation. You didn't want your daughter and her partner looking into the death of a Rome prosecutor." Antonelli's smile faded. Now even Luna eyed him with suspicion. "Why?" I asked. "Why wouldn't you want them looking into Lombardi's death?" Antonelli stared me straight in the eye and held my gaze for a moment. "What do you see when you look at me?" he asked. "Someone who's grown rich from the misery of others," Fatima replied. Antonelli's eyes narrowed and a thin smile pinched his lips, but he said nothing as the servant returned, carrying another tray of food. The man cleared away our primi and then served plates of braised meat, chipped potatoes, and steamed broccoli. "Lamb shoulder," he said before departing with the used dishes. Antonelli's thin smile hadn't wavered, and he stared at Fatima while the secondi were served. She held her own and eyeballed him back. "I have acquired such wealth as I possess by giving people what they want," Antonelli replied. He turned in my direction. "When you look at me with my daughter, what do you see, Mr. Morgan?" Antonelli's gaze softened as his eyes fell on Luna. "A father," I replied, "with love in his heart." He nodded. "I loved her mother very much, and I love Luna more than words can say. I asked Father Brambilla to advise his old seminary student to back off the investigation only because I knew it would be dangerous for the police officers involved. Mostly because my daughter is even more stubborn than I am." Luna shook her head to deny this and spoke volubly to her father. "But you are, my darling," Antonelli said. "You would never listen to me if I told you danger lay ahead of you. You would only become more suspicious and inclined to dig in your heels." "True," Luna conceded grudgingly. "So I sent a man I knew Inspector Ricci trusted to warn him off," Antonelli confessed. "Mostly to protect my daughter." "Why?" I asked. "And protect her from what?" "Whatever got Lombardi killed," Antonelli replied.
Do you know why he was run off that road?
Fatima asked. Antonelli shook his head. Then why warn them off? I remarked.
If you have played this game as long as I have, you learn to spot the signs. Murdered priests, a dead prosecutor, rumblings in the high places of Rome. Someone is making a play for more of the power that tantalizes so many in this city. But not you?
Fatima asked.
This is my land. I am a farmer at heart. It keeps me grounded.
And even with your network and resources, you still have no idea who is behind all this, I said. He shook his head again.
I have moved here to the security of my family's ancestral home in order to protect my daughter. The attempt on Matteo's life demonstrates that whoever is behind this wants all the loose ends dealt with.
But why not take the battle to whoever that is? I asked.
Perhaps when we know their identity that will be possible. But in times of uncertainty, self-defense is the prudent course,
Antonelli replied. I glanced at Fatima, who shared my skepticism about this measured response.
I may not agree with my daughter's career choice, but I honor it, Antonelli continued. I would never disrespect her role as a police officer by commissioning the assassination of a priest, and certainly wouldn't order an attempt on her police partner's life.
Luna's expression softened, and she looked at her father with something approaching tenderness.
You can still surprise me sometimes, Papa, she remarked. Love can do that, my dear, he replied. I value nothing higher than your happiness and safety. Mr. Morgan, you have been manipulated by someone who does not know me into believing I would harm my daughter's career, destroy what little trust she has in me, and make her an accomplice to the murder of innocence.
He let his words sink in.
So I ask you again, what do you see when you look at me?
He took Luna's hand and held it fondly. For a moment I studied the man and his daughter, before replying in the only way I could. A loving father, one who is devoted to his child. Chapter 50. We finished the meal with an affogato, a double shot of espresso over homemade ice cream, and the conversation turned to Antonelli's experience as a child growing up on this farm. If I hadn't known better, I could have believed I was listening to a fifth-generation Roman farmer with no passion other than nurturing the finest produce possible from his patch of the earth. I kept catching Fatima's eye. Her suspicion of earlier was clearly gone. She seemed to be enjoying the evening, smiling and asking questions about our host's early life. After the dessert, we thanked Antonelli and Luna for their generosity. Even invited us to visit again, which made me wonder whether it was lonely being at the top of one of Rome's most notorious criminal organizations. "What do you think?" I asked Fatima, once we were back in her Volkswagen and on our way into the city.
I think he was telling the truth,
she replied, as she followed the winding road. Asphalt materialized out of the night, and we headed back to the bright lights of Rome. We would glimpse the shining city whenever there was a gap in the creases and folds of the hills. The urban sprawl looked like a magnificent beacon, its ambient glow reaching up toward the stars. I tried to imagine what it would have been like to see it for the first time during the Age of Empire, as a traveler arriving from a simple provincial village. The sheer spectacle of the imperial city must have been breathtaking.
"Video or no video,"
Fatima remarked, referring to my gambit earlier tonight to get us into the estate.
"If he wanted us dead, we'd be dead by now."
She checked the rearview mirror, and I glanced back to see there was nothing trailing us through the darkness. "I think he was right about Father Carlos's last words," I said. "The priest knew his killer."
"If not Antonelli, then who?"
Fatima asked. "I want to know more about Milan Verde," I replied. Father Carlos's death was exactly the kind of noisy statement the dark fates live to make. Fatima nodded.
"Maybe he's been using priests to transport money for him."
"Maybe." We followed the snaking road down the side of the valley and soon joined the highway heading into the city. It took us over an hour to cross Rome, reaching Ostia shortly after 1 a.m. "You didn't have to drive me," I told her. "I could have caught a cab in the city."
"I'd like to take a look at what you've got on Milan Verde, if that's okay with you," Fatima replied.
"So the ride was less a favor, more a favor for a favor," I remarked. "If we're going to work this together, information has to go both ways. You share with me whatever you've got."
"Deal,"
she said. She parked a block from the cell phone store and we walked the busy streets.
"Exciting neighborhood,"
she observed.
"Very lively."
"It suits me," I replied, "as long as no one else traces me here." We walked through the alleyway to the yard behind the terrace and climbed the metal steps up to the apartment. When I reached the door, I sensed something was wrong. I was struck by the feeling that something here was out of place, like when a favorite photo is moved from its usual position or a painting hangs crooked. I realized the grubby welcome mat was not set flush against the bottom of the door frame anymore. I signaled to Fatima to be silent and crept forward, sliding my key into the lock. I felt the tiny teeth run along the tumbler mechanism. Once they were fast, I turned it gently and slowly pushed the door open. I moved inside and crept along the corridor, taking great care not to make a sound. I heard people in the living room and sidestepped into the kitchen to slide a carving knife out of the block. Fatima's eyes widened. I signaled for her to stay back. I held the knife ready and pushed the living room door open.
"Geez, Jack,"
Mobot yelled.
"What the hell are you doing, wandering around like you're in a slasher movie?"
I breathed easy and grinned at the welcome sight of Mobot, Sai, and Justine. The three of them smiled right back at me. Chapter 51. Justine leapt to her feet, crossed the room, and threw her arms around me. As we hugged, I felt the tension ebb out of her.
"Jack,"
she said.
"I missed you."
"I missed you too," I replied. Fatima cleared her throat awkwardly. Justine and I parted reluctantly. "Fatima Salah, this is my colleague and partner, Justine Smith," I said, and she stepped forward and offered her hand.
"Pleased to meet you,"
she said.
"Likewise,"
Fatima responded. "And this is Maureen Roth," I continued.
"Everyone calls me Mobot,"
she told Fatima with a wave.
"Or Mo."
"And Seymour Kloppenberg," I added. He also waved. "Call me Sai."
"Nice to meet you all,"
Fatima said. "How did you find me?" I asked.
"Your phone,"
Mobot replied.
"I tracked your location, looked at where you spent the night."
It wouldn't have been much of a challenge for Mobot, who was one of the world's leading computer and digital surveillance experts. She didn't look it now, though, wearing a sensible, cool white linen dress that was crumpled from the journey. Sai was in his customary biker boots, t-shirt, and jeans, busy reviewing the files I'd obtained on the various players in this investigation.
"Have you been working together?"
Justine asked, returning to her spot on the couch next to him. Like Sai, she'd been examining a stack of files, and I knew she'd been trying to build psychological pictures of all the key players. I was most interested in her insight into Milan Verde, but sensed there was more to her question than simple curiosity. Was she jealous? "Not really," I replied. "We've just been out to see Elia Antonelli together, and Fatima wanted to check the information we have on Milan Verde." Justine smiled and nodded, but I wasn't sure she was entirely happy. We'd had our problems in the past, and she'd even become convinced I was involved with Dinara Orlova, the head of our Moscow operation. Fatima was a beautiful woman, but I was devoted to Justine, who looked magnificent tonight in a long Pucci print dress. I couldn't imagine she had traveled in it. Had she put it on in anticipation of my arrival? Was her frustration due to the fact that we weren't alone? I didn't have time to indulge myself in such thoughts. Instead, I briefed the three of them on what we'd learned from Antonelli. I also brought them up to speed on the death of Father Carlos and everything that had happened since. They listened transfixed, incredulous in places, and when I was finished, Mobot said,
"I'm beginning to regret our decision to come here." Rome sounds dangerous.
Chapter 52. Justine and I finally kissed, and it felt great to hold her in my arms again. We were in the small bedroom that had become my temporary home, light from the neon signs outside bleeding around the edges of the threadbare drapes, lending the room an eerie orange glow. The old shabby furniture and peeling wallpaper made it one of the least romantic venues we'd ever experienced, but I didn't care. I was just grateful to have her with me.
"Jack,"
she said.
"don't leave me like that again."
I smiled. "I missed you so much," I said, kissing her.
"I know it's selfish, but I need you with me," she replied. "Every time you leave, you take my heart with you."
I know. I pulled her close. We were alone in the room, but Sai and Mobot were just outside, sorting through gear and checking the files I'd put together on the key players. Fatima had left a few minutes before Justine and I had moved into the bedroom. Even though I longed for her, this didn't feel like a relaxed environment where we could be uninhibited and free. One of the pitfalls of dating my beautiful, smart, talented colleague was the blurred, sometimes confusing line between personal and professional. This was one of those blurry moments, but it didn't last long. There was a knock at the door, and Mobot entered almost immediately. Justine cleared her throat and stepped back, making a show of looking around the room as though searching for something. Mobot registered the awkwardness of the scene.
"I'm sorry. I keep forgetting you two are an item."
She smiled, and I wondered whether that was true or if she was just being mischievous. "It's okay," I assured her. "We're here on business."
"Good,"
Mobot said, stepping forward. She had a small device in her hand.
"I wouldn't want to intrude. Sai and I have been running inventory. We can mount a full-scale surveillance operation, and we think we should target the Dark Fates."
She drifted out to the living room, and I followed, to see rows of mini-drones, listening devices, and video cameras arranged on the floor by the window.
"We can get all this installed tomorrow, have eyes and ears on everything they do, with special focus on Milan Verde."
"Sounds good," I replied. Sai was rearranging his holdall. "If they're behind all these murders, we'll find out, and we'll get to the bottom of why." Satisfied with the rearrangement of his gear, he stood, slung the bag over his shoulder, and walked toward my bedroom. "I'll bunk in with you," he said. "I can take the floor. Mobot and Justine can have the other bedroom. Girls together."
"Girls?"
Mobot replied icily. "Or whatever," he said.
"Or whatever?" she countered. "You know, you're just making it worse now. You're rude, Seymour Kloppenberg, as well as a dinosaur."
"Not extinct yet, though," he said with a smile, before heading into the bedroom. I glanced at Justine and saw disappointment writ large on her face. I shared it, but couldn't object. This was the best arrangement for all of us as professionals, even though it was frustrating for Justine and me personally. "Let's get a good night's sleep," I said to Mobot. "We start work on the Dark Fates first thing tomorrow." Chapter 53. I woke early the following day. I'd given Sai the bed, despite his protests, and had slept on the floor, which was luxury in comparison to some of the quarters I'd had to endure while serving in the Marine Corps. He was still asleep, breathing deeply, so I eased the door open and went into the living room, where I found Mobot and Justine, dressed and ready, running through final gear checks.
"There are pastries on the table in the kitchen,"
Justine said. "Thanks," I replied, rubbing my hand over my face.
"Thank Mobot,"
Justine responded.
"I was up early and wanted something to do,"
she remarked. "Earlier than this?" I said. Mobot glanced at her watch.
"It's 6:46. That's not really early, especially when your body clock is fried from jet lag."
"What's the plan?"
Justine asked.
"He needs to put some clothes on,"
Mobot replied. I'd slept in shorts and a t-shirt. "Then we go to the Inferno bar?" I suggested. Mobot shook her head.
"I don't think we need the numbers. It will just draw attention. I'll handle it with Cy. We thought you and Justine could visit our client.
I'd like to meet Joseph Stadler's executive assistant, Christian Altmer,
Justine added, pointing to one of my files.
You said you thought he might be hiding something? I'd like to check him out.
I nodded. It made sense to see what an expert could pick up from the guy who had roused my suspicions. Okay, I'll get dressed when the old man is awake. Who are you calling an old man? Cy asked, and I turned to see him looking every inch the gnarly biker. Metallica t-shirt, denim vest, jeans, and heavy boots. I'm ready to go catch some bad guys. You? Point taken, I said, and I headed into the bedroom to get dressed. 3 hours later, Justine and I were walking along Via Sant'Anna, heading for the headquarters of the Vatican Bank. I'd emailed Altmer and secured a 10 a.m. appointment with Joseph Stadler, knowing his executive assistant would join us.
This is so beautiful,
Justine said, taking in our surroundings. I saw the Eternal City through her eyes, and had to admit it was stunning. The dome of St. Peter's loomed to our left, the white stone walls striking against a cloudless sky. The papal residence was ahead of us behind the bank, and the street was lined on both sides by delightful old buildings that exuded character.
I'd like to come back here as tourists one day,
Justine said.
For a visit. No crime, no danger.
I looked at her and smiled. Deal, I responded, and she smiled back at me. Within minutes, Altmer had taken us through security, and we were on our way up to the chief operating officer's suite. Stadler's right-hand man seemed more somber than during my last visit, and said very little. We passed through the assistant's office, and I saw Justine taking in the grandeur of the building and the opulence of the interior. Altmer led us into Stadler's room. The powerful executive was seated on a couch, reviewing a bundle of papers. Mr. Morgan, he declared, rising politely as we entered. This is my colleague, Justine Smith, I said, and he shook hands with us. Very pleased to meet you. Do sit. Justine and I took the couch opposite his. Altmer sat in the armchair between us. Christian says you wanted to see me about something, Stadler began. I nodded and delivered my lie. We have reason to believe Elia Antonelli is behind what's happening.
What reason?
Altmer asked.
We can't say,
Justine replied. I could tell she was studying the young man closely, though in all probability he could not.
But the information checks out.
Antonelli, Stadler said. What does he have to do with dead priests? That's what we're trying to figure out, I replied. We thought you might be able to help with all your contacts.
Does this have anything to do with the priest who was shot?
Altmer asked.
Father Carlos.
Justine and I exchanged a look. Even I knew he had just revealed too much about himself. It might do, I conceded. We just don't know how at this stage. I turned to Stadler. Are you aware of any links between Antonelli and the church? He shook his head. Nothing that is known to me personally, but I can ask around. It is possible he has links he does not publicize. I only know about the bank's business. I'd appreciate it if you could treat it as a matter of urgency, I said. Of course, Stadler replied. Is there anything else we can help with? I looked at Justine, who was studying Altmer. She caught my eye and shook her head.
I think we're done here,
she replied. Chapter 54.
He was really uncomfortable,
Justine said to me as we left the headquarters of the Vatican Bank. I got that, I agreed.
Did you see the way he was looking at his boss?
She asked. We started along Via Sant'Anna, heading for the North Colonnade. I shook my head. I hadn't picked up on any interplay there.
There's something he doesn't want Stadler to know. Something he's concealing from his superior,
Justine said. Interesting, I replied. Could signify he's involved in this in some way, and doing it behind the boss's back.
That's what I was thinking.
Or it could be nothing at all. A task he hasn't completed for work, Justine said.
I doubt it, though. It seemed like it was weighing on his mind.
She stopped and looked around at St. Peter's, the North Colonnade, and Via Sant'Anna, stretching to our west.
This is really beautiful. Can we stay a while, take a walk?
I nodded. Sure. We turned back the way we'd come and took a snaking cut through from Via Sant'Anna to Via della Fondamenta, passing the Sistine Chapel and the papal residence. Soon we were behind St. Peter's, walking alongside the gardens in front of the governor's palace, a large 4-story structure with wings built either side of a central office block. We wandered on and ended up at Campo Santo Teutonica, unofficially known as the Garden of Secret Confession.
Is this the place you told me about?
Justine asked. I nodded.
What an unbelievable tradition,
she observed, walking around the beautifully landscaped space.
Mr. Morgan,
a voice said, and I turned to see Father Vito, the priest I'd first met here, entering the garden.
So good to run into you again.
Father Vito, this is my friend and colleague, Justine Smith. He nodded to her.
Pleased to meet you, Miss Smith. My pleasure, Father, she replied. Were you telling Miss Smith about the garden?
He asked me. Yes, I replied. Well, I'd already mentioned it to her.
I'm fascinated by the story of this place, Justine said. The idea that priests would have sins they would be ashamed to confess to God. Human beings can be fallible,
Father Vito said,
including some of the most devout. Well, I must attend to my duties. Lovely to see you both.
He turned to leave.
Father,
Justine said,
could we trouble you for something?
He hesitated before nodding assent. I wondered what Justine was doing, but stayed quiet.
Do you know what this symbol means?
She asked, producing her phone from her purse. She caught me looking at her in puzzlement.
What? She said. It's a religious symbol. We should ask a man of God.
I shrugged, and she opened the photo folder on her phone, scrolling to a drawing of the Jerusalem cross tattoo I'd found on the body of the dead assassin. Father Vito studied the image for a while, before exhaling loud and slow.
You don't want to know this, he said.
We do, Justine assured him.
We really do.
He looked to me for confirmation, and I nodded. There was suddenly a weariness about him.
It is the mark of Propaganda Tre, a secret society here in Rome,
he replied.
They are extremely dangerous. Do you understand? They bring the touch of death with them wherever they go.
Chapter 55. What is Propaganda Tre? I asked, grateful for Justine's presence of mind.
During the Second World War, a group of powerful Italians formed a secret chapter of the Freemasons. It was originally intended to be an anti-communist network if Italy ever fell to the left,
Father Vito revealed.
These men were supposed to occupy positions of power, political, financial, criminal, religious, and act against communism if it ever took root. A state within a state to protect the values these people held dear. But communism never came to Italy, so Propaganda Due lost its focus and morphed into a renegade group. It was expelled from the Masonic Order and focused on financing right-wing governments around the world, funding this activity by laundering money for organized crime. It was finally dismantled in the early 1980s, after a reign of terror blighting Italian politics and society for almost 40 years.
I vaguely recalled reading a review of a book about the group some years ago.
Due means two. Tre means three. Propaganda Tre is the original group successor,
Father Vito said.
Or at least that's the rumor. No one really knows much about it.
But you recognize the symbol? Justine asked.
I am a student of Rome. I make it my business to know what goes on in the city. The Jerusalem cross represents the Crusader Knights, and the 3 fleur-de-lis are the 3 orders of propaganda, the most recent incarnation symbolized here on the head of the cross. Knowledge is power, I suggested. Knowledge is knowledge, Father Vito responded without hesitation. I leave power to the Almighty. He smiled, and I almost envied him his boundless faith in an all-powerful God. Well, if you'll excuse me, I have a busy day ahead, he said. I hope you find what you are looking for. Thank you, Justine said. Yes, thank you, I told him. Father Vito left us, and we walked on through the garden of secret confession. That was a smart move, I said to Justine. I figured a priest might recognize the symbol, or at least give us some historical background. I wasn't expecting him to know what it was being used for now. I don't think there are many genuine secrets in Rome, I replied. Too many hidden passages, peepholes, spies, priests, assassins. Too much power flowing through the streets. I think the secrets seep out. Justine looked at the monuments to God surrounding us. How can a city so holy be so corrupt? She asked. It's human nature. We're weak, I replied. Look at this garden, a place for priests to confess sins they wanted to keep hidden from God. Why would this exist if we truly were a strongly pious species? You sound disappointed, Justine remarked. I am, I responded. There was a time I believed humans were closer to the divine than the material. And now? Now I've seen too much of the world. I never realized how important all this is to you, she said. I didn't realize it myself. It's been a long time since I've thought about these things, but being here in the beating heart of my faith has brought it all back. I hope it's not too troubling, she said. Troubling? No. More puzzling than anything else. I don't know what to do with it. It's reminded me how far I've drifted. How far adrift we all are, I replied. I took her hand and pulled her to me. But you always make me feel better, I said, and she leant closer and we kissed. I love you, Jack Morgan, she said, before kissing me again. For the briefest moment, I had no worries at all.
Chapter 56. Mobot had rented a metallic red Renault Duster. The unremarkable mid-sized SUV was equipped with basic comforts, such as air conditioning, which fought the worst of Rome's oven-dry heat. But what had interested her most about the vehicle was the large trunk, which she'd filled with newly acquired flight cases that contained the surveillance gear they'd brought with them from Los Angeles. She was frustrated not to have access to the full equipment store of a local private office, but Rome wasn't properly open yet. She and Cy would have to make do with the gear they'd brought with them, which was enough to run a decent operation against a single target. And that target was the Inferno Bar, nerve center of the merciless dark fates. Mobot could see the bar now, both from the observation vehicle parked 2 blocks away on Via Filippo Turati, and on the remote control screen she was holding, which enabled her to pilot a mini drone that was currently nearing the building. As before, there was a crowd gathered in the street outside, seemingly unconcerned by the fact that it was barely lunchtime and their alcohol consumption was already veering out of control. Mobot flew the device up higher and took it through an open window on the 2nd floor into an office furnished with a desk and a row of filing cabinets. She piloted the device, which was not much bigger than a butterfly, into one corner of the room and brought it down on a cabinet next to an in-tray that would conceal it from all but the most determined observer. She checked the microphone and camera and was satisfied it would give us eyes on the office for at least 4 days before the batteries ran dry. We're all good, Mobot said to Cy, who was lying in the fully reclined passenger seat. 8 micro-drones deployed around the building. You're up. Cy had unclipped the straps on his boots so he could recline in comfort. Now he fastened them. He looked every inch the renegade old biker. Sometimes Mobot had to remind herself this grizzled road warrior was in fact one of the world's foremost forensics experts. Tell me what I'm doing again, he said, using a lever to bring the seat up. Mobot rolled her eyes. I'm just kidding, he confessed with a smile. They climbed out of the Renault and went to the trunk. Mobot opened it and took out a heavily worn satchel. You have 12 audio and 8 audiovisual devices, she said. Your target is the main bar and public areas. Drones would have been noticed flying around the bar, so they needed a human asset to install the devices that would complete their surveillance of the dark fates. Sink a few drinks and catch up with my new biker buddies, Sai suggested. That sound about right? Mobot elbowed him. When are you going to grow up? When someone makes me, he replied, setting off toward the bar. Chapter 57. Sai's heart started thumping as he left Mobot and walked along Via Filippo Turati toward the Inferno bar. When he reached the corner with Via Mamiani, he turned right and went along the run-down side street, heading for the crowd gathered outside the target. Sai had been in law enforcement long enough to be accustomed to danger and knew a little fear was healthy, just enough to give a person an edge. This wasn't even in his top 10 most dangerous assignments. He was being asked to play himself, a veteran biker, a role that didn't require him to stretch his acting ability. Anyone who knew him was familiar with his love of motorcycles, a passion of his since his early teens. He loved the sense of freedom he gained from being on 2 wheels, not to mention the speed and acceleration offered by even the most mundane bikes. When he got about half a block from the Inferno, he relaxed a little. Like so many biker bars the world over, it was rowdy and attracted big personalities, loud drinkers who didn't adhere to social norms. As if to prove his point, one of the men out front punched his neighbor, and the 2 big guys set to brawling. Sai held the messenger bag more tightly and wove around the crowd, which surged toward the scuffle. He opened the door and stepped inside the bar, which was the source of the loud heavy metal music that filled the street. The patrons here looked lackluster and depressed, but a couple of them did manage to muster the enthusiasm to go to the windows and doorway to watch the fight. Sai walked over to the bar and was greeted by a sour-faced bartender. "Si?" "Beer," he replied. "Peroni." The bartender nodded and grabbed a bottle from the fridge, which he served without a glass. "Grazie," Sai said. The bartender asked for €5, which Sai paid, surreptitiously slipping an audio device under the lip of the counter as he handed over the note. As the fight outside took people's attention, Sai carried his drink and moved to a booth in the middle of the bar. He slid across the bench seat and placed a bug under the table. He sat silently drinking his beer for a while before going to the rear of the bar and placing audiovisual devices in the men's room, corridor, and outside the kitchen. Satisfied with his work, Sai returned to the main saloon and his booth, only to find a man waiting for him there. He had short, gray-flecked hair, evil eyes, a scarred face, and a broken nose. Sai recognized him as Milan Verdi. "I've not seen you here before," the man said, "and I know everyone." "I'm visiting Rome, and I read about how great this place is for bikers," Sai replied. Milan sneered. "Tourist? That's nice. But this isn't really a place for out-of-town visitors." Sai looked around. "Seems nice enough to me." Milan pursed his lips before breaking into a thin smile. "I'm going to need to see what's in your bag." Sai remained impassive. "New faces are rare in here," Milan continued. "You understand." Sai slung the old leather satchel off his shoulder and pushed it across the table. "My girl left me a couple of months back. I forgot her birthday," he said. "I'm getting back on 2 wheels and into the scene again after years of being with someone who hated bikes. But if that's not something I'm allowed to do here, you just let me know." Milan opened the bag and peered inside. He frowned and pulled out a bottle of peach schnapps and a Rome guidebook. Sai hoped he didn't delve any deeper and discover the secret compartment beneath the false bottom, where the AV devices were hidden. "Schnapps?" Milan scoffed. "My girl switched me onto it," Sai said. He believed cover stories had to have an absurd quality to feel authentic, reflect the absurdity of life. It's the only good thing she left me with. Milan returned the bottle and book to the bag. What do you ride? A fat boy. But I have half a dozen other bikes, including an original 1941 Indian Scout. Milan whistled. Nice bike. Don't I know it? Milan stared at Sai, holding his gaze with eyes that exuded darkness. Finally, he spoke. You can come here whenever you're in Roma. Sai drained his beer. Thanks. It's been fun, he said, standing. You run a tight place here. He felt Milan's eyes burning into his back as he walked toward the exit, eager to leave before he did or said something that renewed the man's suspicions. He didn't feel truly safe until he climbed into the passenger seat of the Renault Duster. Mobot had been busy